I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. We get back to baseball tonight. Nationals had Monday off, coming back home after a pretty successful West Coast swing. They went 4-2 last week, taking a pair in Seattle and a pair in Arizona. Nats return home for 6 games this week, beginning tonight in D.C. against the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs, one of the better teams in baseball. They own the 3rd best record in baseball as the Cubs are in town for 3 beginning tonight. 6:45 first pitch on the Fan. And the Nationals, even though they lost on Sunday to start the month of June, they are coming off a May in which they went 15-12, their first winning month in nearly 2 seasons. Hockey Stanley Cup final gets underway tomorrow night. Florida Edmonton for game 1, 8 p.m. there. Still a couple of more days until the NBA finals tip off. Oklahoma City Thunder, the overwhelming favorite to win it all, hosting Indiana in game 1 Thursday. That'll be an 8:30 p.m. tip-off. Tennis, the year's 2nd Grand Slam, continues on the red clay Roland Garros, the French Open in Paris. Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe, his quarterfinal match just getting underway. Tiafoe trailing 2-love right now, first set against Italy's Lorenzo Musetti. And WNBA, Mystics on the road to play at the Indiana Fever tonight, 7 p.m. for that one over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Me and B are holding it down live at the Purple Heart Golf Tournament here at 1757 Ashburn, Virginia.
Yes.
We're used to being in Ashburn, B, but it's nice looking at a driving range.
Yeah, we're not inside of a room.
Yeah.
Looking like we're in a prison cell.
Exactly. It's a beautiful day, dude. I mean, if you're playing golf today, you're a winner.
Yeah, I think I'm at 12. I might leave, go play some. No, I'm joking.
When does this joint tee off? Noon?
I don't know.
Probably. I mean, they just started serving breakfast. Jeff, find out when they tee off, dude. I think who's coming out here? Valdez and Mike Marr. I like when we get to watch a hole. We don't get a hole viewing from here because we're on the range.
Well, we may see a little bit of them over there. That's a little. They go to the first tee over there.
All right.
Yeah, we don't get to see much of nothing, Jay.
I do. So I mean, we hear so much about Valdez and how he bombs the ball.
We need to get him right here.
Well, it says reserved, right?
Yeah,
so we are reserving that slot for Valdez and Mike Marr.
It's reserved for the tournament.
Jeff, go write Valdez's name on that one. Reserved for Matt Valdez.
Yeah, we want to see how he bombs it.
It's going to be a fun day out here. Hopefully a lot of people are playing and raising good money for a good cause. We got to actually play in one yesterday, not just broadcast from one, but yesterday B and I were out at Army-Navy in Arlington in the Golf for Guts golf tournament where they raise money for Crohn's disease and colitis.
Mm-hmm.
Really good cause, really good people. I was pretty happy with my group. We shot, I believe, 7 under. I want to give credit to this woman, Susan Aronoff.
Susan.
Yo, bombs it.
I heard you carried the whole group, Susan.
I mean, dude, she did. Like, we kind of ham and egged it. We made, those scrambles, you just got to make some putts and try to make it fun. But 7 under is not getting it done when B. Mitch's group does what?
I think we did 15 under. Yeah. I know we did 15 under. 15, we had a guy that was bombing it. Then we had some little dude that could putt. Another guy could chip. I was a putting dude. And some straight shots, too.
Yeah, I mean, those greens at Army-Navy were no joke.
They're tricky now. You can go there.
They're fast,
If
too.
you go to Army-Navy and you go to play and you'll look at the numbers, the yardage, and you'll go, oh, man, it's not going to be that hard. To hell with that.
Right.
That last hole, well, the red number 9.
That's the straight uphill par
It
4.
has to be 60 yards higher to the green
Totally.
than where you tee off from. It said 274, but I guarantee it played well over 300. And they got traps surrounding the whole green to protect it. They got traps short, traps right by the green. And once you get on the green, then all hell breaks loose.
Dude, I mean, those greens, the slope was pretty darn severe. They were they were running fast, and then every once in a while you'd get that like against the grain putt that you thought was fast, and it was like very slow because that grain's coming at you. It was very fun. I really enjoyed it. The greens were tough, and I do think every golf course, golf club in the area has their claim to fame. The clubhouse at Army Navy, that view is second to none.
That view,
nothing can touch that.
The place where Ahmed did his wife's birthday party.
Yeah, top of the town.
And that course right there.
Right.
Best views in this
It's
area.
kind of the same spot.
Yeah.
You're in like Roslyn, Arlington, and you get elevated and you can just look out over the whole city. Yeah.
And that with the Washington Monument.
Yeah.
That you look straight into.
Yeah.
It's spectacular up there.
Yeah.
Listen, they got the best views. I tell you that. If any other golf course tell you their views are better, they're lying.
Yeah. I mean, just with the topography and stuff, there's no other course that could really like touch it.
Yeah.
The only course I wonder when the National Links Trust gets done with the Haynes Point Reno, East Potomac Park.
Mm-hmm.
When did it stop being Haynes Point and start being East Potomac Park?
It's been East Potomac.
But like people always referred to it.
They call it Haynes Point anyway, but East Potomac Park has always been that. East Potomac and West Potomac. That's been that since I got here. So everybody refers to it as Haynes Point.
Okay.
Which is just the point.
That makes sense. I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to take us down there because they had that Awakening statue there. Mm-hmm. You remember that? That was so dope. We would like slide down the hand. Now I think they moved that out to National Harbor or something.
Man, Jay, you pull up on a Saturday at Haynes Point in your red 280Z or your Nissan NSX, and you're just wiping it down a little bit.
Wipe me down.
You know how many folks you get to talk to them? Bro, let me tell you. B. Mitch was the dog.
I believe
Then you roll through there in a Ferrari. Man, look, you don't have to open your mouth.
I believe that. I very much believe that. I think
those were the days, bro. Those were the days.
I do just wonder if Haynes, when they get done with the reno and everything, the views and the vistas you could have there. You're on the river. You see the Jefferson, you see the monument. I'm really curious what that looks like when it's all
it will
done.
be great views, but I still think the fact that Army Navy, their country club, is up. It's up on that third. Right. That view up there, being elevated, looking down on stuff, looks even better. But Haynes got some nice. They got some nice views, though.
Have I told you what I think Haynes should do? I don't think anyone's going to listen to me.
What is it?
So, have you ever played any of those courses, like the Liberty National, Bayonne, all those ones right in New York that have just a killer skyline view?
Mm-hmm.
So they've made those really high end. I think you could do that at Haynes. But have you ever played Torrey Pines in San Diego?
Yeah.
So what Torrey does that I think is so genius. Torrey is a world-class track. They have U.S. Opens. They have whatever it is, the Farmers now. I think it used to be called the Buick, but they have a PGA Tour stop every year. The views are incredible. So for you and I, to just a regular person that's coming to San Diego wants to play Torrey,
they're gonna hit us over the head,
bro. It's $300-400, maybe more than that. By
how about like the old course in St. Andrews?
Right.
They pay like what, $300 a year,
right?
And they play whenever. Dude, we have to play $400-500 for a round,
right? So my sister is a San Diego County resident. She could play Torrey. You just show your ID. They play it for like $40. I think Haynes Point. Now, maybe you could do it with Langston too, because there is some water there, but you're never going to have the same views. And Rock Creek is like in the woods. You're never going to have views there. Haynes,
that's like more of is Rock Creek a par 3 course?
I think they turned it into a 9-hole with a par 3. Yeah. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's what the Links Trust has done. Haynes, you could go super high end and then make it cheap for DC residents and have they could start having PGA Tour stops there.
Maryland and Virginia residents.
Sure.
The DMV.
DMV residents.
Yeah. West Virginia, you got to pay full price.
But, dude, you could make that could be a tour stop. That could be like a U.S. Open type track. Imagine the views of that property if you go all in on it.
JP, I can see what you're saying, but I don't want to see it. You know why?
It costs too much?
No. The traffic is be pure hell.
That's true.
How the hell you gonna get all the people over there on just that little area? You know?
I mean, dude, you're
It
saying
is
for
already-
tournaments?
Yeah, for a tournament.
Yeah, that would be. You'd have to bus them in or whatever. That'd be a
I would
disaster.
have to boat you in.
But yeah, seriously. But all those tournaments, like, dude, think about it. They had the PGA at Kiowa. Like, Kiowa's the end of an island. Like, that had to be a disaster.
Yeah.
Oakmont, I know that the Oakmont, where the U.S. Open is in 2 weeks or whatever, they have people.
Live this weekend.
Yeah, like, where are people parking for Live?
Not at what's called.
Yeah.
Oh, a guy hit us on what's called. We could park in his yard.
Oh, he lives there?
He lives at what's called right there in what's called RTJ area. So when you come in, you go left to go to RTJ. It's right to the right. So if you're listening, I will be hitting you back. Yeah, hit
Dude,
me again.
I
think you hit me on social media. Hit me again so I can call you today.
Hell, if you have parking inside the gate, like so those houses are right.
Once I'm in the gate, I can walk over there. I don't care at that point, but I don't want to park in some damn Nissan Pavilion and then have to drive get on a bus.
If you have walkable parking for Live this weekend, call us at 800-636-1067.
Just
Jeff's
DM
here with us, so I don't know who's answering.
DM.
Yeah. Slide into
Instagram.
The DM.
Slide into the DM.
I think it'll be cool to see Live. Did you watch any of the U.S. Open qualifying yesterday?
I watched some of that last night. They call it the longest day in golf. Hey, bro, they had dudes that were folding.
Dude, so I got to see
Max Homer folded.
I know.
Folded like a damn like a what you call it, a pillowcase? You fold up a pillowcase?
Yeah.
He folded, dog.
The playoff in Ohio I got to see the last couple holes of that with Zach Blair and
I saw some of that too.
I mean, those dudes were just, you could tell the pressure of getting into the U.S. Open.
Hey, it's a different ball game when you're carrying your own bag and reading your own stuff. Because they didn't have nobody carry their bag for them over there. They'd carry their own bag and read their own putts.
Right.
And then, but he just, that little quick putt that he missed for par. Homer, take your time, dog. This is, hey, bro.
The U.S. Open.
You're talking about no money or six figures.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah.
I'm also surprised Homer didn't.
I'm surprised. I was shocked that he had to qualify. He's not exempt on that.
Does he not have he doesn't have a major, but does he not have a top 10? Wasn't he top 10 at the Masters? But he might have flamed out on Sunday.
I don't remember.
I like Max.
Something happened to him because he's still not in where he wants to be.
I mean, he fell apart. He changed coaches. He changed caddies. Golf's a crazy sport, man. Last night was definitely one of those, oh man, sports are dead. I thought hockey was on the night. Hockey's not on till tomorrow, and then basketball's not till Thursday.
We'll find something, though.
The Nats weren't even on last night, or if they were, it had to be late. No, they're home for the Cubs tonight. So, those Cubs series should be fun, especially with nice weather.
Look at little Spanky back there eating.
Jeff, this is Jeff working.
Little Spanky.
Jeff grinding.
He called it little Spanky.
I'll put you on the stream, Jeff. Say what's up to the people. We are live out at 1757 for the Purple Heart Golf Tournament. If you're coming through, say what's up. These guys got an absolutely fabulous day.
It's a great day, man. Yesterday was good too, man.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, back to back, Jay.
No.
2 tournaments in a row, bro.
And to not be in the prison cell.
And then we got to go to prison cell tomorrow. Oh, Lord. I might break out in the hives.
Tomorrow will be like a mile that way in Ashburn.
So we got the thing over there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm with that.
We're not in the prison cell till Thursday.
Oh, yes.
Only 1 day of prison cell this week, I think.
I think I got to hook up with Jay this week sometime. I'm trying to take him out to eat and have some conversation.
There you go. I think it's the biggest news item that I noticed yesterday, and I want to be sure we give these people credit. So I'm a member of the Pro Football Writers of America. It's like the trade association for people that cover football, and the leadership of PFWA kind of negotiates with the league what kind of guaranteed rights the press gets and where media, where the players have to talk to us, when the coaches have to talk to us, all those sorts of things. And part of it is we all get to vote on awards at the end of the season. And maybe you guys have seen some of the awards. Like Joe Burrow won the George Halas Award. Brandon Graham won the Good Guy Award. Kevin O'Connell was selected as the Coach of the Year, which is the Horrigan Award. And just yesterday, the PFWA announced that the Commanders' PR staff was recognized as the Pete Rozelle Award winner. I'm going to read from this press release. The Washington Commanders public relations staff, lauded for overall professionalism with the reporters who cover the franchise, has been selected as the 2025 Pete Rozelle Award winner by the Professional Football Writers of America. The Commanders PR staff, the 36th Rozelle Award winner, earned the award for the first time in franchise history. Now,
makes it different when the people that are on the team now are very, very respectful. And now,
it changes the tone.
Yeah, it changes the tone of everybody in the franchise. And I think that's the whole thing. It is night and day compared to what it was.
Dude, so I want to name a bunch of people here because I work with these people a lot. B, you work with them a lot too.
Yep.
Sean DeBarbieri is kind of
the guy.
Yeah,
he's my dog.
He's the boss of kind of the football ops. He's vice president of football communications. Charlie Muley, title is senior manager of football communications. He basically kind of runs the locker room.
I call him water boy because that dude drinks more water than anybody.
He carries that giant thing.
He drinks more water than a camel.
Jared Carrier is manager of football communications, and Samantha Fristacci is the coordinator of football communications. They all do just a tremendous job. A lot of these folks have been here for a number of years, but they're able to do their job in a different light because to me, this is just, and this might be a little too inside baseball for people to understand what the PR functionality is with the media, but they're able to do their job at a really high level now. And we're talking football, and it's just, it's a very different thing.
Yeah.
There's obviously other people involved, Allie Waddington, Dave Schaller up in Philly. But it says a lot, and this is independent of the line of work you're in. But when there is a sale, when ownership changes of any entity, you should generally expect a lot of other changes.
Yeah.
And this PR staff,
especially if the ownership is different than the previous one.
Sure. This PR staff, I mean, there have been some changes that people have gotten other jobs and stuff, but there were not massive changes. And in the NFL, so like Sean's top functionality is being Dan Quinn's guy and Adam Peters' guy. Like everybody has lots of different roles, right? But not a lot of PR guys make it through multiple coaching changes. And they have, and it's a testament to the good work they do. And listen, like when you're in these jobs, when you're in the media and you're dealing with the team PR side, or you're in media and you're dealing with government PR or whatever it is, there are natural friction points because I want X and they want to protect Y, and that comes to a head at times. But there's always a really professional way to handle those friction points and to navigate that stuff. And I think they deserve a lot of credit. There's been a lot of good people in the Commanders football team PR department over the years, but a lot of them were thrust into pretty impossible tasks.
Yeah.
And in a way,
and also they let's be real. They say teams take on the personality of their coaches. I think that happens with the PR staff sometimes too.
And with their owners.
I mean, they act just like the owners.
Yeah.
And I think that's why, they now are allowed to be who they really are. I think before, a lot of those people acted in a way that they thought they were supposed to act. You know what I mean? And I think right now you're allowed to be human beings.
Yeah.
Show real emotions and also be nice to people. Hell, what's wrong with that?
Right.
Normally you're nice to somebody, they'll be nice to you.
Totally. And I think, for the media situation specifically, like if you could prove trustworthiness on both sides, like, yes, we're going to let you do that, but don't cross this line. It all kind of comes full circle where it's like, okay, well then I'm going to do it because you're allowing me the opportunity. Like everything just kind of works together.
Totally.
And it's well done. It's well run. We're going to get into the show. We got plenty to discuss. We got to talk NBA Finals. I almost want, if there's anybody out there besides Trey Halliburton's dad that is picking the Pacers. Like, is anybody taking the Pacers?
I mean, they're a good team. I mean, it's going to be more than just him. It's more than his dad, but I know people are concerned about the market. I give a damn about the market. They're the best two teams this year, and that's what I care about. I want to see who wins it out of the best two teams.
Well, dude, the other thing, and we'll get into that next, because I think our perception, and maybe not ours, but in general, because you're going to hear ratings discourse over the next week or so. And a lot of it to me is who cares? If you're a basketball fan, just who cares?
Let's be real. NBA stuff is down anyway.
Barcelona's going to join the show. Ben Standig from the Athletics is going to join the show. Mark Zuckerman's going to join us at 1 o'clock. The Nats are hot, man. And the Nats have the first overall pick coming up. I was actually, Stallion tweeted some stuff out about the two guys he think the first overall pick is in between. B, you know I love fireball young pitchers. This Wake Forest kid, the numbers are unbelievable. We got a packed show coming your way live from 1757 Golf Course, Purple Heart Open. At some point, Matt Valdez is going to hit drives directly in front of us.
We're going to film it, too.
Whether he likes it or not. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reason to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers can get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to a new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Apo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is brought to you by the I-66 Express Lane. Start with tennis in the year's second Grand Slam in Paris at the French Open men's quarterfinals this morning. Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe, not a good start, dropping the first set 6-2 to Italy's Lorenzo Mazzetti. Tiafoe and Mazzetti now tied 1-1 in the second set. Another American, Tommy Paul, will play his quarterfinal later on this afternoon. He's got his hands full against defending champ Carlos Alcaraz. Tiafoe and Paul, by the way, the first two American men to reach the quarters in Paris in 22 years, since 2003. Baseball, the Nats are back at it. Tonight, they have won 10 of 14, coming off that West Coast swing. Nats welcome in the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs tonight, 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, live out at beautiful 1757 Golf Course, Ashburn, Virginia, right next to the Wegmans. If you need a mark to know where we are, we're probably legitimately between Wegmans and Commander's Park.
Yeah, if you're at Wegmans and you feel like being nice, bottle of Bonanza, bring it over.
Yeah, I'll go Bonanza. I wouldn't mind something. Maybe
Bonanza is good though.
You
Man.
like the beach, the rosé? It's a nice rosé day, a little cooler.
I'm not really a rosé guy.
Really? Not cold?
I mean, like if I'm on the beach, then I'll just go to vodka. I mean, if I'm inside, I'm gonna go to bourbon.
Smart man.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about the NBA Finals, but something just came across my eye that I found really interesting.
Okay.
The new Commanders corner that they signed from the Patriots. Jonathan Jones. Guess what I'll call it a hobby. I don't know definitively that it's a hobby. Maybe it's more than that. But I just saw this. The Commanders posted he is a licensed pilot. And he just flew into the College Park Airport. So the Commanders are back at practice today. We'll be out there tomorrow. The media's out there one day a week during these OTAs. They're out there now. They're posted photos if you want to check out their social media. But he just flew into College Park. And that's a little plane, B.
Hey, man. Normally you can handle the little planes, you can handle the big ones. The big planes have a lot of things that basically take care of itself for you. The little plane, you got to hit every button.
You and I have been on little planes together. We are good with it. Would you?
We weren't on little planes. We were on jets.
Yeah, this is a prop.
Would I fly? Yeah.
Would you want to be a pilot, though, I'm saying? Does that interest you?
You know what? That's something I've been thinking about. I saw this young lady. She's like 16 years old, I think.
Okay.
I think from Maryland. And she was a pilot. And I was like, you know what? That's something I wouldn't mind doing. Like, I just like, you always
like driving and being
I learned how to do the boat. I've done the motorcycle thing. I'm always trying to figure it out because you never know when somebody's going to need you to help them out with something. Hell, what if something happened on a plane and you have those skills? That'd be a hell of a save for a lot of people.
Yeah, man. I think it's really cool. I love because most players have a life outside of football and like fans don't really know that or recognize it. And I just think it's cool when you can point stuff out.
Yeah, but you have to find stuff that kind of you can keep your mind occupied. You know, you can't just play football 24/7.
Right.
So you want to figure out something else that you can do along the way. And hell, why not? I mean, I'm happy for him doing that.
I wonder where he's coming from.
It must be the absolute best.
It's got to
be up there.
Yeah.
You know, like people jumping out of airplanes, they absolutely love it. And like whenever I talk to like pilots that I'm talking about, they fly upside down all kind of ways.
Yeah.
Blue Angels.
Right.
The guy, I say, I say, how is he? He say he's probably returning the punt. I'm like, nah, that got to be better than returning the punt. He say, I fly all the time. It's not nothing new to me. If I was able to return a punt like you did, then it'd feel good. So I understand what they're saying.
It might be returning a punt the way Jameis describes it. You got 11 ostriches trying to kill you, and you're staring at the moon. I've never flown a plane. I don't think it will happen, but that's really cool.
I wouldn't want to be around you with a plane. You don't pay attention long enough.
You got to lock in while
you got to lock in when you're doing that.
All right, so the NBA Finals are set. You and I think, both called that. I didn't think this thing was going back to New York. I thought the Pacers would finish it in 6. They did.
Shucks.
With a matter of fact.
He got Jeff with the ball coming off the ground now.
Yeah, so Jeff is taking some practice here.
But he's kind of like you. He won't remember nothing that the man told him today, tomorrow. I promise you. He won't remember nothing the man told him today when he goes to play golf after practice.
Jeff's quest.
After the show.
I applaud Jeff's stick.
That was good.
That was way better than it was 5 minutes ago.
Oh, that's a way good shot.
I think he's got him taking less of a backswing, which I think is a good idea.
Now he quit. He think he got it now.
So if you're wondering why Jeff's hitting golf balls, we are at the Purple Heart Golf Tournament. If you enjoy your freedom, thank a veteran. Support the Purple Heart Foundation. Go to purpleheartfoundation.org. All right, B. So the NBA Finals are set, and we kind of touched on this.
Yes.
The ratings discourse that will inevitably happen because you got two small market teams. It's not going to be – if you had Knicks Lakers, it would do a lot better than Pacers Thunder, right?
Probably so.
I also don't care. And I'm not entirely sure the NBA cares because they just got a new television deal that was 3x what the previous one was. And talking to people that are in and around the NBA, what their market is internationally is so dramatically different than what it is here. So not that the U.S. doesn't lead in what matters most, but, dude, if you are an NBA fan in Spain or China or Turkey, you don't know. You know the Celtics, the Lakers, the Knicks, but outside of that, you think they know the difference between Milwaukee and Oklahoma City?
They don't.
And Dallas and Indiana.
They know the star players.
Yeah,
and I think also on top of it, like the NBA, their numbers have been down. Okay, we've seen the Lakers play against big market teams this year, and the ratings were still down. So that's not like, and a lot of times you see them teams playing. Guess who don't play? The stars. So now you win an NBA, and you got Tyrese Halliburton, who the guys call overrated, and he has shown that he's not overrated. Then you got the MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. People are going to be interested in those things. You know, so I think it's going to be better than what people think, because now we get a chance. We watch these two teams in the playoffs. Know what they do? They're disciplined and they play defense, and they damn good on offense.
Yeah, I think from a straight matchup perspective, I'm really curious to see. I mean, Indy kind of gets up and goes, right? They want to go fast. The Thunder's defense is so good. I wonder how much they will limit the Pacers. I think that's an actually like good matchup to watch versus like complaining about the ratings. I think
because when I'm expecting some tough games, which normally make people get more into it. Blowouts make people not look at it, right? I don't want to see that. If these games can be 105, 104, 99, 98, 110, 108. You're going to see some different stuff in that. You know, you'll see more people paying attention, getting more interested in it. But if you can see somebody lose by 43, they'll turn it off. And they don't care what market it is.
Sure.
So,
that said, so we have told you we don't care about the ratings. You shouldn't either. Unless you're an advertising executive. If you're just a fan, if you're Bill in Laurel or Carol in Annandale, why do you care about the ratings?
To be honest with you, bro, sometimes I think the advertising executives, they over talk about ratings.
Totally.
I'm gonna throw it out there because I get so sick of hearing about ratings. I know a guy that did radio in this town for a long time. Wasn't ranked number one.
Made a lot of money.
But it costs way more money to put a damn commercial on his show than it did on the guys that were number one.
Sure.
So, and he was making more money than those guys at the number one station. And you know who was just running home have the people that own the damn station.
Right.
And they would probably say, oh, man, we need you to get to number one when it costs. If you could do one thing on his show for 50, you could probably do it on the next 3 stations for 50.
Right.
All together. So let's be real, man. There's a time and place to really push that, because if you talk to people that don't have a clue, it might work. But those who have a clue, go somewhere else. Jump in the lake somewhere with that crap. I don't hear that all the time.
I agree. I think NBA specifically, I think they have I don't even want to say it's a ratings problem, because that is overly reliant on samples and just kind of the minutia of like media nonsense. But
they have a performance problem.
They have a regular season problem.
Yeah,
nobody watches a regular season because it's not a compelling product.
Well, it's not
that has nothing to do with the finals.
Not compelling. And then, just like a lot of people say naturally, if I were to build up this weekend and I save money to go to the game this weekend, take my kids, maybe have a little nephew in town, take him, and we show up and the 2 stars aren't playing on either team, I get pissed off. Then the next time I don't go. Right. And then the people that are watching at home, they're not playing, they turn it off. That's all it is. But in the NFL, they push the NFL by the stars also, the quarterbacks and receivers. You know what they do every week? They strap it up.
Right.
And whether they get their ass kicked or not, the fans say this: I saw the stars play. In the NBA, they got to rest. I wonder, like, I everybody keep telling me about this day and age, you got more technology, people are in better shape, they're bigger, faster, stronger, and they always need rest. The guys that had worse shoes and less technology, they played every damn game.
Right.
Every year.
Right.
What does that say? Come on, man.
It's if you wanted to, like, I think there's a lot, like, so much of our world has become like culture war BS, and I think the NBA is kind of landed in that space. So the people that want to push how down the NBA is are going to point to Oklahoma City versus Indy. I think it's irrelevant. Just look at the television deal they got. Like, clearly the people in charge of TV are not worried about that.
Yeah, the people who charge TV say, you know what? People still want to see them.
Right.
And I'm going to go give them. So when you jump up 3 times, they didn't care that, the ratings were down. They said, you know what? We're still earning.
They said this is the only thing people watch live.
You know what, though? This is what I wonder. Like, sometimes I wonder, like, with ratings sometimes. Let's say 100,000 people are watching something, and you're making a certain level of money. I'm going to just say $1 million for just bonkers. But let's say all of a sudden now it's 90,000 people or 80,000 people watching it, but you made $2 million. Does the ratings really say much? Because the end result is to make money, right?
Right.
So if you're making the money, that's all that matters. So you got to find another way to sell and earn. And I think the NBA has done that already. They understand what's going on.
Yeah, I think the NBA has really jumped out in social media and TikTok and YouTube and all those things, where the other leagues are still fighting about what of their product can be shown online, and the NBA is like, just take all of it. We just want the interest and to build a fan base that way. I think the difference with the NFL is, I think there are cities where your NBA team is a real part of your identity, but I think that's not the majority. I think that's probably, 5 or like cities where the basketball team might be the biggest sport. The Lakers, maybe the Celtics, maybe the Knicks at least.
Oklahoma City, for sure.
Sure.
That's all they got.
So it's either small markets, Orlando, Portland, where they're San Antonio, they're the only game in town, or the difference with football teams, whether it's small market or big market, whether it's Green Bay or Dallas or San Francisco or Kansas City, the football team is your identity.
Yeah. And
that is far more important than any statistical sampling will provide evidence of.
Totally.
Where I do believe the numbers and I believe the statistical samplings, but I also believe the eye test and my personal experience, that is the value of working with a guy like John Leahy if you're looking to buy or sell your home.
Just like a recent seller, they were thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over the asking price for this Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. No stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right in time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but that ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com, find out your home's value in mere seconds. And John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And let's be real. Sometimes, I mean, like the situation you described where the guy was told, we're not going to be able to sell this. Then all of a sudden you are. The buying and selling, the real estate transaction process is stressful as hell.
Yes.
There's all these terms. You don't know what they mean. You have no idea how to calculate escrow. You need an expert, and you need somebody that'll take stress off your plate. That's why you need to work with John and the Fine Living Group. Not only will they get you the most money, but they'll do it with the least stress possible. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, 1757 Golf Club for the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. If you enjoy your freedom, think of veterans. Support the Purple Heart Foundation at purpleheartfoundation.org. Brian?
Yes?
I think we got to have we're going to talk some Nats and Mark Zuckerman in a little bit, but I know we're going to talk Jaden improving at 11:30. I might be coming around on the fact that somehow people are underrating what this Commanders team should be.
Why do you think they're underrating it?
Because there's this discourse about like flukiness and, the Vegas win total is only 9.5. They won 12 last year. Like, I just think they might be quite good.
Yeah, but their win total last year was 6.5.
Sure.
Okay, so you can't just go by. It's not Vegas is not telling you what they think they're going to win.
I agree.
They're getting you to bet over and under.
So my guy Ed Feng, F-E-N-G. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm going to read you his profile here, Brian.
Okay.
I create artisan predictive analysis. And I'm going to start over. Reading like Jeff. I create artisan predictive analytics to bet on American football. Stanford PhD and almost humble enough not to mention it. That sounded like a poor attempt at
That
humor,
sounded
right?
like he was actually bragging.
I know. He goes by the Power Rank. Football betting with a PhD edge. I'm reading now. Jaden Daniels had a stunning rookie year as the QB led Washington to the NFC Championship game. Now the Commanders have added wide receiver Deebo Samuel to the offense. The defense was an issue last year, but Washington traded for Marshawn Lattimore. While he struggled in the playoffs against Mike Evans, the Commanders hope his veteran presence helps a weak secondary. My post-draft wisdom of crowds model aggregates subjective power rankings to make preseason projections. The Commanders rank 6th out of 32 in these numbers, so expectations are high. The model predicts almost 10 wins in the 2025 season.
Okay.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
That is very academic language.
And very technical stuff.
But did he say anything we didn't know?
No.
Not at all.
But basically, listen, man, I could come up to you right now and say, man, this team is very good. I've been out there. I watched them. I'm telling you, you got a different vibe. I think they'll win 10 games. Then he could tell you that. Nothing's different. He just could add words and make you think he's smarter than me.
This almost sounds like it went through ChatGPT anyway.
Yeah, and that's what I'm learning today. A bunch of smart people use ChatGPT all the time and tell you it's them.
Well,
it's not them.
How about the audacity to say my model predicts almost 10 wins in the 2025 season? Vegas has it at 9.5, dog. Like
that's almost 10, right?
That's not much of a mod. Like, where's the delta? Where's the differential?
That's almost 10 wins right there, right?
Nah, that just kind of made me laugh, man. Nats are coming home tonight.
By him not trying to like brag and all, he was actually bragging.
Totally, dude.
Oh, I'm belling all that other stuff. No, you're not.
Right. All right. So Nats are back home. Homestand starts tonight. They start with the Cubs. I imagine these games will be really well attended. I would guess this is going to be a lot of fun at Nats Park tonight. 3 games against the Cubs. The Nats won 10 of 14. They're only 3 games under 500 now. They're now at 28-31.
You were saying what, 8 at one point?
Yeah, I think it got to 20 and 28. Yeah. They had a rough stretch there. The Cubs come to town really good. They're in first place in the Central. They've got some really good pitching. The Cubs are 37-22. Obviously, the Cubs have kind of that big national brand from I think it's from when their games used to be on WGN. You can watch it anywhere. Mm-hmm. Cubs have, I think, the 3rd best record in baseball, the 2nd best record in the NL. I think these games should be a lot of fun. I also, since we did our James Wood appreciation segment last week, maybe it's just, you know how your phone's always listening and the algorithm? I've been getting way more James Wood stuff popping up on my Instagram and Twitter.
Hey, man, listen. All you have to do is think it these days. I think the phone's reading your mind.
Dude, I think it's just listening.
They're listening. And they're watching, too.
Yeah, for sure.
But they probably can't watch very well off of that screen right there.
So it's not my screen. It's the screen cover. Yeah, I do need a new screen cover. I don't know how to apply those.
It's a mess,
or remove those.
$8 forever.
If anybody's coming to 1757 Purple Heart Open that has a screen cover for whatever old busted phone I have. Please let me know. Did I tell you the other day we had a leak in the basement?
Nope.
I called Crop, my guy Eric over there, and they were over there within 90 minutes. Got it all fixed up. It's not very often I look like a hero in front of my wife, but when I'm able to do those things, it doesn't hurt. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And with the temperature heating up, be sure your air conditioning is ready to rock. It's supposed to hit 90 this week, I think. Like if you haven't really had to have the air conditioning running yet, you're going to now. Now is the perfect time to schedule a $99 cooling and heating check with 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's cooling and heating system for one low price. There's a tons of benefits to the Crop Metcalf maintenance check. Making sure your system is running at its most efficient will also decrease your electric bills. Trust me on that. Don't wait. Call today. Get peace of mind no matter what the unpredictable DC weather brings tomorrow. It's about to get hot, man. You're going to need your air conditioner. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Let's start with tennis. Being a local, Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe in action right now on the red clay of Roland Garros, the French Open in Paris men's quarterfinals. Tiafoe dropped the first set against Italy's Lorenzo Mazzetti 6-2. Tiafoe looking to bounce back right now, up 5-4 in the second to try to even things at one set apiece. Another American, Tommy Paul, plays his quarterfinal later on this afternoon against the defending champ on the men's side, Carlos Alcaraz. Top seed Arina Sabalenka, three-time defending champ Iga Swiatek, both winners today on the women's side in straight sets in their quarterfinal matches. Baseball Nationals with Monday off, coming off a pretty successful West Coast swing, going 4-2 in Seattle and Arizona. Nats return to D.C. for a 6-game homestand, starting tonight against the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs, one of the best teams in baseball. Coming into town, 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. WNBA, the Mystics on the road. They'll play the Indiana Fever tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. The Fever's Caitlin Clark still out for Indiana with a quad injury. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time to get to the Rude Guest Hotline for the first time today. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Check them out today, Rude. And joining us is our boy, Barstool Nate. What up, Nate Dogg? How you doing?
Fellas, how's the golf tournament?
It's fun, dude.
We're watching.
We're about to watch Cakes from the Junks warm up, which should be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I bet he has a great swing.
play.
Yeah, no. Cakes can smack that ball. You watch out for Cakes.
I think my guess. I know Valdez can play. I don't know about Johnny Cakes. He says he plays once a year, and I think he'll be all
People
right.
that play once a year, that's funny to me.
I'll say this. Besides you guys, Cakes is my favorite guy at your station. I love Cakes so much. He is just a gem of a person. So I know there's a lot of people that only listen to your show, but if people want to tune into the Junkies in the morning, Cakes is an A+ fella.
Nate just cutting Junkies promos. They'll appreciate that. I think. Hold on, dude. Go under the table with this. Sorry, we got power cord issues out here in the field.
We finally got our power cord.
Yeah, we got a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
When do you go to Vegas, dude? Get us up to speed on the World Series of Poker stuff.
So, yeah, I go to Vegas on next Friday. So I will actually talk to you guys next Tuesday from New York City. And then I go to Vegas next Friday, and I'm there for about a week. The plan right now is to play pretty much every World Series of Poker event for the week while I'm there. Hopefully make a deep run in something, make a final table, maybe even win a bracelet. We'll see. But, yeah, I'll go there for a week. I'll come back to New York, and then I will go back to Vegas for the main event, which, I think a lot of people think when you think World Series of Poker, you think, the Chris Moneymaker $10,000 main event. It's actually a month-and-a-half long series of a ton of events, but it's known for the main event, and that's always July 4th week. So I will be back out in Vegas July 5th, I believe, for the main event.
All right.
We'll be rooting for you, man.
Thank you.
Confident?
Yeah,
Pretty
no, I
confident.
feel good. Now, as you guys recall, I did cash the main event last year for my first time, and I think I've only gotten better at poker since last year. So, yeah, I feel good. I feel confident. I've experienced under my belt now, and hopefully I can make a fun run again because I'll tell you what, I mean, the dog days of summer, all I really look forward to is going out to Vegas and playing the main event. And I've played it quite a few times now, and there's nothing more depressing than busting day one. It's like an 8-day event when you bust day one, it is demoralizing because now you have a whole nother year until you can try again. So it felt so good to cash last year, like get that, like just that monkey off my back and just be like, all right, I did what I set out to do. Now I just want to do it again.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow the dog at Barstool Nate, at Little Nate X, whatever his TikTok handle is, barstoolsports.com. Let me ask you a question, dude.
Yeah.
The Nats have now won 10 of their last 14. They've got a big time series with the Cubs coming up. Because it's the Cubs, it'll kind of get national attention. Do you think James Wood is starting to get the recognition he deserves?
It's hard to tell, right? Because in our Twitter bubble, he definitely is. But it's hard to tell nationally if he is. But I'll say this. It's wild that the Nats went, Bryce and Strasburg into the Soto regime, now into the James Wood regime. Going back to back to back with generational superstars like this is crazy. Fleecing the Padres in the Soto deal, it will go down, and it already is, as one of the most lopsided trades in sports history, where the Nats are now doing just with that one trade alone is incredible. It's fun to follow and watch these young guys, just develop. James Wood, now they're putting up the graphics comparing him to Soto and Harper through the first X number of games. Yeah, it's like he's hitting more home runs, higher OPS, more RBI than all these guys. And it's like, how did we get so lucky to fall into another just generational superstar like James Wood? He's easily going to win the Nats Triple Crown. And he, he keeps it up. He could be getting MVP votes easily, like not even a question. So I think it's great. The Nats, as we know, and we could talk about the other side of it, the ownership and spending money and blah, blah, blah. It would be a huge fumble to not surround this core with veteran arms and just really just like have a 5-year plan for this core of guys right now, because you cannot waste this. We won the World Series. That whole team got blown up more or less. Now it's time to do it again. I think DC is a very good baseball town, but you cannot fall into the trap of, well, the owners don't want to spend money. We don't need, like, every other day they're selling, they're not selling. Ted wants the team. Ted can't get the team. This has been what, JP, 5 years of this nonsense back and forth? They have to figure it out, because this team right now is too good with too bright of a future to waste and squander.
Yeah, great if they spend some money.
And when you look at just the baseball, do you feel that the veteran arms is the only thing they need, or is it anything else you're looking at, Nate?
Look, and B-Mitch, you guys know this. I'm not baseball Nate. I don't know the ins and outs of the organization.
You're Barstool Nate, and you can't stay on the bar. So on the stool. So it don't mean just because it's not in your name, you don't know. You shouldn't know how to talk about it.
I talk for the casual baseball fans who get excited when the home team is good, but I'm not 162 games a season guy. It is probably my only like blank spot when it comes to sports is watching all 162 regular season baseball games. I cannot bring myself to do it, and I can put my hand up and admit it that I'm not a strong enough soldier to do it. But when the team is good and they're interesting and they have a guy like James Wood, people like me start paying attention and we start reading and we start just getting involved. That's where I'm at right now, and I'm doing my reading and I'm catching up. And what I know now is that this ownership group did not spend money on any arms.
Is Nate telling me he's an FWF?
An
FWF? Fairweather fan.
He sounds like a kid that didn't do his homework but is trying to convince his teacher that he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really deny it though, right? Like I will always, root for my teams and all of that. But it just if they shorten the base, I'm on the side of shorten the baseball season. People like me with the ADD and all that, we can't do the long season. But if they shortened it, or if the Nats
what
are
you talking? All right,
again.
we're moving forward. They're not shortening baseball. We're talking with Baseball Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline.
This was a nut.
We are in that time of year.
games.
So Cakes just showed up, and he looks like a golfer now. That much I can tell you. He was wearing like a hoodie and some gym shorts. Now Valdez is approaching. We're going to give you live breakdown of Valdez's swing here in moments. But Nate Dogg, I think we're getting into the NBA Finals, and people have made like a cottage industry about complaining about NBA ratings.
Yeah,
I think the Thunder are going to smoke the Pacers. Unfortunately, I'll be rooting for the Pacers. But what do you care about NBA Finals ratings talk?
I think
it's coming.
This year, I mean, the only team that would boost these ratings are obviously the Knicks, but I think this is a cool NBA Finals. I like when new teams are involved. I like when new superstars emerge. Halliburton, we know is awesome, and then we know Shea and the entire Oklahoma City Thunder team is very, 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 very good as well. I would love to see the Pacers' depth and experience make this a series. I think Oklahoma City is too good, but I mean, I'll be that guy. People are counting the Pacers out all year, and look at them now. There's really no reason to think they can't steal a couple games and make this a series. I do think OKC has too many good players and just will wear Indiana out. And Shea is just unbelievable at basketball. But there's no reason to think that Indiana can't take this to 6.
But I think when we look at this thing and everybody talks about Halliburton, they forget about Pascal Siakam. Siakam
most underrated player.
He was the MVP of the Eastern Conference Final. It wasn't Halliburton,
and he's got a ring.
Yeah. So you think about just Halliburton and forget about him, you got problems.
Yeah, no, I think Siakam's the most underrated player in the league. I mean, he was just an absolute monster in Toronto, and now he's just doing the same stuff down in Indiana. Yeah, you're absolutely right, B-Mitch. But again, I do think OKC is just too good, but I'm not – I don't think I would be shocked if the Pacers won the entire series. I just don't think they're going to. I just don't think they have enough to match up with the Thunder.
I think the Pacers have like the right mindset. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the Pacers are the type of team that will never quit or back down. I honestly think the Thunder just plays too good at defense, and they have so much range defensively. And just the damn length they have is incredible.
Yeah, just the size and just aggressiveness. Yeah, but I mean the Pacers are deep, man. They play. You know, it's why the Knicks couldn't hang with them. The Knicks play 6 guys. The Pacers probably go, like 10, 12 deep if they want to, all the way down to TJ McConnell. So, like, it'll be fun. I'll be watching every game. I think it'll be a very exciting series. But give me OKC in – I'm not going to say 5. I'm going to say 6.
Okay. OKC in 6.
I can see that. I mean, you got the MVP on the team.
The Thunder,
but both of those teams, I'm impressed by both, because when you watch basketball today, it's a bunch of one-on-one. Those two teams play as a team, they're disciplined, and they play great defense. So I'm expecting a damn good series.
Yep.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Nate, as somebody that is a little bit more removed from like the immediacy of living in DC and living in New York, with you living in New York.
Yep, I do.
What if anything do you make of kind of the national conversation surrounding the Commanders?
The national conversation. Well, clearly everybody in DC loves Jaden, and clearly it's now a cool, popular thing to say that he's going to regress and sophomore slump and all of that. That seems to be where people are at on June 3rd. I know B-Mitch and I will ignore it because it's just nonsense. I think it's what happens when a team and a player gets good, the haters come out. When we were bad, it was easy to make fun of us, and now we're good, so it's easy to hate us. It happens across every team in all sport. That will be the conversation for the next 10 years, because we're going to be very good for the next 10 years, and people will find reasons to hate us. And that's just, hey, heavy is the head that wears the crown. That's us right now. We're wearing the crown.
Haters be your motivators.
Yeah, I mean, we're the kings of the NFL. It is what it is. I love to see it. And if that comes with people hating on us, so be it. So that will be the national conversation. I think all of us, everybody listening, everything, we just can't wait for football season just to piggyback off of last season and see what Jaden can do in year 2. More weapons, better offensive line, more strength, a year of experience under his belt. It's just, and a new stadium on the way. It's awesome. Everything's good right now. Knock on wood, knock on everything.
Dude, I totally agree, honestly. I think, we're going to talk about Jaden Daniels, and people are wondering if he will have this sophomore slump. I just wonder how much better he can be. Like, I just go the other way with that.
The sophomore slump thing kills me. You act like it's only the quarterback. Normally, like, I look at C.J. Stroud last year. What happened to him? They got Diggs, he was hurt. They had their top receiver, he was hurt. What the hell you expect the quarterback to do? Was he supposed to just throw the ball and catch him himself, be like Ronald McDonald?
Serious O-line issues.
Yeah, so when you have all those things, it happens. But I think Washington has tried to improve this football team, which I think in turn helps Jaden out. And Jaden hasn't lacked working. I mean, he's pushing full speed ahead more than he did last year.
Yeah, and he's going to be in primetime television, for half of the games. I think that'll obviously be a huge topic of conversation as the season goes on. We're definitely that team's on primetime again team now, taking over for the Chiefs, where every day you would look up at your TV. They seemed like they were playing Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night football.
Yeah, there's still plenty of Chiefs games on primetime.
Yeah, I mean, that's us now. And that is, again, a great problem to have. It'll probably frustrate fans around the league, especially like idiot Cowboys fans and trash Eagles fans. But that's what happens when you have Jaden. People want to see him.
Yeah, I think people really want to see Jaden. I think there is understandable excitement for the young man. Also, looking at Stroud, dude, if you want to call it a slump, the only thing that I would find alarming from Stroud's numbers is that the picks more than doubled. Nate, I'll ask you this question, and then B, I'd like this to kind of kick off our next segment. And maybe we even take calls on this. But
calls.
One I'm going to withhold my opinion because I think I'm just going to hold back. I don't want to lead the witness. There is a school of thought with Jaden where it's like, oh, well, defenses now have a year of film on him, and they're going to game plan him differently. And part of that statement is true. Defenses do have a year of film on him. But Nate, do you expect defenses to have a year of film on him to impact Jaden Daniels negatively more so than any other player?
No, they had film on him week to week last year, and I think defensive coordinators are extremely good at their job in the NFL. I think Jaden was one step ahead the whole time, and I think what helps Jaden so much is he's a great runner, amazing runner. He does not rely on his speed until he has to. He picks up so many first downs on those third and shorts using his legs. But he's also one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league, if not the most accurate quarterback in the league, just based on precision. A lot of drops kind of hampered his percentage last season. But, Jaden is the full package. If you want to let him, run, he'll run. If you're going to let him throw, he'll pick you apart with his arm. So defensive coordinators can try, but Jaden and credit to Cliff, obviously, stayed one step ahead. And now we have Debo. And, the offensive line with Laramie Tunsil is going to be better, which he really needed last season. And, hopefully something happens at the running back position where, he can rely on the running game a little more. So, no, I don't really understand the regression talk or, the sophomore slump talk. If anything, it's just Jaden's had an offseason to learn the NFL game more. I think people still, and I've said this a million times, but people still forget he was a rookie last year. He was a rookie quarterback picking up the game on the fly with a depleted, roster around him. The roster's better. He's smarter in the NFL game, and people want to say that he's going to get worse. I just don't see it.
I think the talk about defenses watching him, I don't think they showed everything he could do last year.
Me neither.
I think there's more there, and I think that's why Cliff is smiling and said he expected him to play better. Because Cliff knows what he has, they didn't need much didn't get completely they didn't get to 3/4 of that.
This time last year, he was learning the playbook.
Yes.
Like there was a lot of moving parts for him. Now he knows it. So I want to open the phone lines, 800-636-1067. There's a lot of talk about Jaden regressing. Do you think it's more likely Jaden regresses or actually improves? Because I think you can make a serious argument. I'll make my argument which way I think it's going next. Nate Dogg, always appreciate talking to you, buddy.
Later, buddy.
Hey, have fun at the golf course, fellas. Put on some sunscreen.
Well, I'm under a tent right now, but the sun keeps moving, so we'll see. I might have to get a tent.
I appreciate you guys.
All right,
man.
later, man. JP Flame in the building. All the celebrities are showing up. That's our friend Barstool Nate joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. We're taking your calls when we return. Jaden, getting better, getting worse. I only see one of those as possibilities.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Start with the year's second Grand Slam. In tennis, Francis Tiafoe, Italy's Lorenzo Mazzetti tied up at one set apiece right now. Men's quarterfinals at the French Open in Paris. Tiafoe dropped the first set 6-2, bounced back, winning the second 6-4. They're tied up at 3 games apiece right now in the third. Also today, top seed Arina Sabalenka, 3-time defending champ Iga Swiatek, both winners on the women's side. Baseball, Nats are back at it tonight, back home this week. 6-game homestand starting tonight against the NL Central leading Cubs. 6:45 for the call. Charlie and Dave, the play-by-play here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are live. 1757 Golf Club for the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. If you, like me, like Brian, enjoy your freedom, thank a veteran. Support the Purple Heart Foundation. Go to purpleheartfoundation.org. Exciting stuff. We're watching Valdez from the Junkies, Cakes from the Junkies, get their warm-ups in. Michelle from Odyssey.
Yep.
Michelle just grooved one right there.
Yeah, Jeff hit one earlier.
Shout out to my guy Umberto at the bar at 1757. He gave me a Diet Coke, and he said he wanted me to shout him out, so I did.
What up, Umberto?
We might be back in there before too long. But, B, we kind of have been touching on this, the conversation surrounding Jaden Daniels and if he could regress. Cliff Kingsbury last week said something really interesting because he got asked about Jaden. And he said, I think he's going to make a big jump. And that's the guy that knows him best. And Cliff, what I've learned with Cliff is he will – anybody that tries to kind of bait him into like a quote board type answer, he never takes the bait. Yeah. And he generally just downplays most things, except that one he was all over. And if he's saying that, he means it.
Well, if you watch Jaden work, and like we have seen, we're close enough where we see a lot. We don't see nearly as much as Cliff does. And I'm totally impressed by him because he doesn't ever seem to be satisfied. He's always working to get better. I saw a quote from him yesterday where he stated, we can't expect to be given anything. We got to earn everything that we get. That mindset right there takes people a long ways. And I think when you look at him compared to a lot of young players, not just quarterbacks, young players that come into this league, I watch guys get drafted, put on their little silver medallion, and they stop working. And I will make the comment: it's easy to get drafted, it's hard to stay. Well, and people think I'm just talking trash. It's facts. Because if you get drafted, then you automatically assume, I'm in the pros now. You're going to get ran right past.
It's obviously facts. I mean, the average NFL career is like 2.5 years.
Yes.
And that's for a first round success rate of a second contract is a little less than 50%.
Yes.
And those guys get every advantage in the world. I have like a bunch of reasons why I think he'll actually improve, but I want to let the phone lines weigh in. My guy Steve is in Silver Spring. Steve, which way do you see this going for Jaden in year 2?
Hey guys, good morning. How are you?
Good, buddy. We're great.
Man. Good. Thank you. I don't see him regressing at all. I do think that we have a tougher schedule this year because we had a better season last year. I don't know necessarily. B will probably know better than me if the defenses that we play are better than we played last year. I do know we struggled against Pittsburgh. I do know Dallas had an answer for him last year. So I don't see the regressing, but I do see us having a tougher schedule this year. I just don't know how that coincides with the defenses we played last year versus the defenses, that we're going to play this year. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah. So it's a
Appreciate
good
you.
call, dude. I think the Pittsburgh thing, that's probably the best defense they faced. And there was that like 4-week stretch where Jaden was pretty clearly dealing with the rib stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair to point out.
But thing like you do play a tougher schedule, and your record may not be. If they go 11-6 or they go 10-7, is that far away from 12-5? I think what happens when it comes down to the regressing, people only look at the schedule. They don't look at your opponents. They don't look at the strength of schedule. And then they don't even give you a time to look. Like I remember we were talking about Russell Wilson 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I went back and I looked at this. I said, damn, he didn't have a bad season. Because when you just naturally see the team fall off, that blame goes to the quarterback.
Right.
When in essence, it's not the quarterback all the time. So I think that, yes, they have a tougher schedule, but I also believe that this team is better than it was last year. And I think that should make the difference.
I think the schedule, one thing, there's like a common misconception with scheduling. The reason the Commanders have a tougher schedule this year is by and large just because of the rotational divisional play. They just happen to play the NFC North and the AFC West this year. And that's just because they rotate every year. Like they have a second place schedule. The Eagles have the first place schedule. Yeah. And so another thing, just to be clear, the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Giants, and the Commanders, the only place that where you finish in your division, that impacts 3 games out of 17. 3 games out of 17. Everything else is just divisional play and the rotational schedule of the NFL. So I think that gets overblown. Yes, it's a tougher schedule. I think I have a bunch of reasons to explain. I want to keep letting the callers hit. But
let's remember, some of those teams that played other teams last year, they didn't get a chance to see Jaden Daniels.
Right.
So they maybe have a tougher schedule too.
Right.
So you have to account for him. That's the whole thing. When you go to play against him, you got to account for him.
Nate is in D.C. Nate, which way is it going to go for Jaden?
What up, fellas?
What's up?
I'll say this. I think a lot of people tend to conflate the meaning of a sophomore slump with positive regression. It's actually possible for Jaden to not have the QBR of 100.1 that he had last season, but still go further than he did in his rookie season. And like you guys just said, keep in mind, he went 12-5 while playing a stretch of those 17 games hurt. Like he was injured. And I mean, he had a rookie season like never before. So you really can't just throw him in a box and say, oh, he's going to have a sophomore slump, because obviously he's not your average QB, and they just gave him extra weapons like Debo Samuel, the super speedy Jaden Lane, the low-key quiet signing of KJ Osborne and things like that. Like, he'll be fine.
Yep. See, and I appreciate that call, man. I think what happens so many times is people have such a good season, the haters come out. And that's the wishful thinking of, oh, he's going to have a sophomore slump. Does everybody have one? See, I asked that question when we brought this up a few weeks ago. Did Pat Mahomes have a sophomore slump?
He didn't really start till his second year, but
so
he was
if you want to go after his first year of starting.
Sure.
All right, he started one game his rookie season. He passed for over 300 yards. And they say, okay, good, we're getting rid of this quarterback that we traded for, and we're going to start him next year. And then he stepped in and he had as good a year that year that he did in that one game he showed the previous year. Then he came back the second year of the full start, and he was even better than that. So everybody doesn't have a sophomore slump. And sophomore slump doesn't necessarily mean the player dropped off. Your supporting cast may have dropped off. If you give me a guy in this second year and he don't have his top 2 receivers and he have an offensive line that's in flux, and the running game is not good, I expect that guy not to have as good a season.
I agree, man. I think you can't stress enough an improved offensive line.
Yes.
What that should mean. Let's keep this going. My guy Blake is in Wilmington. Blake, which way do you see it going?
Well, JP, I just want to look at this logically. If we go back and started his career at Arizona State, you can look at the one game he had versus Justin Herbert. Okay, he has a good career at Arizona State. Then he goes to LSU, and what's he do? 2 years. His second year there, he wins the Heisman. Then he gets drafted second overall, and in his first year in the NFL, He leads this team to a 12-5 record and wins the Rookie of the Year. What body of work has Jaden Daniels given anybody to believe he's going to regress now? Anybody
Great
that thinks
point.
that's crazy, on top of all the Cliff stuff, on top of all the new weapons, what has given anybody a reason to believe Jaden Daniels is going to regress now? He's way too talented and he's way too driven. Thank you for taking my call, guys.
Great call.
That's wishful thinking on the Bamas.
That's Blake, that's a really good call. And one thing I would point to is generally if a quarterback is volatile, that there's a big swing year to year, it's turnover driven.
Yeah.
And Jaden is not a dude that throws a lot of picks. Last year as a rookie, he threw 9. He threw single digit. Go back to LSU, man. His final year at LSU, on 327 pass attempts, he had 4 interceptions. I mean,
how many touchdowns did he throw that year? 38, was it?
40.
40, and he ran another.
He ran another
Listen, man,
10.
some people just have an innate ability to do things a little different, and I believe he's going to be doing the same thing.
One more call here. Russell is in Graysonville. Russell, which way is he going? Russ, you there, bud? Landini, tell me if
Chris Russell?
Is this Chris Russell?
I don't know.
Shocker. Somebody named Russell proved to be unreliable.
I love it. There's one other thing I want to add specific to they have film on him now. We'll do that next. Plus, Valdez, Cakes, and Mike Marr are gearing up for the tournament directly in front of us. So we're going to give you a little live play-by-play of some of the Junks and Crew golf game. Nobody go anywhere. Ben Standig joins us at noon. It's B-Mitch and Finley live. 1757 Golf Club, Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are live out at the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament, 1757 Golf Club in Ashburn, Virginia. Yesterday, me and B got to play in the Golf for Guts tournament at Army-Navy. Today, it's the Junks' turn. Mike Marr, Matt Valdez, JP Flame, and Johnny Cakes Allville taking on 1757. Cakes joining us now. What up, man?
What's up, man? Good to see you guys out here. Good to see this turnout. Got an amazing day for it here.
Yeah,
1757.
Dude. I mean, judging by the carts, they got a good turnout.
Good turnout. If you're coming out, bring a bag of clothing or housewares. Throw it in the green drop truck that is right out front. I got rid of some clutter from my house. Everybody's got it. So if you're coming out, be sure to throw a bag in there and help them out.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, certainly.
Now, if you're bringing a bag of 2C, don't throw that in.
I don't throw that in there.
That's reserved for the course, JP,
or
okay?
the
we don't even talk about that on the range. Okay, we wait till we get out to the second or third hole.
All right,
okay, and break that out.
So, Cakes, we like to whenever B. Mitch or myself or somebody's going for golf or vacation or something, we like to set over unders on the program.
All right, good, like that.
So we're thinking about setting some over unders for your group.
Okay,
I'm going over under. All right. Valdez like to get at it.
It's a straight scramble.
Let me just say this. Valdez is going to be doing some heavy lifting today.
Valdez scramble or shamble?
I'm saying
okay.
Scramble.
You
like to sip every once in a while?
I've been known to dabble some libations
on
the course.
Over under for drinks for the foursome.
Ooh,
for the foursome.
All right, let me give you a little background.
JP doesn't drink.
JP's had one beer in the last 12 years, so his number is going to be low.
I should have left him at home.
Valdez is the A+.
He's not fun. Leave him at home.
Valdez is the A+ golfer, so he's got to kind of keep it on the straight and narrow.
Nah, but the A+ golfers don't the ones have the most fun.
Okay, that's true. So Mike Marr and me are probably the most liberal that are going to be throwing him back. So that just gives you a little bit of a base.
All right, so JP, is it less than it would be if I was in the group?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Over under total drinks consumed between the four players.
Yeah.
Now this is gonna be a 5-hour round.
It is, yes.
Now we're just talking during golf, not post game.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Just on the course.
16 and a half. Valdez will have more than that.
I think that's such an outrageously high number.
Really?
Now Mike Marr is the wild card. Yeah, he could have 8 or 9 himself if he has a proper ride home and he's got.
There you go. Mikey
just
just pulled out the Surfside tall boy.
Yeah, so he could get us there. He could get us to that number.
Well, so to me, I'll try to track my math here, which isn't my strong suit.
Yeah,
I got JP at 0.
Okay.
I got Cakes at
maybe 2.
I was gonna say 3 or 4.
That's 3 or 4 is high. 2, B. Mitch, I think is more all over it. Because I gotta go out on the Death Loop Beltway after we're done.
Oh, by the time you're done, 2 are done.
Yeah,
you're gonna sweat out 2 of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, if Valdez really is gonna not drink, but if he's gonna have 3 or 4,
yeah,
it all comes down to young Mikey here.
Yeah, he's.
I got Mikey for 7 or 8, dude. He's pulling out lots of things from this golf bag.
He's got Zins. He's got coffin nails.
He's got a pack of heaters.
He's got everything.
He's got an old school Skins polo on. I think Mike's ready to go.
If anybody needs anything.
In
mostly
the
legal,
family?
in the nicotine family, off the nicotine tree. The guy in the oldest Redskins polo at the entire establishment is your go-to.
If you're driving by, you see 2 out of bounds steaks sticking out some tan shorts.
Yeah,
it's Mike.
The world did learn today that Mike Marr's a lefty. We were unaware.
He is a lefty.
We didn't know that.
And like B. Mitch mentioned, he is pale, so he better sunscreen up. So
he's also wearing the Redskins polo for B. Mitch's draft day.
I do like it.
I think they gave me one of those.
He walked into the studio. I believe the brand on that is Logo Athletic. When's the last time Logo Athletic is making gear? It has to be 30 years ago.
Oh, man.
All right, so we'll go 11 and a half drinks.
I think that's a much better number.
Okay.
11 and a half.
Now, what are they coming in the clubhouse? 9 and a half? You think they get to double digits?
Oh, no. I'm not going to
tell by himself.
I'm not going to take the witness box.
It's just a matter of making some putts.
Got to make.
I'm going to go. I'm going to get it 6.5.
6.5.
I think that's a solid number.
Over on the 6.5.
Yeah.
6.5 under. Okay. I think if Valdez bombs it, they got a couple mulligans. Mikey, how's your game, dude? You feeling It's a little spray so far watching you on the range.
Well, he hits it consistently to the same area because he put the damn club in the same spot that I told him to not put it, and he keeps putting it right back to that same spot.
I'm going to shock the world today. I'm not here to take part. I'm here to take over. The course record's mine.
Valdez, what do you think we should set your over-under? 6.5 under? How many under are you coming in? Over-under 6.5. How's your game feeling?
My game's pretty good. I've been playing well lately.
I said 9.5. Can you get to double digits? Cake said that's too much.
I like to set the bar low. I believe in the producer room. I said if we get to 4, I'd be happy.
Wow,
I think that's what we were last year. But Mar
so
said
we're going 4.5.
But Mar said since this is his home course. All right.
That's right. He's got the hat on.
So
he's got a 1757 bag.
He set it at 8. So that's a lofty goal, but I'm going to try and come in at -8. Plus, it'll piss off Drab since he's not a part of our foursome.
Why is it Drab here?
Because his hair transplant.
I was about to say that same thing. He has to go to the doctor.
Oh, he couldn't be in the sun?
His seedlings can't touch a ray of sun.
Oh, boy. That's funny.
Yeah. I know.
What you guys are probably playing up tees, right?
I don't know. It's a relatively short course from what I remember.
I'm going over 4, dude. I think you get to like 5 or 6.
That would be nice. 6, I'll be very pleased with.
What
8, I will be thrilled with.
What do you think is the appropriate number of cocktails consumed by your group?
Well, Mar's going to be the A player in that category. I'm hoping Mar has between 4 to 6.
Okay,
so that'll be strong
for the whole group.
Yeah, that should be good. Also, it depends on how long the round is.
It's gonna be long.
It's gonna be long, dog.
So we know if it'll be a 6-hour round, it just means more cocktails.
Yeah. All right, B. Have we zeroed in on the numbers?
Yeah.
10.5 drinks, 4.5.
I'm putting the drinks at 11.5.
At 4.5 under par.
Yeah. It is a hot day.
It is a hot day. Now I don't know what the setup is. If it's coolers or cart girl or cart person.
Typically, it's been coolers in years past.
Okay. Coolers, I think, are more prone to having more because it's just there and you can load them up.
Right.
I was yesterday.
Mikey is now spraying his legs with.
Mike, no, you need to put on tanning lotion, not sunblock.
Just baby oil.
You need tanning lotion over there, dog.
Mike's legs are the same color as Bunker's.
They match his white shoes. I think you guys are getting called up, man. Have fun out there.
Have fun, man. Hit it straight.
We're counting on you. I got them under drinks, and I guess it'll sound like over, but like I got them getting to 5 under.
I'll go with the over on the based on what you said. I go 5 or 6, but the drinks I'm going over.
You think I hope
Mikey seems like a wild card.
What do you think the number would be if it was us in this foursome?
Oh, 25. Easily.
Yo, we'd be getting Mike all riled up. It'd be a different scene. Ben Standig, the Athletic, will join us next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Start with tennis as Francis Tiafoe's back against the wall now at the French Open in Paris. Men's quarterfinals today. Tiafoe has just dropped the third set, so he is down 2-1 against Italy's Lorenzo Mazzetti. Tiafoe lost the first set 6-2, bounced back to win the second 6-4, but just lost 7-5 in the third. Another American, Tommy Paul, will play his quarterfinal later this afternoon against the defending champ Carlos Alcaraz. And women's play, the top seed there, Aryna Sabalenka, and three-time defending champ Iga Swiatek, both winners today in straight sets in the women's quarterfinals. Baseball, the Nats are back to work after a great West Coast swing. They took 2 of 3 from both Seattle and Arizona. Nats return home for a 6-game homestand starting tonight against the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs. They are one of the best teams in baseball. Cubs own the third best record in the majors. 6:45 first pitch for the Nats tonight here on The Fan. Also, WNBA, Mystics are back in action on the road to play at Indiana. That's a 7 p.m. tip on the Team 980. Summer heat's on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
'57 Golf Club, the Purple Heart Foundation charity golf tournament just kicking off now. The boys are getting their instructions, and B, that's got to be double stacked with that amount of carts, right? They got 1 through 18 doubled up. You think?
Yeah, well, I don't know if every hole's gonna be double, but
maybe some
of them will
fives.
be, yeah.
Maybe some threes rather. That should be fun, man. Now we're getting work. Our buddy Ben Standig is going to join us at 12:30, but right now, Jeff Walker said he was going to demonstrate his golf swing. I've given him a training tool here. It's a Jeff. I'm gonna put you on the stream, buddy. Go show him what I told you. So Jeff has one of my daughter's clubs. It says Shelby Finley on the club. Is that really a secret, dog? So Jeff is gonna go. What do you figure that is? B 3 feet?
What?
The club.
It ain't that low.
2.5. Yeah. Jeff, go show us your best child's 8-iron swing. Can you see the video? Maybe we'll take video in case the stream craps out.
That's about how he plays anyway.
And he missed.
He missed the ball.
A swing and a miss. Steve Reich won. All right, Jeffrey, let's see it. Jeff's back. All right. Dude, what I told you is work on keeping your elbows tight with it.
Shelby's better than that.
Shelby can hit it. She just doesn't focus on putting. Sound like somebody you know?
Yeah.
All right, one more, Jeff. Well, you look incredibly dumb. Yo, you kind of that. All right, well, maybe put it back. You can hit a regular club if you prefer. Leadville, are you excited to see the video of Jeff swinging with a child's club?
He's a fool.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop it in the thread here now. I'll let you guys post it. It's funny as we get into this. These golf tournaments. This is like peak golf tournament season.
Yeah.
And they raise a ton of money. Obviously, Purple Heart does a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
We just heard some of those speeches about the work they do. That's clearly important stuff. I kind of wanted to lay out a few of my reasons, though, when this Jaden conversation inevitably happens, right? And specifically the conversation about Jaden, the league has film on him. Jeff just swung and missed again, this time with a full-size adult club. But B, I think two things. I think I don't think any comparisons between Jaden and Robert hold any water. But that said, the last two quarterbacks in Washington that were offensive rookies of the year were Jaden and Robert.
Yeah.
And I think very much with Robert, there was an element. I don't want to be unfair the way I say this. I don't want to say gimmicky, but when Robert came into the league and they had that level of success right away,
Yeah.
they were running read option.
Yeah.
And that really wasn't done on that level in years. Like that was a new thing to the league.
Mm-hmm.
And Robert ran it really well. And then when Kaepernick started, like maybe halfway through the season, when Cap became the starter in San Fran, he ran it really well. But that was introducing something new to the NFL that the defenses had to kind of catch up to.
True.
And over time they did.
They did.
That's why you still see elements of it, but there's not read option offenses like there were in that 2012, 2013.
Yeah.
Jaden is not that. Jaden is not dependent on a relatively new. Jaden is a pure pocket passer that just happens to be able to run.
Yeah, totally.
And so what
the thing about it, just like they said, Jaden, they have film on Jaden. Jaden has film on them too. And Jaden has film in the virtual reality machine. And Jaden is a guy who evolves. And I think that's the thing about Cliff. This offense evolved over the year. It didn't stay the same as it was early on. And I don't think it's going to be the same this year as it was last year. You're going to have a lot of similar elements, but there's going to be some extra stuff in there. And they're going to be looking for people to try and stop things. I say it all the time. You not only have to study the other guys you're playing against, you have to study yourself and find out what tendencies you give off. And I'm sure Cliff has seen what people wanted to stop. And I truly believe that Cliff is going to be coming out the same personnel grouping, same formation, totally different play. Have people ready for something and do something totally different because his quarterback can handle it.
Another step of this, I think, B, and I'm curious if you agree with me. Last year, I think OG Bobby Johnson, I think Cliff, I think Brian Johnson, who was the passing game coordinator, I think Anthony Lynn, I think the staff deserved a lot of credit for scheming up protection for Jaden that involved a lot of tight ends and a lot of running backs. Mm-hmm. I think they needed to do that to give him enough time, right?
Yeah.
I think this year, by the time we get to week one, what I think is going to happen, you're going to have Laramie Tunsil at left tackle.
Yeah.
He's a 5-time Pro Bowl veteran.
Yeah.
I don't think Cliff and OG are going to be convinced they have to. Not that you don't ever give Tunsil help, but part of the reason you go get Tunsil is you are able to leave him on that island on the edge.
Yeah, go handle him.
A lot more.
Yeah.
I think Connerly is a dude that Cliff Kingsbury left a note in Adam Peters' office to please draft.
Yes.
Like, he's probably going to play right tackle. He has played left. He's probably going to play right. But maybe it'll take a little bit of time as a rookie. But I think eventually they expect their edges, their two tackles, to be able to protect on their own.
Yeah.
And maybe it's right away.
Totally.
What in turn, Austin Eckler, Zach Ertz, maybe it's Bates, maybe it's Sennett, maybe it's Bill Krosky-Morit, whoever it is, like you will have more options on more pass plays.
Totally.
And some of those might just be little stuff underneath. You're also going to have a fellow by the name of Deebo Samuel running crossers.
Yeah.
Like when I hear sophomore slump regression, personally, I think there's better chances it goes the other way than that way.
Listen, man, I guarantee you, if you go back and you look at quarterbacks or other positions, the percentage is way higher where guys take a step forward than a guy's taking a step back in the NFL. I'll put money on that because your second year you move, you normally know what you're doing now. The first year you're trying to learn on the job training. Second year you know it and you just react to things. I think I hear people saying that sophomore slump thing. You know when they say that? When a guy steps in and have an unbelievable year, they say sophomore slump. But they never ever look at the guys that had an okay year and he takes that step forward. You see what I'm saying? So that sophomore slump thing is just something that we put out there to try to downplay or to bring down somebody that's had an exceptional year. And it doesn't always hit.
For me, it's also, Brian, like when we have seen, reality in the last 15 years, Washington has 3 players that have won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Robert, Chase Young, and Jaden.
Yeah.
There were work ethic, film study questions with Robert and Chase.
Totally.
None of that exists with Jaden.
Totally.
Dude is a football terminator. That's all he's focused on.
People, that's what I'm saying, Jay. People probably already know that they have those differences, but they're not ever giving him credit for that. They only want to knock him based off of what someone else did. They don't look at him and what he does. They just look at what somebody else does, which makes no sense to me.
Totally.
You know, it's like Jaden has shown that he is a guy who's going to put all the work he needs to put in to have success. Those other guys showed that they were satisfied with the little success they had early. And that's how that's how their careers went.
Totally. I think with Jaden, man, he puts the work in. He doesn't turn it over. I do wonder, say Kingsbury had taken the Jets job or the Saints job or something. Say he took 3 of his top offensive coaches with him. There would be an avenue to me singing a different tune on this topic. Yeah. But the way things are built and currently constituted, it's the same. Like, all you're doing is perfecting things.
Yeah. Even in that situation, Jay, I would probably tell you it would have been even he would have come in, because if somebody else had stepped in and then they were running the offense and they made adjustments, I believe Jaden is good enough and equipped enough to be able to take that and be ready to go, because he puts the work in. And then all of a sudden people would have been looking for last year and they would have saw something different and he would have confused the hell out of them. I believe now, as you've stated many times, he's just going to hit the ground running, which is going to make it trouble for other people. Because now he may understand how to set up some stuff, have a look or point just to make you think the same thing is going to happen that was happening last year, and they do something totally different.
So Warren Sharp has this stat he tweeted out this morning, and this is pretty damn bananas. Kind of like those 2 swings Jeff just had that went dead right and hit the other tee box.
Some of them were awful.
Yeah. Percent. Listen to me, B. Listen to this. Percent of drives ending in a punt or a turnover. I would guess the league average for drives that end in a punt or a turnover is about half, about 50%. I don't know.
It's probably more than that.
Okay, so the Browns led the league in drives ending in a punt or a turnover.
How many was it?
70%.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad. That also means you're turning the ball over way too much. And there's a trend here that these are bad teams. So the Browns were 70%. The Titans and the Giants, 62% of their drives ended in punts or turnovers. I don't think there's a coincidence that those 3 teams had the top 3 picks in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Then, for everybody that's telling me how good the Bears are going to be, the Bears, 61% of their drives ended in a punt or a turnover. Mm-hmm. And the turnover is not just on the quarterback. Could be a fumble.
No, but they get bad situations on first down.
Sure. You have Carolina, Jacksonville, New England, the Saints, the Seahawks, the Colts, the Cowboys, the Raiders, the Jets, and the Broncos, all between 59 and 54%.
Mm-hmm.
Drop down a tier. The Texans, the Dolphins, the Rams, and the Steelers, all at 50% or above. So you only have about a third of the league that's sub 50%. Now we're starting to see some decent offenses here. Packers, Falcons, Bengals, Niners, 45% of their drives at punt or turnover. I tell you what, I bet this is the highest it's been for the Chiefs in a long time. 47% of their drives ended in a punt or a turnover. But you start to get to the teams that did really well in this statistic. I don't know that it's a surprise that all four of these teams were at least in the divisional round. The Eagles, Super Bowl champs, truly a dominant team last year. 41% of their drives ended in a punt or a turnover. The Ravens, 40% of their drives, punt or turnover. The Lions and the Bills tied at 39% of their drives ending in a punt or a turnover. And best in the NFL, the Commanders at 38% punt or turnover.
That right there, that says a lot. That says a hell of a lot. Because what happens is, I know when I would return, they will always say, if you give the ball back to the offense, that is a successful return. So if it's 2 yards, it's a successful return. But if you muff it or you run it and you fumble it, it's awful.
Totally.
So my whole goal was always to hand the ball to the offense. You found out now that Jaden's goal is we're going to get this thing in the end zone for the most part. If not, we're not turning it over. Well, if I have to, we'll punt it because we got a guy in Tress Way who could change the field. But we're not turning the ball over. And a lack of turnovers helps you even more. Punting the ball gives you a chance because you can pin people back. Turn it over. Let's say you're on the 20 coming out of your zone. You fumble it. Boom. What if Tress get a chance to kick it? Tress can kick that thing to the other 15, 25. It can help you out. So he's not only is a good player, he makes the right decisions. He plays football with his head more than other people do.
I totally agree with that. I'd also add, you've got to give Dan Quinn, Dave Gardy, the offensive staff. This staff has decided to be aggressive on fourth downs.
Yeah.
I mean, they go for it a lot. And by and large, they convert. That's a huge part of this statistic is a mindset to go for it on fourth down. Washington they were 20-23 on fourth down in the regular season. Like that
is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable, and it shows a will. Now, I'd argue a lot of the NFL has changed where teams used to be really, really reluctant to go for it on fourth down, and now more and more teams are going.
Well, the rules stipulate you should because you got so many things that happen in favor of the offense.
Sure. So
you try it out, especially when it's short.
To me, it's that is a massive a stat that really shows the story for the Commanders, and I don't see that changing. Like
I don't either.
Like if you want to tell me sophomore slump regression is coming, cool. Tell me why. And I feel like there's just ample evidence to show you why not.
Yeah.
Like, do you think Dan Quinn on 4th and 4 next year is just going to be like, nah, let's punt?
Nope.
It'd be antithetical to what
if
he's
he does, it's going to be something that the analytics tell him that this is the right thing to do right now. And maybe he may go against that anyway because he had so much success with it.
Right.
I think Jaden on the edge
that
is
right
the
side.
most horrifying thing for any defensive back or linebacker to see. You can't make the right decision. You attack him, dump. You back off, he runs it. Hell, you back off, he may start the run, stop at the line, and still hit you over the top.
Jaden's ability with his legs makes it incredibly difficult for teams just to play man in the secondary.
True.
Because you got a corner running backwards and Jaden sees it, he's just going to run.
Yeah. There are too many things that point towards him not regressing that you can't just go along with that. And as I've already stated, the majority of guys take a step forward anyway.
He strikes me as a dude that only moves forward. Ben Standig from The Athletic will join us next. Before we run, though, I can't tell you how many times. I mean, if you listen to this show and you know me, how often do you think I leave my garage door open? Like, if there's a type for a dude that's going to leave his garage door open, I am that type. And the best thing that's happened is getting a new garage door with a LiftMaster garage door opener and the MyQ app installed by the pros at Door Pro America. Now, when I leave the garage door open, I don't have to worry about it because I get a notification on my phone. Hey, your garage door's been open for 20 minutes. You want to close it? And I'm sitting at the radio station and I say, yes, it is a game changer, man. And if you got like a repair guy coming to the house, you can just open the garage from wherever you are. It is a serious, serious help. Whether you're looking for the MyQ technology like I have, or you just need a repair or a replacement on your garage door, do what I did. Call Door Pro America. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options and provided a great recommendation for my family based on what we wanted. The whole process couldn't have been easier. They've been serving the DMV for over 50 years. The Door Pro America team handles it all. Garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, or just get a new garage door. It'll change your house. It'll improve your curb appeal. Trust me. They do it all like seasoned pros because that's who they are. Call today and you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you or check them out on the website at doorproamerica.com.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Tennis, Francis Tiafoe in some big trouble. Hyattsville native local favorite is down 2-1 now against Italy's Lorenzo Mazzetti and trailing 5-2 in the fourth. So this thing could be about to end. Tiafoe dropped the first set 6-2, bounced back to win the second 6-4, lost those 7-5 in the third, and is in big trouble, down 5-2 right now on serve. Serving to try to save the match and stay in it. Another American, Tommy Paul, plays his quarterfinal later on today against defending champ Carlos Alcaraz. Baseball, the Nats are back at it tonight. They are back home, returning to D.C. to take on the Chicago Cubs. NL Central leading Cubs in town tonight, 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live at the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament out here at 1757 in Ashburn, Virginia. One dude I usually see in Ashburn, but I haven't seen him yet today, is Ben Standig from The Athletic. Does a great job covering the Commanders. What's up, Benny? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Am I missing something? Am I supposed to be out in Ashburn? Now you're making me nervous.
Yeah, man. They had this great thing today. They had food, they had a practice and everything.
Dan Quinn was here, Deron Payne, Joe Theismann, John Riggins. It was a cool little avail. You didn't get the email?
Oh, apparently I did not. So that's a huge bummer. But all right,
Yeah, we didn't get it either.
The only thing we're watching now is Jeff Walker hit dead shanks.
Jeff is horrible.
On a driving range. So you're not missing much unless you'd like to see some bad golf. Then come on over.
I can see that on my own.
Left hand up though. I am hitting the hosel right now, which is a really
hosel rocket.
It's an awful feeling. Benny, B-Mitch and I have been having this conversation. Where do you land on the possible sophomore slump for Jaden? Because Brian and I don't buy it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, like I'm somebody who's I ride behind the overall enthusiasm that people have in general for athletes. That, oh my God, this person, just because they had one good year, they're going to be the best thing, or they're going to be a perennial all-star or whatever. And I'm generally a little more skeptical. I need to see more. Not in this case. I would be stunned if Jaden Daniels has a sophomore slump. I mean, it doesn't mean he's going to be, the best quarterback in the league by the end of the year or anything like that. But his ability, his even keelness, the ability to never get too high or too low, I think is just such an important factor. It seems like he had an off season where he focused on work and didn't let all the attention get to his head. And, on the field last year, what was there to really criticize? I'm sure there are certain aspects he and Cliff Kingsbury will work on, for maybe, throwing to certain parts of the field with a little more consistency, recognizing when he needs to, throw the ball away, when there's pass rush coming, whatever. But, it's relatively minor stuff. I'd be floored if Jaden Daniels has any type of setback or along those lines. And if I'm wrong, so be it. But that last year was just so wildly impressive. And again, not just the ability on the field, but his demeanor, his attitude, the work ethic. I would be surprised if he has a down year or doesn't meet last year's standards at least.
Ben, you've seen a lot of young guys come in here, come out, and leave. What is it? And what you just described, that's not normal. Why has it been so impressive? Because it's like the first time you see a young guy with that mindset. I mean, Terry was like that, but it's not at that quarterback position.
Yeah, I mean, this goes to me like beyond, football, just in general in life. If people have highs, they have lows. They get cocky, they lose confidence, whatever it may be. And Jaden Daniels is young enough in life and in his career that who knows what's around the corner in terms of life. But based on what we saw, I mean, that is very, very unusual to be, at that position, to be that mature. To be, he's not an extrovert type of guy. He's lead by example, but he connects with his teammates. From day one last year, we just heard how much he was being respected by the players, by the coaches, and that just continued, all throughout the year. And look, when we talk about like what's going to be there, how are they going to be this year? What's their record going to be? I think there's some questions. Like they won, 5 games in a row at the end of the year on the last play from scrimmage, right? That's abnormal. That's not going to happen again. But it's not surprising to me that it did, in the sense that Jaden Daniels was always ready for the moment. He never got rattled. He never lost his confidence. And that, that if he's keeping that up, which again, I see no reason why he wouldn't, then, that is so unusual. No matter who the quarterbacks are, there are ups and downs. And we didn't see that. And again, this isn't just a guy who played in the regular season for a team that improved with like 500. He's in the playoffs. He won 2 road games. Detroit, was a huge favorite. Washington went in there and, kind of rolled offensively. So, yeah, I was, again, wildly impressed. And that is just very unusual to have that kind of demeanor and leadership qualities at that age.
Totally.
Totally, man. And zero, I mean, what can get a rookie going into a second year after a lot of success is if they back off how much they have to work. I also have zero thought that Jaden would possibly do that.
Have you seen him already?
Right.
I mean, and that's where I'm at, because like every year, and how I am, they always say I got to see more. Well, the dude stopped the season and was instantly working back again. He was out there doing stuff again.
He said he had to push himself to stop.
I'm impressed with stuff like that. Because let's be real. And as I say it all the time, your tool in football is you. And if you're not taking care of you and taking care of your mind in a position that your mind has to be as keen as anything, he's doing all of that. So I have nothing but the belief that he's going to be extremely good this year, next year, the following years, because he puts the work in. He doesn't relax and sit there and just become happy with what he's already done. He's always thinking about what's next. And that's how you have to be. You have to have that constant drive.
Talking with our friend Ben Standig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. You can follow Ben at Ben Standig. Check out the podcast. Check out all his work at The Athletic. Benny, I know you're always working the phones. Where would you say things are with Terry McLaurin and the Commanders?
I mean, my sense from the jump has been they'll figure out a way to get this done. I think Terry wants to be here. Obviously, not only, look, I guarantee he does not want to get away from Jaden Daniels after the mishmash of quarterbacks he's had to deal with most of his career. To have, a young guy like Jaden, and they obviously had a break, not a breakout year, but 13 touchdowns, easily a career high. He's going to want to continue that. He knows what he's got there. Yeah. But beyond that, he has established himself in the community. He's established himself as a locker room guy. When Adam Peters and Dan Quinn say they know what it means now to be a Commander, well, I don't know how he's not like on the poster for what that actually means. So I think eventually this all gets done. I think the only question I might have is, if you look at the guys who are like the highest paid wide receivers in the league, I think if I say the top 15, the only one who is older than him, it's crazy, I think he's going to be 30 this year, Terry, is Tyreek Hill. All the other guys are a little bit younger, like DK Metcalf, who got paid big money this year. He's like a few years younger. And that might be something that Washington says, hey, yes, you're crushing it, you're great, but like, the age thing, does that factor into his annual salary? Does his side push it back and say, well, what are you talking about? He's in great shape. He's, age is not an issue here. That might be my only wonder, but that $30 million range, a little above T. Higgins, maybe a little below DK Metcalf, feels to me like it's a pretty natural spot to land. And I imagine they will get that done. But you never say never. But I'm not worrying about it right now.
Yeah,
Totally.
I think the DK deal is what makes it easy with these receivers is the framework is there. I think the desire by both sides to get it done is there. I think we get to like mid to late August and this gets done. Because the only thing, and I don't think this is who Terry is, but like for a guy with no guaranteed money on their deal going into the last year of a deal, if you get to the regular season, that might be the point where you're like, all right, well, I'm done negotiating now because I got to prove it, and then I'm going to the market. I don't think we have to get there. I don't think we have to worry about it. Just kind of my gut.
Yeah. I mean, to me, like this gets done before training camp. Maybe even before mini camp, since that's the mandatory session. But look, Terry was already with the team early on. He just hasn't been around for these for the on-field work last week. We'll see about.
Right, he's been around plenty.
Right, and look, I think there are other teams in this league where a lot of guys don't show up. Big names don't show up for these practices, and it's because veterans are like, I don't need all that. I don't. This is voluntary. I don't need.
I mean, we've seen it here, right? Like,
yeah.
Do you,
as long as they come in shape, who cares?
Yeah, Trent, Sean. I mean, we've seen it here, but we just saw it last week with. Do you think Tunsil and Lattimore not being there was anything more than just they're not required to be?
Exactly. So I don't. Yes, there's the contract extension talk hanging over, but yeah, I don't really think it's much of anything. So again, it's a lot of money. But both sides have to feel comfortable with getting a deal done. But I imagine that's going to happen. And I really haven't been remotely sweating this. But if you tell me we get, like I said, through minicamp and something isn't done, I would like to see. I would imagine they would like to get it done before training camp, so eliminate any kind of distraction. And based on what happened 3 years ago, I feel like that's probably the way it's going to go.
I tend to agree. I think
3 years ago, I think this group here is way different than that group.
Sure,
bro.
but they still got the deal done with Terry.
They got it done, but I think it'll be worked out better.
I also think Terry, because he's been around for so much of the offseason work that is voluntary, I think he kind of just doesn't want to be around on the media days because he doesn't want to have to potentially answer the questions, honestly.
It could be that. One thing I remember about a few years ago was I think it was the Carson Wentz year when he was missing some time, and that was like, hey, you need this guy in here. Carson Wentz is there's a lot of questions about him, new quarterback, and I'm not saying that time away for Terry led to any of the issues that happened during the year, but in this case, he's been around Jaden Daniels. They have a great connection, great relationship. They both, work extremely hard. So he's already established that. Certainly, you want to have these practices to build on the success you've already had, but there's no worry there in that regard. They know each other, So that's another thing here. Is like it's not. And I don't want to say none of this is a big deal, but it's really not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. He knows the offense. He knows the quarterback. That they'll be fine.
I tend to agree, man. I think we're kind of getting ready here for an exciting fall, dude. Last thing for me, I know you've been back on the Fan doing some overtime. How's that been going? You enjoying being back on there? On here, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I get jealous. You guys have each other to bounce things off, and I'll have the board op to help. But it is a little daunting. I'm not gonna lie, to do a solo show. If I do my a podcast solo, I can delete the whole thing and nobody's hearing it live here. Of course, you gotta keep it going, and there's a little excitement with that. And I had a lot of fun yesterday. I did it, talked to a lot of Commanders, talked some Wizards, NBA draft, NFL at large. So yeah, man, I enjoy it. If you guys are ever on vacation, hit me up. I'll happily step in.
Jeff is always available. So if you need Jeff, just let us know and we'll get you his number.
Yeah, deal. Yeah, no, it's been fun. I enjoy it.
All right, buddy. Well, thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow, right? Back out there tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm fascinated. Forget Terry. I want to see if Marshawn Lattimore's out there. I need to see his hamstrings. I need to see him going to feel better about him. But yes, other than that, I will be out there and looking forward to it.
I think as far as actual football conversation, that's probably
The biggest story.
The most relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, bud. We appreciate it.
All right, brother.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Take care, man.
That is Ben Standig from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Ben Standig. At 1 o'clock, Mark Zuckerman will join the program, talk some Nats baseball. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Summer is here, and I'm kicking it off the right way. As an avid cyclist, I want you to join my team for Bike to the Beach on June 20th. We're riding to support autism and disability inclusion. And trust me, this ride is an absolute blast. It all ends with a beachside festival at the Beach House Hotel in Dewey Beach, which is just a block away from the ocean, right in the heart of all of the action. So let's ride together and make a difference and kick off summer in style. So join my team today at biketothebeach.org. That team is Riding 30. That's biketothebeach.org, Riding 30, and join me today, and let's have some fun.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan, live. Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament, 1757 Golf Tournament. If you enjoy your freedom, and you should, thank a veteran. Support the Purple Heart Foundation. For more information, go to purpleheartfoundation.org. I have a simple question. Unfortunately, on this program, often simple questions become hotly debated topics.
Really?
Yeah. All right, B. Landfill, are you available? Yes?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Today is June 3rd. Commanders' first game is Sunday, September 7th against the Giants. How many days away is the Commanders' first game? How many days away are we until watching Commanders football?
3 months and a few days.
So I want to post these pictures of the player's number with how many days it is.
96 days.
96 now.
So is 96 days September 6th, and then we're 1 day away? Or is it 96 days
96
September?
days till the date.
The answer is 96 days. Today, you post the player wearing number 96.
Okay, I like that. Now, should we discuss any 96s come to mind? Was Cofield, he wear 96? What number did Wilkinson wear?
Dan Wilkinson? Dan
Yeah.
was like a big 98 or 99.
Maybe a
wasn't he?
92. I want to say Cofield. Who's 96 right now? What did Ricky Jean Francois wear?
I don't know. Cornelius Griffin?
Okay, I remember big Cornelius Griffin.
Trayvon Hester?
Yeah, go with Cornelius Griffin.
Lamont Hollandquist?
Lamont Hollandquist.
Jalen Holmes?
Jalen Holmes currently wearing 96.
Parnell McPhee.
I believe that Bruce signed him from the Cowboys and was very excited, and didn't really work out.
Cofield did wear it.
Cofield did. That might be my guy. That's the one that came to mind.
Rich Owens. Norrell Pollard.
So are we confident in 96 being the accurate
James
number?
Smith Williams.
Yes.
Okay. I'm feeling Barry Cofield.
I like Cope.
I could be tucked into Kimia Watu.
Who?
Big fella that was here for like 6 games, 5 games.
No, we're not doing that.
All right, Barry Cofield officially. All right, I got.
All right, if I'm looking at all the people that wore number 96, I would guess these are just telling you the amount of games they played, these numbers. Cornelius Griffin may play more games than the number.
Cornelius Griffin was in Washington for 5 seasons. Cofield was 3 seasons. All right, I'm going to tweet this out. You have a vote, B. Do you pick Griffin or Cofield?
Whoever you choose, man.
Landfill?
It's 96 in Burgundy and Gold. That's all that matters.
Griffin.
Okay. Cornelius Griffin was a unit. Do we want to make some guesses on what he was listed at?
Nah.
I got him 6'1", 315.
I go 6'4", 303.
6'3", 310 per the listing.
That show you that all this stuff is crazy. Pro Football Reference says 6'4", 303. Everything we just put out 3 different numbers.
Yeah, man, you never know what you're going to get.
Once you get over 300, just say 6 plus 300 something.
That's a big fella. All right, folks, rest easy. We are Cornelius Griffin days away from Commanders football.
Let's go, baby.
When we come back, we're talking Nats baseball. Mark Zuckerman, Masson Sports, will join the program.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Tennis didn't work out well today for Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe in the red clay of Roland Garros. He got off to a slow start and was beaten in 4 sets by Italy's Lorenzo Mazzetti in the men's quarters today at the French Open. Still, though, a week where Tiafoe reached the quarters for the first time ever in Paris. Another American, Tommy Paul, will play later on today, his quarterfinal this afternoon against defending champ Carlos Alcaraz. Top seed Aryna Sabalenka on the women's side, 3-time defending champ Iga Swiatek were both winners this morning in their quarterfinal matches, and Coco Gauff will take on Madison Keys in their quarterfinal match early tomorrow morning. That starts 5 a.m. our time. Baseball, Nationals with Monday off, back to work tonight, back from a successful West Coast swing. They'll be taking on the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs tonight, 6:45 first pitch for Nats baseball here on the Fan. WNBA, the Mystics on the road to play the Indiana Fever tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Caitlin Clark still out for Indiana due to that quad injury. This June, only get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, broadcasting live, 1757 Golf Course out in Ashburn, VA. We're out here for the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. Great cause. Check out more information at purpleheartfoundation.org. Excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline here and welcome in our friend, Mr. Mark Zuckerman from Masson Sports. Zuck, how are you, dude?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Going good, man.
I mean, it's got to be going a lot better for you. I mean, the Nats got hot all of a sudden. A really good West Coast trip. Saw the bats absolutely come alive. Get us up to speed with the Nats returning tonight with a big-time homestand starting with the Cubs.
Well, I'm sure you guys were up till 1 a.m. every night watching them on the West Coast, so you know everything.
Yeah, we were.
I watched a couple of the first innings, and I watched highlights the next morning.
Yeah, well, you're the excuse for that, JP. And I mean, honestly, the other night, the first inning was all you need to see because they scored 10 runs.
Right.
It was a historic first inning. They did not make an out until 11 batters had reached the plate, and that matched the modern MLB record. It was remarkable. They scored 9 runs in 4 straight games, and all of a sudden this lineup that, on certain nights just doesn't look like it can do anything, it could do no wrong. And it was a really impressive thing to see. They were getting it not just from James Wood, and the usual suspects, but you're getting it from these kids, Robert Hassel III, Dalen Lyle. You were seeing Josh Bell, who had been awful, and he would be the first to admit that over the first 6 weeks of the season, got red hot all of a sudden. He thinks he figured something out with his swing. But it was a lot of fun, and to see them not just win, but beating good teams. The Mariners were in first place in the AL West, and I know the Diamondbacks are kind of struggling right now, but that's a team that's at least supposed to be good. So they've won 10 of 14 and faced some pretty good competition along the way.
How is where do we think Hassel fits? Because like you said, he's had some big hits. He's only been up in the bigs now, probably less than 2 weeks, I think. There's obviously, Cruz is a huge part of the long-term future, but Hassel's kind of forcing his way into this thing.
Yeah, and look, let's not paint this guy to be some nobody who came out of nowhere. This was one of the key players from the Soto trade. So it took him a little longer to get here. He had some injuries and some slow starts to some seasons in the minors, but he's a legit hitting prospect, especially. And what we've seen so far, and as you said, it's only been 2 weeks, but he's got a really advanced approach at the plate. He had some incredible bats, like 10 pitch at bat, fouling stuff off, 2 outs, 2 strikes, and pokes a 2-run single to left field, that kind of stuff that tells you that he looks like he's ready for this. I don't think he needs more time in the minor leagues. So, they're going to have a decision first with Jacob Young, who's starting a rehab assignment tonight in Harrisburg. So he may be ready by the end of the week. I think you do that, you can still have Hassel in the lineup for now and put, Young in center field, and then maybe Dalen Lyle goes back to AAA, where even though he's looked good so far, he's very young. He barely had played at AAA. It's okay to get him some experience there. I think the real question, as you point out, is when Dylan Cruz comes back. And it could be a while. He has an oblique strain, so that they can slow play that. There's no reason to force that issue. If and when he's ready to come back, then you got to decide what to do. But I really do believe that Dylan Cruz is a huge part of the future here. He was showing signs of coming around before he got hurt. I think the guy who's probably in trouble is Jacob Young, who, as we know, is an elite Gold Glove caliber defensive outfielder, but has not yet shown, offensively what he can do on a consistent basis. So if Hassel keeps it up, I think he keeps himself in the lineup, and Jacob Young, eventually, whenever Dylan Cruz comes back, looks more like a fourth outfielder to me at that point.
How far are they off now? Because you're starting to see certain pieces pop up, but they have to get a little bit more. How far off now do you think they are from competing on a regular basis?
Yeah, and this is the question, B. Mitch. This is what everybody's trying to figure out. There are nights, like I said, when this offense looks totally legitimate, and then there are also nights when it still looks lost. I mean, they did nothing in Sunday's game at Arizona. The same thing they did in the first game of the road trip in Seattle. They scored one run in each of those games and then scored 9 or more in every other game. So you need more consistency there for sure. There is another big name prospect that we're going to see at some point this summer, and that's Brady House, who should take over at third base. That helps lengthen the lineup and give them really, legit prospects all over the place. The bullpen has been stabilized. It was ugly there for a while, but over the last, I think it's 18 games, the bullpen has a 3.4 ERA. So that's been perfectly fine. The rotation, we know Mackenzie Gore's been great, probably an all-star. Jake Irvin has been pretty good. They need the others to step up a little bit. There's not a whole lot of help coming from the minor leagues in that regard, other than maybe Kate Cavalli here at some point. So I think it's just about consistency. Like we see, they can beat good teams. They just need to show that day in and day out they can play at that level and get over that 500 hump. They've teased with it the last few years where they have these moments they get to 2 under, 1 under. Get over that hump. Right now they're 3 under. Get over that hump. All of a sudden you're in the conversation for a wild card race. I think it's a very different summer around here.
For sure. Talk friend Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Zuck, with this Cubs series coming in, this should be big crowds. I would think this is a pretty big series for the Nats to both kind of remind fans to come out and we're competing with the best. Also, there's going to be a ton of Cubs fans. Any expectations for the team to really feel like, okay, this is an opportunity for us? I mean, hell, if they get a sweep, they could get it back to 500. But even if they're able to win a series and just play good baseball, this one just feels like a real opportunity to build some momentum coming off that West Coast trip.
Yeah, I agree. As great as that trip was, sometimes it's tough when it happens on the road and late at night because, as you said, it's hard for everyone to stay up and really feel in touch with it. And so you hope that people have caught on to this and that we're now going to see that, attendance-wise and ratings-wise and all that. And the Cubs always draw, whether they're good or bad, but they are very good right now. They've kind of completed their own rebuild that started around the same time as the Nats rebuild in 2021. And they're in first place now in the NL Central. And so that makes it a big series, and you want to show well. Hopefully you do get big crowds and you start convincing people around here that, hey, this is a team to be following again. That I know it's been a long climb to get back to this point, and they're not there yet, as we just pointed out. But there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about where it's headed. And I think for the players, especially the young guys who haven't been around here, maybe haven't played in front of 35, 40,000 fans, hardly ever. I think that'd be a big deal for them to experience what that's like.
And the Cubs obviously have some stud pitchers. What are the matchups? Do they get to miss the Japanese dude? Will they face him? Is it up in the air?
I believe he is not on schedule for this series. I didn't see the full matchup because they hadn't announced it the other day, but I don't think they're going to see Imanaga. But, they've got a lot of good young talent as well, as I said, and it's a good matchup for them. And a team that it did strike me. I thought about this the other day. You go back to the trade deadline at 2021. That's when the teardown started. Scherzer, Turner, there were like 7 deals in 24 hours. The Cubs were in town that night, and that's also when they started their own teardown. Bryant, Rizzo, all the guys from their World Series team in 2016. And so I just remember that night there was like a huge crowd on hand and a bunch of players that nobody had ever heard of. And here we are, not quite 4 years later. The Cubs are ahead of the Nats in terms of where they've gotten in their rebuild. But you look at the two rosters, you could argue there's more young talent on the Nationals that just maybe not have the depth. And so I think it's a good measuring stick for them to show, okay, hey, we're ready to kind of take that next step too and finish this thing off that we started together at the same time almost 4 years ago.
Dude, Zuck, I just pulled this up. So my guess is Shoto's going to pitch, what would that be, Thursday for them against Skubal, Cubs, Tigers. I mean, that's a heavyweight
That's a huge matchup. Yeah.
But look at tomorrow night. The Cubs are sending Boyd to the bump to go against Mackenzie Gore. I mean, that is 2 stud pitchers, right? I mean, that if you're trying to get to a game in this series, that's pretty damn juicy.
Yeah, I mean, any Mackenzie Gore start right now is must-see TV or in person. He leads the league in strikeouts. His good starts have been great starts. And what I love, he had his last one in Seattle. He dominated most of the night. He finally gets into some trouble in the 6th inning, and he's got the bases loaded. And you're at that point where okay, this is kind of it, make or break, and the bullpen's up and rolling. And he battled his way through it, and he did it with strikeouts. He struck out 3 batters in that inning, including Randy Arozarena on his last pitch of the game. And you saw some emotion from Gore as he came off the mound. He threw him 3 straight fastballs to put him away. It reminded me, I'm not saying he's there yet, but it reminded me of Max Scherzer in terms of, I know this is the end of the line for me. I'm going to empty the tank here. My fastball is better than anything you've got, so I'm just going to throw it and blow you away, and then I'm going to let out that emotion as I come off the mound, knowing that my night is done. It's been cool to see him take that step up. He wants to be the ace of this team, and he's really pitching like it.
Are you starting to see those young guys? I mean, you got a lot of young guys that are playing very well. Start to see that togetherness coming with them?
Yeah, and I think the winning part helps, of course, that gets guys together. But it's a close-knit group, and it's funny. Every time they call someone up from the minors, they step into the clubhouse, and in the past it might be you walk in, you don't know anybody. They already know each other because they've all come up through the system together, or they were together at AA or AAA in the last year or two. So there is a camaraderie there for sure, and it's nice to see that all coming together. And let's also be honest, like, while they had this talent in the minor league, they weren't necessarily winning at the minor league level. Rochester, their AAA team, has an awful record, and it's mostly because the pitching depth they don't have. So I think for a lot of them to come up here, be with guys that they've known and grown up with, and now starting to have some success, that's a big team building, character building kind of exercise for them. And, they're enjoying it. And I loved what Nathaniel Lowe, who's one of the only veterans around at this point, he said the other night after they clinched the winning month of May, it's only their 2nd winning month they've had since the rebuild began. And he said, we should get used to this. This should be the expectation now around here. This is a guy who won a World Series in Texas a few years ago. I think for these young guys, they want to believe that this is who they are now.
Talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give Mark a follow at Mark Zuckerman, Zuckerman. You can check out all his work at massinsports.com or the Nats Chat podcast. Zuck, you had an article after the long West Coast road trip kind of explaining what got them to their best winning month. And I'm kind of saving the best for last. So eventually I'm going to ask you about James Wood. But in your article, you kind of talked about a remade bullpen, which we touched on, but really the hitting that came from like the bottom half of the lineup, guys we hadn't been expecting to see hit.
Right, and I think that's been key. We know James Wood's been there all along. C.J. Abrams had been there. It's kind of interesting that in spite of the team's hot streak here, C.J. went cold over the last week plus. So what's the difference? It's been what they get from the bottom half of the lineup. There were nights when you look at their starting like 6 through 9 hitters and saying to yourself, "Ooh, boy, this doesn't look very promising." And what they've done here lately is Josh Bell, who revamped his swing in the middle of the season, and it's working. And we've seen in the past that when he gets hot, he can go on a tear for 6-8 weeks at a time. So that was huge. Hassel and Lyle, the two kids filling in for Cruz and Young, have made a big difference there as well. Jose Tena, who doesn't get a lot of attention because he's not really the long-term answer at third. We're all just waiting for Brady House. But he's done a pretty good job there filling in as the guy until that happens. Keibert Ruiz, who was moved down the lineup, was starting to produce. So that makes a difference. When you have not just 1 through 4, 1 through 5, but when you have 1 through 9 that can produce, that's how you get those 10-run rallies like they had the other night, where it took everybody contributing to it. And it's not like, okay, well, we got something going here, but then you hit the bottom of the lineup and you just know that's the end of the inning. No, they're able to sustain some stuff here. And I think that was a key reason that they did so well over the last few weeks.
All right, now the fun stuff, the really fun stuff. The numbers that are starting to come in for James Wood. Last week, B and I did a segment where we just read crazy James Wood stats.
Yep.
We read one of yours, in fact, kind of your projection or his current numbers he's on pace for. I think you tweeted that out last week. You don't want to get too caught up in young baseball players' projections, but like it's hard not to look at his size and shape and patience and speed. The speed at his size is really outrageous to me. And just start to think what this is, where it might get to. Where do you think is the appropriate way to start discussing James Wood with how impressive he's been? I mean, the numbers are superstar status projections.
Yeah, they are. And that's the thing. You're talking about a guy, and you're right that like these paces can change along the way. And it's, I put that stuff out there when he's on a tear at the plate. So that's going to maybe inflate the numbers a little bit. But still, you're talking about a guy who a third of the way through the season is like threatening 40 plus homers, 110 to 120 RBIs, 25 stolen bases. I mean, that's an MVP caliber season. Now, the guy, Mr. Ohtani in LA might, prevent anybody else from ever winning it again. Right. So it may not matter, but you got to remember that James Wood is doing this at 22. And really, if you look at in the history of the game, the kind of players who've had those kind of seasons so young, in almost every instance, you're talking about like all-time greats. You're talking about Mickey Mantle and Bryce Harper and Juan Soto, for that matter. And there's a few blips in there, guys who maybe started off great and never realized their full potential, either because they got hurt or it just didn't work out for them. But in a lot of cases, the majority of those cases, if you're this good at that young of an age, you end up being one of the all-time greats in the sport. And so it's a lot to put on James Wood's shoulders. But you know what? He's got some pretty broad shoulders, and I think he can handle it.
He's a big fella.
He's a bad dude.
He really is. Do you think there's a chance they get 3 All-Stars?
I think they have 3 deserving All-Stars at the moment. Yeah. Now, CJ has cooled off, so maybe that's going to hurt his case somewhat. But I mean, James Wood has got to be a lock right now. And I'll be, to me, the real question is going to be, the real question to me is going to be, do they ask and does he accept to be in the home run derby? And there are reasons for and against that we'll get to in the next month. Gore, clearly you're leading the league in strikeouts and you got an ERA in the low 3s. I think he deserves to be there as well. If Abrams can kind of get back on track in the next couple of weeks, I think that puts him in the conversation as well, even though shortstop's a very good position. Now, losing teams don't generally get 3 All-Stars, so there may be some of that comes into play. But I think they're all certainly deserving of it. And who knows between now and then what else might develop. I mean, Jake Irvin has been on a pretty good hot streak and could make a case for himself. Kyle Finnegan, after missing a little bit of time, is kind of up to his old tricks again and has been pretty solid and among the league leader in saves. So it's an interesting conversation that we haven't had around here in a while, that we're not just talking about 1 or 2, but maybe 3 or more All-Stars for this team.
are you've been through the ups and downs here, dude?
You're a fool.
Like I know for me covering the Burgundy and Gold for a long time, it's always the job is more fun when they're winning. Has it been a little more fun for you getting to watch this young talent really starting to emerge?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was a tough thing personally to have to watch them tear the whole thing down.
I bet.
Not just because of what it meant in the immediate, but you in the back of your mind realize it's going to be a while till this team is relevant and good again. So to see it start back to that point, you have to remind yourself that, again, they're not there yet. And there are steps that they need to take at every level of the organization, by the way. If they're actually going to get this thing to where they need to be and be a legit contender, it's going to require steps taken on the field, in the manager and coaches' offices, in the front office, at the ownership level to get this thing up to that level again. But really, for the first time in a long time, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And what they've done so far, I know it's taken a while. It's been frustrating to a lot of people, but it is rewarding to see it starting to come together like this and have that idea that, okay, maybe this is that next group of great players that comes together and goes on a run that can be sustained the way that, you know, the Harper and Worth and Zim and Strasburg and Scherzer teams were, a decade ago.
One thing our friend Barstool Nate said earlier today is like, it is kind of crazy for an organization and what James Wood looks to be, to have this run of like young star after young star after, I mean, to go Harper to Soto to Wood, and that's not even including Rendon and Turner and the great pitching, but just to have players like that is pretty damn incredible.
We have been incredibly spoiled here, and I hope people don't take that for granted. This is not normal to have that kind of elite young talent to come through here. It's both a reason to be frustrated because you think about all the guys that got away, of course,
right?
But it's also a reason to be encouraged that they have been able to turn it over and start over again and potentially have another group that could rival that one.
Yeah, for sure. Mark, thank you for the time as always.
Appreciate you, Mark.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. That's our friend Mark Zuckerman, Massive Sports. Absolutely one of the best. He's been covering the Nats. I mean, when I think of Nats coverage, I think of Zuck. Like that's how it goes for me.
Totally.
Man. When we return, fresh numbers out of New Orleans. What does a Super Bowl do for the host city? I'm going to share that with you when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch here. Thanks to Law Tigers, I'm now a licensed rider with a summer of adventure ahead, and I feel great because I know the Law Tigers have my back. They're more than lawyers. They're riders and advocates for the riding community, always knowing what injured riders and their families are going through. So speaking of community, this Friday, get to Harley-Davidson in D.C., their garage party where the DMV's riding community comes to life, the Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Visit them at lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. You heard B. Mitch and JP Finley talking about the Nats, who return home after a pretty nice 4-2 West Coast swing. Nats return home to start a homestand all week tonight. NL Central leading Cubs are in town. Chicago, one of the best teams in baseball. They own the third best record right now in the majors. Nats have had a little bit of a run here, winning 10 of their last 14, 6:45 for the first pitch for the Nats. Tonight, Charlie and Dave, the play-by-play here on the Fan. Tennis, Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe got off to a slow start, lost in 4 sets today to Italy's Lorenzo Mazzetti at the French Open in Paris. Coco Gauff, Madison Keys play their quarterfinal match early tomorrow morning. That'll start at 5 a.m. if you're interested. WNBA, the Mystics on the road to play the Indiana Fever tonight, 7 p.m. over on the Team 980. Caitlin Clark not playing again tonight, out for Indiana still with the quad injury. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Oh! B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're live. 1757 Golf Club. Ashburn, Virginia, for the Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. Get more information on Purple Heart. They do a great job helping veterans. PurpleHeartFoundation.org. A couple things I wanted to share. B. Mitch, something, a man you know well. We talked about PFWA earlier, Pro Football Writers of America group. And PFWA gives out a bunch of awards in the offseason, including an award that the Commanders, the Washington organization, had never won, which was the top PR department. Well, Burgundy and Gold just took home another award, B.
What's that one?
So the PFWA gives an award called the Dr. Z. If you remember Paul Zimmerman, legendary Sports Illustrated reporter that covered the NFL for a long time. The Dr. Z Award is given for a lifetime achievement to assistant coaches in the NFL. Guys that never make it to the head coach level, but are assistants. And Richie Pettibone just won one. Pretty damn cool. So Pettibone won it. He was coordinator for Joe Gibbs forever. One of the best second half adjustment guys ever. Really well respected. Made it to the head coaching level.
Yep.
1 year after Coach Joe retired back, what was that, 93?
Started me in the first game.
Ran
2 touchdowns, 100-something yards, and then Jack King Cook told him, I want Reggie Brooks to be the running back.
Because Reggie had just been drafted. He was a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
No,
he wasn't no Heisman Trophy winner.
Oh, he was Notre Dame guy.
Yeah.
I'm really happy for Richie Pettibone. This is a dude that played in the NFL a long time. He worked in Houston for Bum Phillips. Then he got to Washington in the late 70s, and then Gibbs promoted him to D coordinator.
New Orleans.
I mean, his resume is really pretty incredible. If you think about the 82 season, the Redskins defense gave up the fewest points in the NFL and only had 1 Pro Bowler. The 91 team that you were on that won the Super Bowl, second fewest points and third fewest yards in the NFL.
Yep.
I mean,
and knew how to stop Barry Sanders, I'll tell you that.
You know what also helps with Pettibone, at least that 91 defense, when the offense is just phenomenal, your defense better be ready to play.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so there was another thing I wanted to point out, but certainly congratulations to the Pettibone family. There's a lot of talk about RFK Stadium, and frankly, I'm sure there's still politicians that are going to politic, but it feels inevitable that gets approved and done and move forward. But one of the things I think is really relevant is when NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell was down here announcement with Mayor Bowser. He was asked about a possible Super Bowl, and he basically said, it dramatically improves the chances of Washington getting a Super Bowl if you build our.
In other words, he meant yes.
Right. He's not going to say it, but he's going to certainly hint at it. Well, the last Super Bowl was in Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana, to be exact. And it was only about, 4 months ago, B? Right? Early February?
Yeah.
It's early June now. Was it 3 months ago? 4 months ago?
4.
So they sent out an economic impact study of what that Super Bowl did for Louisiana. I'm going to just read.
It's a lot of chat, I can tell you that.
Starts with a B.
Billion.
All right. Was that 59? LIX, right? Super Bowl 59? Super Bowl 59 brought more than just football.
Super Bowl licks.
Take it easy. Super Bowl licks brought more than just football to New Orleans. That sentence reads a lot differently than saying Super Bowl 59 brought more than just football to New Orleans. Brought one of the largest economic impacts in NFL history. A newly released study from Louisiana State University's E.J. Orso College of Business found the event generated $1.25 billion in total economic activity statewide, more than doubling the impact of the 2013 New Orleans Super Bowl and ranking as one of the most financially impactful Super Bowls of the past decade, even when compared to much larger host cities. Now, one thing we've seen in consecutive Super Bowls now, Brian, is the year before the economic impact was over $1 billion, and people are like, oh, yeah, but that was just Vegas. Vegas is a massive city with a zillion hotels and all this space. New Orleans, not a massive city. A lot of hotels, but it's a small, confined area. The geography limits it. $1.25 billion. You get a Super Bowl, it's $1 billion and growing for your city.
Yeah, but New Orleans is a great city for one because everything is in close proximity. And then people they like to be able to walk because you can't move around with a damn car.
The traffic's awful.
Yeah.
Just some numbers here, and think about what this could mean to DC, to RFK Stadium.
$2 billion.
Especially by the time we're talking about it in 2033 or something. I mean, just the cost of everything goes up. So the economic impact at a glance of the New Orleans Super Bowl that was just played, 4 months ago, Eagles beat the tar out of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
$1.25 billion total statewide economic impact. Because one thing to keep in mind, and maybe for Maryland and Virginia people, this matters. Like when the Super Bowl comes to DC, people are going to stay in Landover and New Carrollton and Vienna and Alexandria.
Tyson's.
Bro, they might be staying in Fredericksburg. They're going to be everywhere.
I think it's enough hotels in this immediate area to suffice.
I think kind of inside and around the Beltway.
Yeah. You look at Arlington, Clarendon, Tyson's right there. It's a ton of hotels there. Then you move
Springfield down by where 95 hits the Beltway.
Right there because they can just roll right on in.
All the hotels out this way by Dulles Airport.
Crystal City.
Yeah.
Well, over there by DCA.
Yeah. Almost 10,000 local jobs supported. 9,787 local jobs. $658 million in total spending by visitors and vendors, which generated $395 million in wages for Louisiana workers.
Damn.
That's $400 million for working folks. Because somebody's got to sell the beer. Somebody's got to drive the Uber. Like
somebody was drinking the beer too.
Sure. $83 million in state and local tax revenue.
Yeah.
$83 million. New Orleans had 115,000 total attendees, including 100,000 from out of state. 100,000 people travel to that city for Super Bowl week, representing 45 U.S. states.
But can you imagine the people that come to D.C. if they had a Super Bowl here because it's the first time it's been in the national, in the capital, and people want to come to D.C. because there's so much to see. So it would be amazing.
I'm telling, there inevitably will be people, experts, college professors, politicians, whoever, that will point out flaws in the study. I didn't make the study. It's from LSU. It's from the LSU Business School.
They can point out flaws in the study, but you know what? The study, what they can't point out, they made money.
Dude, you and I were there.
What do you want to make in DC right now? Money, right?
You and I were there. It was packed everywhere you went.
Every damn
people
well.
spending money.
Yeah.
Every Super Bowl we've gone, you've been to more than me. I've been to every Super Bowl for probably the last close to 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
All of them are packed with people in bars and restaurants and going to museums and shopping, staying at hotels, riding in taxis, packed,
eating food.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It brings a boatload of cash into the city. And if the commissioner says you build a stadium and it dramatically improves the chances of getting a Super Bowl here, he ain't lying. That is serious cash for the city and the surrounding
Dramatically
environment.
improve mean 100%.
All right, when we come back, we got some bets to make. Nobody go anywhere. Be Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an apple taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, Landville, guess what Jeff just told me?
I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
He's thinking about getting a tent and living out of the back of his car.
Oh yeah, he
Is
told me
that
that
accurate?
one. Yeah, he told me that one.
Or an RV.
He's just like, yo, I can save up a bunch of cash.
Or an RV, bro.
I actually think it'd be a great idea.
I'm leaning more towards the RV.
I think living out of a tent is tough. I think an RV is pretty legit.
No, so it's not like a.
But you got to buy RV.
It's not like a tent. It's like one of them. You ever see someone driving down and it's like a big, like rectangular box on the back of their hitch that actually pops up into like a little mini house.
Does it have like electric and stuff?
Yeah, you can run generators and stuff out of it.
I think you still have to kind of pay rent at a facility to get like electric. What do you do for a bathroom?
That's why I say I might just get the bigger one that has the bathroom and everything in it.
They got a bathroom here at the gym.
I don't know. I don't know where I want to live at now, and I don't want to just go buy a house.
Yeah, you can live anywhere you want with the RV attached to your car.
Yeah, and I think I was built for life on the road. I was built for it. I'm like,
man, stay your ass where you stay right now.
Honestly, my car won't get broken into.
Jeff, with all the stuff that goes on in your neighborhood,
you still got to go to work. And when your car get broken into or something happens, now your house and your car screwed up. So what you got to do is stay where the hell you at right now and keep your car.
I will be all right.
Okay, go for it. All I'm gonna tell you, go for it.
I applaud you wanting to save money while you're figuring out your next move. That makes a lot of sense to me. I don't think the tent car is a good idea, but the RV I can kind of get behind.
Yeah, I was gonna say the tent is for like me enjoying summer and fishing and stuff. But the RV, I'm really thinking about getting a nice one. And then,
a nice RV is probably not cheap, man.
It ain't cheap, and you gotta pay for everywhere you stay for the most part.
I seen one that would be nice just for me and my life for about like $4,000. That's not bad.
I bet
if it's $4,000
it
in
is
his RV,
a beater.
I guarantee you about to pay about $20 to try to get it right all the time.
No.
I don't recommend buying a beater RV.
It's not a beater. It's just not. It's not a big Winnebago. They got certain stuff. I will get something that's just right for me. Like I said, I don't have any kids.
We have a mutual friend that said you could park your RV at their house and you'd have access to plumbing.
Greg,
that's far.
Long damn ways.
You imagine?
I don't even think the RV will make it up to Greg's house.
That's because that's
because it's $4,000.
No, going up there, he got rocks and stuff. Like little
Landfill, what do you think of Jeff's idea to start living out of an RV?
I've heard a lot of crazy stuff in my life. This is the one.
I live on a beach. Like I live everywhere. I just got to
They
go
have
where I want to
rules
stay.
on that stuff. You can't just roll up to the beach in an RV.
You got to go to a certain section.
I love it. I think he should live in the RV. He could get the monthly parking here.
Blog it.
Yo, could you just live in the garage?
No. If I was to get an RV, I would not live. I don't want to live nowhere near the city.
It would be great for content.
I don't mind driving an hour away to get to work. I can't live in the city.
Jeff, I think you mind driving an hour because you live 15 seconds from the job. You're late now.
Yeah,
an hour away, you be late every day.
Nah, that's just because of traffic. Like,
you think they're gonna be traffic an hour away?
not.
Have you really thought this plan out?
You really gotta.
What do you
really
think?
You really gotta sit on my street to really understand what goes on.
Like, not just. I hear you. Maybe you just get a new apartment in a different neighborhood. Now, I've suggested that for some time now.
I don't want an apartment. I just want to do this. I don't know why. I want to do it.
All right, but what's the plan? What's the time? What's the game? Like, I mean, when you gonna do this? By what time?
I'm thinking about.
Don't just say it and don't have a
I hope
plan.
White Brian is writing this down and
like-
the crazy stuff Jeff
like
says.
2026 into 2026. Hey, I gotta make sure I want to live. Like, I know some people who have houses and they are miserable in their areas. I don't want to be old and miserable living where I live. So I just gotta make sure.
I think living in an RV in the back of your car is the best way to figure that out.
It's crazy, but like,
Now,
it's life.
can I ask this
Everybody's
one?
path is different.
Sure. I agree and applaud that, and people have time and runway to figure their things out. One just thing I didn't totally understand with this plan. You currently live the closest of any of us to the station, correct?
Yes.
You're like 3 miles away, something like that?
About 7.
Okay, 7. you frequently have the most trouble getting to the station.
Yo,
you think that will improve if
like,
you live in the country?
I keep telling y'all, you have to see what, bro. Eastern Ave is Grand Theft Auto Avenue. Somebody flipped their car yesterday by my house, and it's like, yo, how did you flip the car right there? You can't even do it. The street was backed up for an hour and a half.
Sure,
It's
but
tough
if you
to
go
have
live in the country, there's also traffic there. Now, there may not be the little kids popping wheelies in the middle of the road passing buses, but there's still traffic.
There's a lot of traffic.
I'll make it, bro. I'll be all right.
All right.
I'll be well rested.
I will wager money on that. I guarantee you. I can wait. MGM,
I used
give
to work
me
45
give me a
minutes away
wager,
from,
MGM.
I used to
and
work
I
45
promise you I'll
minutes
be
away.
rich.
Hold on. I used to work 45 minutes away from Silver Spring one.
When
we were at Radio 1. I was
It was
45 minutes
COVID.
away.
There was nobody on the road.
No, I was there before COVID.
All right. The good news is there's just no sports to bet on. So do you guys want to pick something?
I bet B is going to lose in his golf match that he playing today.
I bet.
Who are you playing? Where are you playing?
I don't know. I
Lose.
just
Man,
got
Ben
him
can't
losing.
beat me if I gave it to him.
Dang.
I'm going
Ben
to.
just took an L.
I'm betting Jay that he will be late all the time.
Landfill, White Brian, any
Y'all
action?
haters. It's all good.
I'm taking Ben Rice to get a hit.
They don't. It's no darts.
Terrific.
Who the hell is Ben Rice?
Tommy Paul to win a set.
Oh,
does Tiafoe play tonight?
He lost.
Give me the Mystics.
Today?
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
Give me the Mystics +6.
I'm taking the Nats run line. I get the Nats +1.5. Nats +1.5 at -125. I'm taking that. Thank you to everyone that listened to the program today.
I am going to take the Miami Marlins.
There you have it. B's taking the Marlins. Thank you to everybody texting me about Jeff's RV situation. I wish you the best of luck, dude.
I'm gonna get famous on YouTube.
Definitely. Or arrested. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining the program.
More likely that the latter.
Thank you to Ben Standig for joining the program. Thank you to Mark Zuckerman for joining the program. Really fun day out here at 1757 Golf Club.
It was a sensible show till the end.
we kept it tight. Thank you very much to the volunteers and everybody involved out here. Had a very nice box lunch. Seriously, it's been a lot of fun. Check out PurpleHeartFoundation.org. They do a lot of great stuff for a lot of veterans that deserve it. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you an RV.
I'm Rolf Forsey, and here's what's happening. Let's start with tennis. Frances Tiafoe's run is done in Paris, the year's second Grand Slam. Tiafoe from Hyattsville was knocked off in 4 sets today by Italy's Lorenzo Mazzetti at the French Open in Paris, the men's quarterfinals. Tiafoe dropped the first set, 6-2, bounced back to win the second, but then lost the next two, 7-5, 6-2 to fall in 4, even though he was able to reach the quarterfinals there at the French Open for the first time in his career. Another American, Tommy Paul, will play his quarterfinal this afternoon, coming up in just about 15 minutes against defending champ Carlos Alcaraz, top seed Arina Sabalenka, 3-time defending champ Iga Swiatek, both winners in their quarters this morning on the women's side. Coco Gauff and Madison Keys played their match tomorrow, their quarterfinal, early tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. wake-up call if you want to watch that one from the French Open. Baseball, after Monday off, the Nationals are back home now. After a successful West Coast swing, they've won 10 of 14. They were 15-12 in the month of May, their first winning month in nearly 2 years. And back home for a 6-game homestand. That's starting tonight against the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs, one of the best teams in baseball. 6:45 first pitch tonight on the Fan. WNBA, the Mystics on the road to play tonight at Indiana. That's 7 p.m. over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Rolf Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's June 3rd, 2025. We have a great show planned for you today. One of the most influential sports business minds in America, Michael Rubin, who runs Fanatics, will join us at 3. NASCAR points leader William Byron in the Cup Series is in studio today at 3:25, and we're going to preview the Nats and the Cubs, a gigantic series getting started at Nats Park tonight. We'll do that at 6 o'clock with Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. Danny, we've also got tickets to the barbecue battle in D.C. We'll give those away ahead of the Beltway Blitz right at 4.
This is some good stuff. The 3 o'clock hour will be busy. I love that. Only update for me is I did a lot of Googling about poison ivy today. Playing pickleball this morning, a ball goes underneath the fence. Without thinking about it, I just kind of pushed the little part of the fence back, pick up the pickleball. And guy I was playing with goes, be careful, that's poison ivy, after I've already touched all the things.
That's the worst.
So it's my left hand. I've been Googling using my right hand. I tried not to touch anything the rest of the morning with my left hand, get home, wash it with cold water, alcohol swabs on stuff. I'm now like, how long does it take for poison ivy to break out? I'm like trying not to do things with my left hand all day long.
Is poison ivy contagious?
Well, you can spread the oil secondhand all over yourself. So, like, don't touch your face.
Sure, but I don't mean that. I mean, by you coming in here with poison ivy potentially, is Ryan going to get poison ivy if he gives you a high five?
I don't know.
That might have been something to look up, too.
I did. I looked everything up. I did so much information gathering, and the truth is I don't know. I've done everything I can do at this point, other than stay home, but I can't. I probably couldn't do the thing where I told our boss I have to stay home. I might have touched poison ivy with my left hand.
That's tough.
That's a tough stay home.
Yeah.
Right? Especially with all the sickness and everything that's happened here of late.
Like Strasburg not pitching against the Cubs in the division series because there's some mold.
There's some mold
in the basement of the hotel that gave him a call.
There were the icy hot game or something like that, So I don't know, man. I think I'm fine. Like I've had no irritation, no breakouts or whatever, but it's like it can apparently take as long as a day or two. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
We've got a economics report on what the Super Bowl brought to the state of Louisiana that I want to get into with you in just a couple of minutes, because that is hot off the presses here and I think could be a game changer for the ownership group and the mayor as they try to get a stadium deal in D.C. So that's coming up in just a few. But, Danny, I find myself really excited for this Nats Cubs series. Starts tonight, and in a bit of bad luck, I would say, Trevor Williams is on the hill for Washington, but it's not like the Cubs are throwing their veteran ace. They've got a rookie, Cade Horton, one of the better pitching prospects in baseball, who was drafted 7th overall out of Oklahoma a couple of years ago on the mound, who's got an ERA around 4. So you'd like this to be Mackenzie Gore's night. That's not until tomorrow. But the Nationals have crept back up toward 500, and this is one of their biggest tests of the last few years in terms of whether or not they're turning a corner. They're 28-31. They're hitting, they're scoring, their bullpens come around a little bit, and now you face maybe the best team in the National League. Only the Mets at 38-22 have a better record than the Cubs. They're a half game better. But Chicago's got a better record than the Dodgers, as an example. They've won 2 in a row in 8 of 10, and they have the best run differential in the National League, plus 97, basically identical to the Tigers and the Yankees for the best in Major League Baseball. So for the narrative right now that we're seeing the Nats come of age, that they have turned the corner into being a 500-ish team and maybe competitive as they predicted they would before the season, and things are trending in that direction, I think this series is pretty critical. If you were to take 2 of 3 from Chicago at home, that would be a flag in the ground mile marker moment in this turnaround.
I think so. I mean, every once in a while, something like this presents itself, right? Where by virtue of your own good play, if you'd lost 10 of 14, we wouldn't be talking about it this way, but you haven't. You've won 10 of 14. You've played better. You earn meaningful things happening. We talk about this with the football team all the time, where you earn the in the hunt graphic. You earn the, hey, there's pressure on this December game, as opposed to who's the quarterback next year? Look at the mock drafts, right? This is one of those moments for some of these young guys. Now, listen, you end up losing 2 out of 3. You play good baseball against a team that's hot. It doesn't, slam a nail in the coffin saying that you're done and you'll never be any good, but it would be a nice mile marker, kind of a nice, hey, this is a kind of a cool thing here, roughly at the 1/3 point of the season, where you look up and you go, look at what we've done to this point, creeping right around 500 after a horrendous start. We've morphed this bullpen from the worst in baseball, eject a few different guys out of the organization. Over the last 18 games, it's a sub-4 ERA for that bullpen. Young hitters coming up and filling in. Some of the veterans that were supposed to do some things on these short-term little deals and supplements are all of a sudden rounding into form. See Josh Bell. It could be really exciting here with the calendar turning to June.
Yeah, winning 2 out of 3 is the goal. Sweeping them would be amazing, and everyone should throw a party. But the results in the series probably not as indicative as the process. You said the phrase "play good ball." Like, catch the balls you're supposed to catch.
Yeah,
no errors. Let's play clean baseball. Pitch well. Trevor Williams can't give up 5 or 6 runs tonight. Go out and throw a couple run ball over 5 innings and get the ball to the bullpen. And you're right, with homegrown solutions. Don't tell Ken Rosenthal, but Cole Henry, Brad Lord, and Jackson Rutledge, they've been able to piece this bullpen together right now and get much better production. So this is a fun series, man. This has been years in the making for those of us that live and die with this team and watch all 9 innings every night for years in perpetuity as they've been awful. You've been waiting for a series like this.
Yep.
I'm not pretending like they're a playoff team. They're a wild card team, that this is going to end with October baseball. That's not reality. But the goal this year has always kind of been, let's see if you could get to 500. That would be a huge deal. And since the first week of the season, after a slow start, they're over 500. And the Cubs, who are 19-9 since the start of May, the last 2 months, in April, they were 15-9. In May, they were 18-9. They're 1-0 in June. Now they come into your ballpark with the best lineup in the NL. Let's see how you stack up.
Yeah, why not, right? Throw the ball out and see what happens. I mean, again, the goal for this group, playoffs, that kind of stuff, wild card things, chase, that's nice.
You got to spend a little money and bring in some talent to get there. So whenever they're ready, that's an opportunity for them with their young talent, but that's up to them.
Right, at some point.
I can't spend the money for them. They're going to have to do that
I
on their
would,
own.
by the way. If you gave me that job, I would spend the money for them. I would be good at that. I'm good at spending other people's money.
I've done my best. Every time we go to games, my kids want ice cream. They want Dippin' Dots. I always say no to that.
I was going to say, if the Dippin' Dots budget was indicative of players they'd sign, they would have gone and signed Soto, probably Max Fried, and a couple others.
There's been a funnel cake purchase at one point.
A lot of funnel cake. But to me, my goal for this team this year is, can you play some meaningful games? Meaning like, hey, it's August, it's early September. I'm not saying you're going to win it. You'll probably finish 7, 8, 9, whatever, how many games back. But let's get some of these kids some meaningful baseball, some of those mildly pressurized environments as a warm-up for if and when a little money is spent, and you could be a playoff caliber team where you will play meaningful games. That's the goal this year to me.
Speaking of goals, the goal, if you build a stadium in Washington, D.C., for the city council and for the mayor, is to get a return on your investment, right? The fear is that you're not going to get ROI by building an NFL stadium and helping to fund that project. I stopped short of saying fund that stadium because I don't think that's what's happening. I think the owners at $2.7 billion are building the stadium, and the DC City Council and the mayor are building the things up around the stadium for over $1 billion. A pretty big development, I would say, in the argument as to whether or not DC can get a return on the investment took place this afternoon when the Louisiana Economic Development Team put out a finding of their study as to just how big of a deal getting the Super Bowl ended up being in the way of numbers for Louisiana. So there's a long press release that gets sent out. I won't bore you with it. The governor, Jeff Landry, calling the Super Bowl a tremendous success. None of that matters. Here's what does. Economic impact at a glance for the state of Louisiana. $1.25 billion total statewide economic impact. By the way, that's more than the number DC would be putting up for this stadium project. 9,787 local jobs supported statewide. $658 million in total spending by visitors and vendors. $395 million in wages generated for Louisiana workers. $82.7 million in state and local tax revenue, and 115,000 attendees total, 100,000 of whom were out of state, representing 45 different states that came to Louisiana. Now, Danny, I am aware that it's not dollar for dollar, that it doesn't just work that you go, well, 1.25 billion minus 1.1, you just came out with 0.15 billion in growth just by having a Super Bowl. That's not how this works.
Right.
And on top of that, this is growth in Louisiana, and in the DMV, it's complicated because a lot of this money ends up getting spent at a hotel you're staying at in Virginia or in Maryland, and then you're crossing the river for the game. So it gets divvied up in the three municipalities more than it would have where New Orleans is located in Louisiana. But this report is a huge win coming out today for the ownership group and the mayor. And I would imagine they'll plaster this thing everywhere.
And rightfully so. Now, here's a little bit of cold water before I make a turn here. Economic impacts are usually commissioned studies by either a consulting group or a politician wanting to prove how great their initiative is, right? And then they'll publish the study and then pay to use it and cite it as a slam dunk and a win. Economic impact is not revenue. You alluded to this, but I think it's an important distinction. It's sort of like a voodoo shuffling around of dollars to make it seem like we made that much profit. It's not. The key numbers in here, though, to your point, revenue. Revenue is very different than economic impact, right? Economic impact ignores opportunity costs, what might have been, what could have gone there that didn't cost you anything. It doesn't show a profit and loss statement. So in other words, if there's a $1.25 billion of economic impact, we don't know what Louisiana spent. We don't know what New Orleans spent. Did you spend $10 million? In which case it's the greatest deal of all time. Did you spend $1 billion? You see what I'm saying? Like it's a little bit of voodoo. It's a little bit of like misdirection and sleight of hand. There are numbers in here, though, that matter an awful lot. The two I'm going to pull out are tax revenue. I think that's new and provable. That's more than you would have gotten in that week otherwise with just regular people going to New Orleans and eating at Brennan's and whatever else.
Only massively, though.
That's number one. And number two, the attendees. This is the point that I keep driving home that's different because I'm so skeptical of these kinds of studies and feasibility and people talking about economic impact. I generally just roll my eyes and sort of swim through and find relevant data. It's the visitors. 100,000 people came from out of state. That's the number. That's what everyone should care about. Because what that means is you have a group of repeat customers. What that means is you have people that fall in love with your city. What it means is that family trip to DC. It's good branding. It's good advertising. New Orleans is a destination. It already is and always will be because they've got the attractions. You put something on the map for DC like that to get a new crop of people both to see you on television. And there's a reason companies advertise. It's not when I do my commercial for FanDuel, it's not, well, they saw Chuck GPT chuckled, so they automatically are going to spend $74 that night on a FanDuel parlay. That's not how it works. But you have a positive brand association, then over time, you're likely to choose that brand. The same goes true with the city. Like, of course, that's what this is to me. It's the attendees is what's
one
key.
Super Bowl, which you may only get one in a 20-year span or whatever. But this is one study on a Super Bowl. Now let's do the Final Four. Now let's do the World Cup. Now let's do the Taylor Swift 3-day weekend. Now let's do the Beyonce residence, which, hey, you want to come and perform for 4 days? We got a stadium for you. Let's add it all up and let's see where that gets us. I mean, yes, the naysayers are always going to find their thing, but the idea that they wouldn't be able to have smashola events a few times a year in that venue that generate substantial improved revenue, income, interest, and visitation to the city is just flat out incorrect. People love sending me all these studies, and they've been around forever, and that's relevant to the conversation, that stadiums are generally not good business, and specifically football stadiums, these studies say, can be bad business. But a guy sent me one today from 2020, I think it was, or 2021, 4 or 5 years ago. And it's all this information on the number of events and why they don't generally hold up their end of the bargain. That data is going to be changing. We didn't used to put roofs on everything. Now we do. We didn't used to have smaller stadiums where you could host a lot more events. You've opened up the number of things that can be held when you're not Jerry's World with 92,000 seats, and instead you've got 62,000. So I think that's got to be part of the conversation too. And the other thing that you just can't put a number on, and you just alluded to this in a sense, I'll just stick with this Louisiana Economic Development press release. You're not going to see it quantified here. It's like the old, who did the commercials, the priceless commercials? Was it MasterCard? Or it was like $400 for the ticket, $200 for the train,
there you go.
$37 for the hot dog.
Your kid smiling priceless. Whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A city having a stadium where people in that town don't have to go to another state, right? That they don't have to traverse to Virginia or to Maryland, and just the good that comes from sports in your own city. You can't tell me that's nothing. Now, I don't know what that's worth. I can't quantify it.
Right.
But that's the price list at the end of the commercial. It's something. And that's the hardest thing, I think, in the conversation. What is that worth? Because it's got to be added to the receipt. I just don't know what.
Yeah, how do you
quantify
quantify that? I think it's a smart point. I guess the thing that I just sort of always just kind of reject is all you have to do is have one Final Four and you're paid back. That's not the case, and I think everyone understands that. But it's the positive step forward where you don't have basically a tenth of the city. That's not true. That's over exaggeration. But you don't have this like blight that is nothing. You turn it into something. So there's no weak link. Right now, if you come in from that part of the city, you can end up on New York Avenue with a couple abandoned buildings here and there, and like a train yard that's sort of run down. Let's not have those things. Let's have everywhere be nice. So every guest, every entrant, everybody that comes in through that eastern thoroughfare sees the beautiful stadium district, that sees all the nice things. So that now when there's a panoramic shot, you don't have to cut the Goodyear blimp off because it might go to the part that isn't so nice. Like, let's fix that. And that, to me, is worth something, even if it isn't dollar for dollar.
Michael Rubin, who owns and runs Fanatics, is one of the most influential business people in sports, is going to be joining us today in 40 minutes on the phone. We're looking forward to talking with him at 3. William Byron, who's leading the NASCAR Cup Series in points right now, is going to be in studio with us coming up at 3:25 today. Next, though, the Eagles have made a trade. They have moved off of one of their higher-priced pass rushers. How big's the gap right now between Philadelphia and Washington going into the season? That's next on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Nats return home this evening after 6 straight on the road. They begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs. Trevor Williams on the bump looking for win number 4 on the season. It's a 6:45 first pitch pregame coverage. It's rolling to 6:15 right here on The Fan. Other baseball news, the Yankees dealt some tough injury news this morning. It was announced that closer Luke Weaver will be out 4 to 6 weeks with a hamstring injury. College football news, Heisman Trophy winners Mark Ingram, Cam Newton, Robert Griffin III, and Ndamukong Suh are on the ballot for the 2026 College Hall of Fame class. The National Football Foundation released the ballot Monday for the class that will be announced in January. It includes 79 players and 9 coaches from the football subdivision and 100 players and 35 coaches from lower levels. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowMan.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit TheWindowMan.com for your free consultation. $200 in savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Leno Willingham on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. The Eagles have traded Bryce Huff 1 year after signing him in free agency and giving the edge rusher 3 years and $51 million. He goes to San Francisco. I like this trade a lot for the 49ers. I guess I kind of like it for both teams because it was pretty clear that the Huff fit with the Eagles was really, really bad. But San Francisco's betting big that they can return him to his 2023 form. Because if you look before that, from 20 to 22, it was closer to last year, unproductive, not an impact guy, than his breakout 23 season when he was about to be paid. But Bryce Huff was outstanding, had 10 sacks in 2023, and the numbers peripherally were better than the sack totals. His pass rush win rate was one of the best in the sport. How often he got pressures in terms of percentage of snaps where he was rushing was the highest it had been in his career and was pretty dynamite from a league-wide level. And so the Eagles, like a lot of teams were interested. I wanted Washington to be in on his sweepstakes. $17 million per 3-year deal. And they've already moved on from him. They are shipping him to the 49ers, which tells you a lot because it's not like they're loaded right now with pass rush. I mean, they've actually lost a couple of guys this offseason from a good pass rushing team that took over the Super Bowl getting after the quarterback.
They have indeed. So they're counting on a couple young pieces, it seems. Maybe, they're in the aftermarket market, right? With some of these veterans, maybe signing a 1-year deal to one of these guys that, whose best days are behind him, but they'll use them appropriately as a situational pass rusher to complement Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and Nolan Smith. Maybe it's kind of like that hybrid Voltron monster of a defensive end opposite those guys, right? But
seems like they want to go inside out. The strength of that defensive line is obviously going to be on the interior as long as you have Jalen Carter. Jordan Davis is just big more than he is dynamic, in my opinion, but between the two of those two guys, even after you lost Milton Williams, who was outstanding for them last year, who's now in New England with the Patriots, I think the D-tackle spot is really, really good. And then, as you said, it's Nolan Smith. They drafted Ty Robinson in the 4th round. Maybe he plays this season. But I have questions about their edge scenario. It's not as bad as Washington's on paper, but I don't think it's a strength by any means.
No, it's not. Not at this point. And, if you look at a depth chart, I guess we're going to say it's the 7th round draft pick that they had this year that's currently penciled in as the starter. That's why I don't think they go into the season with that as the case. And, who knows if they're doing something like Washington might be, because we're trying to piece together who's rushing the passer on passing downs. Is it, are you converting Luvu into almost a full-time pass rusher at that point, or, mixing and matching? Maybe they're doing something similar with Nakobe Dean and Zach Bond and company. So I don't know specifically, but if there is a weakness for an excellent roster, that's probably it.
There's, not many for the Eagles. There was a PFF ranking of NFL rosters that came out today, actually. I was just looking at it about an hour ago. And they ranked every team in the NFC top to bottom in terms of just overall talent on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
They had the Eagles 1.
Yeah.
And I think they didn't do tiers, but it seemed to me like maybe based on how they're going to grade this thing, like Eagles, Lions in their own tier. And then everybody else started after that. They had the Rams 3rd, the Vikings 4th. And then surprisingly to me, they had the Tampa Bay Bucks 5th. The 6th most talented team in the NFC, according to just overall roster via PFF is Washington, which we could get into their ranking and what that means. But I only bring that up while we're talking about the Eagles to say they are still loaded.
Yes, they are.
But I think they're way better on offense than on defense. They had their problems at times defensively last year. I don't know if you would agree or disagree with this. I think they're worse on defense than they were last season. And at times, that was the big question. Like, is their defense going to be good enough to go on a run? Can they win a Super Bowl? Can they win playoff games with this defense after they'd made the coaching change that they did? And the answer ended up being yes. Vic Fangio's awesome.
Yes.
Their coordinator is one of the best in the sport, has been for years. And maybe that's what they're banking on, honestly, is we've got enough talent. Guys like Jalen Carter, who's a world eater, Nolan Smith, who's a good player up front. The linebacking core, we saw last year, Zach Bond became a star, and they paid him, kept him around. The secondary, they've got, I would say, a litany of good players more than great players, but I think Quinyon Mitchell, their first-round pick last year,
stud.
He's got a chance to be stellar. Cooper DeJean is a good player, and Sidney Brown and Reed Blankenship, they're all pretty consistent starters now. So it's not like they're bad there. I just think they're average-ish defensively in terms of talent, maybe a hair above it. And then on offense, that's where they're elite. That's where they are scary, and you don't want to deal with them.
So defense can improve if you make teams more one-dimensional. And so this is kind of generally how I would design my football team. Not that, each individual player, forget about that. But I would try to have an offense that could score any way I felt like, right? Now, that's easier said than done. But if my offense is really good, I'm going to play with the lead a lot. A defense becomes a lot better. It's like guarding a guy in basketball who can't go left. You got a pretty good feel for where he's going to end up. Now, he may still get a bucket on you, but it's easier to defend if you don't have to go in both directions.
You cut the floor in half. It's 50% of his game that I don't have to worry about.
Yeah, so if I'll go, as I'm scoring touchdown after touchdown, drive after drive, please run the ball. I dare you to try to run the football against us. And maybe that's, early on if you could stay in the game. But if you make a team one-dimensional, your secondary becomes that much better. You could sit on routes, and that's kind of the way they're built to me, is we have to skimp a little bit on defense as we start to pay more and more for the Hurtses, the Browns, the Devontae Smiths and company to keep this line together that's so damn good. Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens and company. So to me, they still got a decent amount of cap space, which is what makes me think they're going to go sign one of these veteran pass rushers just to fill in, to have the guy go try to win one more Super Bowl or something. But yeah, if you're grading their offense, probably one beat below Detroit in terms of talent and scariness. And that's minus Ben Johnson, so that's a variable. But they're really, really good on that side of the ball.
Let's look at their offense right now, because it's a lot of familiar names, and there aren't really many new faces here being thrust into the mix. When you win a Super Bowl and you can keep the band together, it's kind of how it goes. They did bring in A.J. Dillon from Green Bay, the former Packer, to help cushion the blow if anything happens to Saquon Barkley. Now, Dillon is very average at this point. More of a thumper and kind of a short yardage guy, probably, and he can't stay healthy. But you add him to a running back room with Barkley, with Will Shipley. Starters in the receiver room are A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And Jahan Dotson in his second year in that system will probably be more effective than he was this year. But I don't need to tell anybody who's a Commanders fan about Jahan Dotson. It's pretty limited seeming skill set this many years into his career, having not broken out. And then the offensive line is one of the best in the league. Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson, their left and right tackle. Is that the best O-tackle tandem in the sport?
Certainly up there,
and
right?
If it's not, it's number two.
Yeah, 2 or 3 at worst, right?
Landon Dickerson at guard, former second-round pick, is very good. Cam Jurgens, the center that was kind of handpicked with Jason Kelsey's approval to replace and supplant him, ultimately has. He's very good, former second-round pick. And then their right guard spot's going to be Tyler Steen, who was a third-round pick 2 years ago. So they've invested. It's all kind of homegrown, drafted, developed offensive linemen, mostly in the early rounds. The only guy that wasn't was Mailata, who was a 7th-round pick.
Just a lottery win on that one. How about that?
But you held it. That was the golden ticket to go see Wonka. Maybe the best left tackle in the game some weeks. And then you've got Dallas Goedert, who is a terrific tight end. My God, have they drafted well?
Yes,
These are all guys that they drafted in-house.
And somehow, just look at and then the A.J. Brown trade, which we'll get to in a second, but look at just the offensive pieces. First round, second round, third round, first round, second round, second round. There's a point of emphasis there, it seems, right? Is to have starters.
They've cleaned up in rounds 2 and 3. Jalen Hurts, second-round pick, as their Super Bowl champion quarterback, who probably deservingly right now should have 2 rings if you just look at his individual performance, based on how he played against Mahomes in the Super Bowl and in that postseason run. But they're clearly the best team, the best roster in the NFC East. The question I've got is, how big is the gap right now between Washington and Philadelphia? And if you guys want to weigh in on this, you're welcome to at 800-636-1067. Because, Danny, my quick take on this would be, I think that the 2024 Commanders might be able to tie or overtake the Eagles in the division. But I don't think the 2025 Commanders will have as good a record. And because of that, I think maybe the Eagles stagnate and or come back to the pack just a little bit because of their defense. But Washington, because of their schedule and a lot of the veterans that they brought in a year ago on one-year deals that they've now brought back on another one-year deal, Wagner and Ertz, guys that at their age you worry about getting hurt, most of whom didn't. Maybe that doesn't happen this year with those guys. Or maybe, this is the year that they start to slow down. Just naturally, I think the fader gets turned down a little bit on Washington as well. And so while maybe the 12 wins of last season would have been enough to win the division this year, I don't think they win 12 games either. And both of those teams kind of come back. So I don't know that they've closed the gap. I think the gap is about the same as it was last year, honestly, between Washington and Philly.
And how big is that? Because I'm with you. I'm trying to quantify it. I'm trying to think of a good adjective or a way to describe it.
Yeah, how do you even quantify that?
Because they're not in the same tier talent-wise. They're just not.
Yeah, in wins, it's probably a couple of wins in the standings. In terms of like what I would expect, I would say Washington, if some things go pretty well, they could go 10-7. For the Eagles, I think 12-5 is probably where they are realistically.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they win 13 games as a ceiling. But yeah, I just think they're way deeper. They're more loaded. And their best players are not one-year guys who at some point are about to run into a wall. For them, it's A.J. Brown. Washington doesn't have one of those.
Right.
Even Devontae Smith is a wide receiver, too. I'm not saying McLaurin's not better than Devontae Smith. But as a number 2 that doesn't get the attention, Washington doesn't have one of those. Barkley in the backfield, Washington doesn't have one of those. Their offensive line, we could go almost name by name.
And this is where I was going to go.
Doesn't have one of those.
This is where I was going to go. To me, if you go man for man, there are only a couple of spots where I take Washington's guy.
Would you take Daniels over Hurts?
I would.
Already?
Yeah. Now, that's maybe my own bias because I'm in love, but I'm been a big Jalen Hurts backer, despite the fact that he plays for the Eagles. But I think that guy's better than he gets credit for an awful lot. Perfect for what they do, but he's got more deposits in the bank so far than Jaden Daniels does. That's obvious. That's not Daniels' fault. He's been in the league for 1 year. But I just think there's more there. He's more dynamic than Hurts, even though Hurts is the perfect fit for what they've got going around.
It goes without saying you'd take Daniels for the long term. I think everybody would. I'm thinking more just in a game or this coming season.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably closer than we want to admit in DC. I happen to personally just be a little lower on Jalen Hurts than a lot of people. He is a big game guy. He plays unbelievable football down the stretch and in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. He's been magnificent. But there's also just chunks. Maybe it's health for each of the last 2 years, and it's just a month at a time, like we saw with Jaden Daniels, frankly.
Yeah,
where he didn't look like the same guy. But where Jalen Hurts is lethargic and doesn't really move with any kind of juice or jolt.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You watch him and you're like, this is it. This is the guy. This is the top 7 quarterback in the league. There's way too much of that for me. So I would take Daniels over him as well. I just think there's more electricity and more. He's more of a lethal weapon.
Yeah, but then up and down the line, I think you already started this. There are very few spots where I'd go, give me Washington's guy over Philadelphia's, right? Just lining them up. Now, I would take Terry McLaurin over Jahan Dotson and Devontae Smith, but I wouldn't take him over A.J. Brown. And then as you go through, it's Mailata, Dickerson, Jurgens, Johnson. I like Larry Tunsil a lot. That's kind of one of the debatable ones. But you see where I'm going with it. I mean, to me, they are a 10 out of 10 talent-wise.
Yes.
Washington's probably 6.
But this is what happens when you draft exceptionally for
consecutive years,
every year, for a bunch of years in a row. Like all of a sudden, you have the deepest team in the league, and certainly the most talented in the conference is PFF ranked them today. Next on Grant and Danny, we are getting ready for Michael Rubin of Fanatics right at the top of the hour in 20 minutes. That should be a fun conversation. Also, William Byron, who's leading the points standings for NASCAR's Cup Series. He'll be in studio with us coming up in like 40 minutes. But next, I want to talk about one of the Chiefs who's got a pretty exotic pet and discuss with Danny how exotic he would get with his pets. This is The Fan. Michael Rubin of Fanatics is on the show at 3 o'clock today. William Byron's in studio at 3:25. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Carson Steele, you familiar with his work? This is the fullback.
Yes.
Kind of a running back. Why do I call him a fullback? Is it his build or that he's white? I'm not really sure.
It could be a little of both, but
Yeah.
remember, at one point, he was next in Kansas City. And
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No chance.
Every fantasy owner picked up Carson Steele. He was the number one waiver wire claim, and he ran for like half a millimeter per carry, and then never got the touches.
Maybe when Isaiah Pacheco got hurt, he
That's
was
what
a waiver
I'm saying.
wire guy for a week.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I thought you were trying to say, like, he's going to go for 1,000 yards this year. That's not a
This
thing.
was the hottest free agent pickup.
Right.
Who did nothing.
22-year-old Carson Steele is 6 foot 230. So I don't think I'm just doing this because he's a white. I think I'm doing this because of his body type when I call him a fullback. But I think he would tell you he's a running back. I don't really know. Oh, you know what else? He wears number 42. You don't wear number 42 as a running back. Who are you, Trey Hendrickson? That's a deep cut. I'll get no credit for it in this room.
Former Dallas Cowboys running back that only played well against Washington.
Who wore number?
42.
Pretty sure he did.
Okay.
I think he did. Again, no credit from behind the glass over there. Troy Hambrick. What do you know about him, guys? Give me something. Give me something on Troy Hambrick. Anybody in the room?
No file.
Clary, something on Troy Hambrick. What do you got?
Got nothing.
Ben the Red, Troy Hambrick. What do we got here? Let's do this thing together. We can
Here we
do
go.
this. We're
Here
just
we
funny.
go.
Nothing.
All right.
Did Troy Hambrick ever have a good season? I don't think he did.
Only against Washington.
Oh, he torched them one time. Dave Campo was the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
He had a 972-yard season.
Attaboy. Did he wear number 42?
Let me see. I don't really see it here, but he went to Savannah State. I can tell you that.
Doesn't help.
Doesn't help you?
Do you remember when the Cowboys were terrible? They went 5-11 every year under Dave Campo.
I do.
3 straight
Wasn't
years.
that the best?
Troy Hambrick came here and ran for like $127. He was number 42, by the way. Any Hoots.
Carson
Steele of the Chiefs
Mm-hmm.
had a picture online this week. You know what pet he's got?
I don't.
An alligator. And it's a scary alligator. It looks like the alligator that I held in New Orleans at the Super Bowl when I was one of the 100,000 out-of-state visitors.
Oh, yes.
From 45 different states. He has an alligator like the one I held, but this one's not sedated. Look at the size of this alligator that Carson Steele has.
Let me see that bad
This
boy.
is his pet alligator.
Oh, that's human sized.
I think it's like eight feet long.
Yeah, that's like it's longer, like from tail to head,
right,
than a person, but it's like the size of like a 12-year-old kid. You know what I mean?
His teammates call him Crocodile. That's weird.
They call
right?
Carson that?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you call him Alligator? They call him Crocodile because he has an alligator. That's strange.
Which I like that. I think the C in his name, if his name was like Alex, they might call him Alligator. But Carson, Crocodile, this is me guessing. I don't know.
Wow, this is crazy. So I'm just reading this now. On how he came to own an alligator, quote, I probably got him as a Christmas present in 2nd or 3rd grade.
Probably. Undetermined how it happened.
Who's getting their kid an alligator?
A horse's ass.
Like, what kind of...
An idiot.
Do you know how different his family life was probably than mine? He probably has way more skills as a man.
Sure.
But they're just getting each other alligators when they're in 2nd grade? That's a weird thing to do.
Born in Greenwood, Indiana. What are they doing there?
Indiana. I would have bet everything he was from the South.
No, went to Ball State and then transferred to UCLA.
So he's like a northern dude.
Yeah, but like you sleep on how rural some of those places are. Middle of nowhere, Indiana. Bored.
So I decided to put together this list, Danny, of possible exotic pets and get to know Danny Rouillet a little bit. The question is, would Danny Rouillet have this type of pet based on Carson Steele having an alligator?
Okay, here we go. I'm ready to play.
Bell means you would have the pet.
So do you want me to ring it or you ring it?
We'll do it for each of us.
You do. Okay.
Yeah. First one I'll give you is Carson Steele's pet alligator. Would you have an alligator as a pet?
No, I you know what? I would not do that.
What if it was a baby alligator, like a foot or two long?
Huh. What'll happen to it eventually? Will it become a full-size alligator?
I don't know. If you keep it in a cage, is it one of those things like a snake where they only get as big as the cage allows?
Yeah, I think it's going to grow some and be a danger to me and my family. And it's stupid to have one. So that's a no still.
Okay, I'm out on alligators as well, so it's a no for me.
Yeah.
A snake.
No.
Would Danny really have a snake?
Nope.
I know that.
They should all be killed.
I would also
eliminated.
not have a snake.
Taken off the earth.
Your kid comes up to you and says, Dad, I really want to get a pet spider. You know, like the big tarantulas, like
Buzz?
Like Buzz had. in Home Alone, would you do a spider?
I would not. Not a great pet.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Can you play with it? Can you have quality time with it?
No, you can. You can. No, you can't.
I mean, now you would. I guess that you're the wrong person to ask because you don't have a dog.
There it is. Yeah. I was waiting for you to get there.
Right.
You get down all the way down to. Would you have a terrier? No. Would you have a Pomeranian? No.
Right. How about this? How about a guinea pig?
Yeah.
You would do that.
We could do that one.
I'm not doing a guinea pig. I guess if my daughter, I shouldn't say that. If my daughter asked, I would get it for her.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're dumb. Them and the hamsters, is overrated, but they're very low maintenance, easy.
What about a sugar glider?
Is that which one is that? That's the one that jump.
Cute little guys, yeah, with the big beady eyes.
But they have like kind of the bat wing thing where they can go from tree to part of the tree.
Exactly,
Yeah. So that's
this guy right here.
Instantly no then because of that.
I would do a sugar glider.
Would you?
Yeah. One I would actually do tomorrow. Like tomorrow, I would go with my wife if she said she wanted to. A little potbelly pig. Would Danny Rouillet get a cute little pig?
No, absolutely not.
You know how cute those are? Not the ones that grow into big hogs.
No.
I'm not talking about Joe Jacoby.
They're
I'm talking about a little tiny pig.
Only cute when they're sizzling, right? For brekkie. That smell wakes you up.
It's weird.
Yeah.
How about a turtle? Would you get a tortoise?
Dumb.
I'm team turtle. You know that about me.
Yeah.
I would definitely do that. Hermit crab. We getting the kid hermit crab.
That's an interesting one. I could do that. Again, low maintenance. He's not going anywhere. He's not hurting anybody.
Would you do any kind of rodent?
Nope.
Like a hamster?
Nope. Oh, well, the guinea pig. I thought you were talking about something
this
else.
is like a little hamster or gerbil of some type.
We could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Here's one I would do. Now, I'll never be able to, but I would do this in a heartbeat. Would Danny Rouillet do a little cute monkey?
Not for a single instant. Wrong. A terrible idea.
I
like
would be
an
psyched.
all-time terrible idea.
I would do something as big as like a gibbon monkey.
Like at
Gibbons.
best, it's a Curious George situation where he narrowly avoids precarious situations that he causes. Like, no.
What's the really tiny monkey that like wraps her hands around your finger?
The capuchin monkey?
The pygmy marmoset?
Oh, maybe.
I would do one of those
One of those,
quick.
You train a monkey to like pickpocket people?
So it doesn't seem like you're getting any weird pets anytime soon.
No, I'm not really that guy.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Michael Rubin of Fanatics joins us next. William Byron in studio at 3:25.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. We've got baseball on tap in the district tonight as the Nats return home for their trip out west. They finished the month of May with a record of 15-12, marking their first winning month since August of 2023. We'll see what June has in store for the Curly W's. They begin a 3-game series against the Chicago Cubs this evening. Trevor Williams on the hill for D.C. and it's Cade Horton for the Cubs getting the ball for his 4th career start. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up beginning at 6:15 with Nats on deck. NFL news, the Steelers are not expected to trade for Dolphins tight end Jonnu Smith after engaging in talks with Miami last week. The team will now host free agent wide receiver Gabe Davis on a visit this week in their search for receiving help. That, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. NBA news, the Timberwolves held their end-of-season presser this afternoon after getting bounced in the Western Conference Finals. The main topic of the presser, what's next for Minnesota? Julius Randle and Naz Reid both have player options for the 2025 season, but GM Tim Connolly says he is, quote, very confident they will both be back next year. Ready to level up your skills? PG Community College offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
You know what's a sneaky good smell is a giant pretzel.
Yes.
Giant
yeah.
pretzel.
Baked. You got dough. You can almost smell the salt, or maybe it's your own senses knowing that the salt's right there on top of it.
A guy gave me this today.
Oh, my God. Look
It's
at
a
that.
giant pretzel, and it just smells so good. My whole book bag smells like it.
I'm not going to eat it. Can I smell it?
You can smell it if you
Thanks,
want.
man.
So I'm taking this home. My wife loves these giant pretzels, and I'm just taking that home to her.
Oh,
It smells
yeah.
great, right?
Yeah.
So somebody gave me that. They're like, hey, do you like pretzels? I'm like, my wife
Of course
will eat
I
it.
do.
So she'll crush it. It'll be good. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, brought to you by our friends, the law firm Kondorian Murad. They sponsor our show exclusively. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Mention us to get a discount, kmlawyers.com. They'll take good care of you. Again, kmlawyers.com. Michael Rubin's going to join us in just a couple of minutes. The CEO of Fanatics, who's been named the most influential person in sports business by SBJ and some other outlets over the last couple of years, literally runs Fanatics, so it'll be a good conversation with him. Some of the things I want to talk about. Did you realize the Commanders rank 8th in the NFL for the start of the regular season through the NFC Championship game last year in terms of Fanatics merch that was moved? Top 10. Now, I guess that's the Jaden Daniels effect.
Sure.
But still, we talk about the popularity of the name and is it staying or not. When the ownership group looks at that, they're going to say, yeah, I'll bet you this name is okay. Sales up 250% season over season from 23 to 24. That's from 26th in the NFL to 8th in the NFL with all that Commanders merch. Jaden Daniels was the number 2 player in the NFL in terms of jersey sales this past year. And Alex Ovechkin here in D.C. actually broke the NHL record for player merchandise in a single day, the day he scored the 895th goal to move ahead of Wayne Gretzky. So we could talk to him about some of those things.
Nice. Yeah, that stuff like that is so cool. Can you imagine going from not being a company to now being one of the gold standards of like, oh, I would like an Ovechkin jersey. You go there. Like now people just know that's where you go. You go to Fanatics.
Well, it's not
amazing.
even that they have the merch in the stores, but like they're doing the jersey deals now, the jerseys that every team is wearing.
That's right.
Used to be a Nike or, they're going with Adidas this year. Now it's Fanatics, but they've got everything. They've got the sports books and you name it, they're doing it. So we'll talk to him. I just want to have a conversation about where we're headed with sports and sports media, and who better to talk to than Michael Rubin about that. Let's squeeze in AJ in District Heights on Grant and Danny while we await the call. AJ, how are you, man? Good to talk to you.
Hey, doing good, man. How you guys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Appreciate it.
You wanted to chime in on the gap between the Eagles and the Commanders, Philly trading Bryce off to San Francisco.
Yeah, I don't think we're that far off. If you look at the game, an NFC Championship game, we were going back and forth. We were able to move the ball. It's just that we lost that turnover battle. And like you guys said, if Dan Quinn can get the defense to start creating some turnovers, and if we win the turnover battle, I mean, talent-wise, yeah, the Eagles definitely are one of one. But as far as actually competing and beating them in the game, I think we can get them
if we just take care of the ball.
That's actually going to be our poll of the day. You can go vote on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account right now. Our poll of the day every day is brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience, just gauging how far people think Washington is from being able to overtake Philadelphia with that poll. I think it's hard to look at just the results from last season in a small sample of a couple of games, but the NFC Championship game, to his point, was not a 32-point game. And that was the result, 55-23. But the game was much closer for longer. And I would also say, like, people will say, well, they split last year. Remember, the Commanders beat the Eagles at home.
Right.
Kind of. I think it was a 14-0 game with Philly driving when Hurts got hurt and left that game, and then Pickett came in. He threw a terrible interception as part of the Washington comeback to win that game. So in the same way, I don't think the championship game was as bad as it looked. I'm not sure that beating Philly was as authentic as that looked either.
Yeah, you were in kind of a gross dog fight there in Philadelphia the first time that you and I were at with our buddies from Condori and Murad. And, you get a 4th down conversion, which you got all season long at a 90-some% clip. Maybe that's a different football game, et cetera. But Philly, of course, takes off at the end and wins by double digits. So, yeah, I was trying to remember it. I mean, Washington scored to make it 14-12. Missed the 2-point conversion, and then from there it was just an absolute bloodbath with a couple lost fumbles mixed in, an interception late, but the game was already academic at that point. So yeah, I mean, to me, the gap is pretty big, and Washington was able to compensate in a number of ways and hide some of their deficiencies, of which there were many for a team that frankly was in year 1 of a build. Normally, you're purging all the bad from the previous culture and the regime and stuff. You had no first-round picks, no substantial players really to build on other than who you drafted in Terry McLaurin and a couple other guys that you acquired. But they had to kind of mask some of the things that didn't make them look real good, and they couldn't run the ball in certain ways or defensively had to either pick, what do I want to get beat by today, the run or the pass? You'd hope that now that gap is closed. I don't know how much it has because just how good and how well Philadelphia's run so consistently. Howie Roseman, to me, is among the best executives in the sport, in all of sports, quite frankly. They always seem to have another guy waiting. They always seem to find their next Zach Bond. They always have that 5th rounder, 6th rounder, or whatever that comes out of nowhere. It always seems the guy falls to them, the Cooper DeJeans, who, as highly ranked a nickel cornerback as there is in the NFL in the first year of his time there. Just stuff like that always seems to happen to them. Always get the right defensive coordinator. Always have the right pieces
when your
and players.
process is good, it happens.
And that's kind of my point.
Yeah. Also, to what you're saying, it's easy to say, fumbles. I think they lost the 4 fumbles in the NFC Championship game or whatever. You turn the ball over when you're under-talented in matchups. Now, I'm not saying every one of those was because of that, but just as an example, like sometimes you fumble because a throw leads you inside and you get hit right as you're catching it or whatever. And the other team just being a little bit faster and a little bit more physical and a little bit better had something to do with that turnover. One of those I remember was the McNichols fumble on a kickoff, and like that kind of stuff kills you and can't happen and is inexcusable. But I mean, there was a pretty clear discrepancy in that. The poll question is there for you to try to figure out, did Washington close the gap? I think the best way to answer is through the lens of Jaden Daniels, though. If Jaden Daniels makes another leap, which is a big ask and probably tough to put on him, but if he's able to go from the way he played last year to an MVP candidate, well, then he masks so many things around him that you do close the gap, because he is now definitively ahead of Hurts, and the quarterback position is the most important position in football. But if that's not the case and he doesn't make the leap, now you need other positions and other guys to step up around him, and that gets complicated because that's where they have more talent at those other positions.
Yeah, I think that's what's essential, right? If you take one thing away from them, they're fine with that, right? It doesn't matter. Like, you want to take away A.J. Brown on the outside? They'll hand it off to Saquon Barkley and kill you. You want to take that away? Watch what else we can do with Dallas Goedert and Devontae Smith. There's always a counter for them. Whereas Washington, especially down the stretch, it was kind of like, hey, Jaden, go ahead and make a whole bunch of magic and cover for all our problems.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, tracking down Michael Rubin, the CEO of Fanatics, who's going to be joining us in just a couple of minutes here on G&D. They've got a big event that Jaden Daniels is taking part in New York City with dozens of the top athletes in America. Let's go to Shane, who's in Switzerland, on Grant and Danny. What's up, Shane?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today, Commander Grant?
Buddy.
Hey, look, we're not even nowhere close to the Eagles right now. I mean, we're probably like a year away, maybe 2. Only if this coaching staff stays together. Of course, things change. If Kingsbury wants to go to another, then what? Now we got to learn a new offense. So, I think we're close, but no, we're not. We're about 2 years away, in my opinion. And then we'll be competing for the, like the Eagles have. And it's just time. It's time. We're getting there. We just got to be patient as fans. And another thing about the pets.
Shane, we got to let you go, buddy. We appreciate you. Thank you. What was he saying about the what?
But
the pets.
The pets.
As much as I'd like to talk to you about exotic pets, right now we got to talk to the CEO of Fanatics, who's with us on the Rude Guest Hotline. We're fired up about this. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Michael Rubin is with us. Michael, you're on in D.C. with Grant and Danny. How are you?
What's happening, guys? How you doing?
Very
Fired
well,
up
man.
to
Thank
chat
you.
with you. So much to cover here. Appreciate you hopping aboard. I just wanted to start because looking at your history, I was reminded, you're a Philly area guy, that you were working with Josh Harris at one point in time as part of the ownership group with the Sixers and the Devils that now owns the Commanders and has completely turned this football team around in a very, very short time. What are your recollections of working with Josh and that ownership group?
Well, Josh is a great friend of mine, and I had a great time. We bought the Sixers together in 2011. I was a part of it until, I think, 2021, 2022, when I wanted to put all of my energy into Fanatics. But look, Josh cares deeply, and he's got a great ownership group, friends with a lot of guys in the ownership group, and it's been fun for me to see such a fast turnaround in D.C. I think there was so much starvation for being, the city was starving for this to happen. And look, Jaden Daniels is a really special individual. He's one of Fanatics, most important athletes. He's a good buddy of mine. I love him. So for me to see Josh, who's been a long time, partner of mine and a great friend of mine, together with Jaden, kind of start to make magic begin to happen. It's super exciting. I mean, it's, Josh is a special guy. He's going to work his ass off to, work to bring championships to, Washington area. And, I think you're well on your way.
Well, you mentioned the starvation part of things. The idea that a couple of DC athletes would be on top of any list other than like worst performing for a long time is sort of foreign to us here. But, looking at some of your best-selling jerseys, you mentioned it, Jaden Daniels, Alexander Ovechkin, all of a sudden some of these DC jerseys are in demand, Michael.
Absolutely. And then we got DC natives like KD as well. So, we're covering DC born guys, DC stars today. Yeah, look, Ovechkin, what he did with breaking that record, I think he was the biggest selling hockey player ever when he broke the moment. And I believe Jaden, if my memory serves me right, was like the number 2 selling NFL jersey for the entire season last year. I mean, he was a jersey selling machine. So it's fun to see it. And look, there's a lot of excitement happening in your city, but probably no more than around what's happening with the Commanders and Jaden and Josh and the whole organization.
CEO of Fanatics, Michael Rubin, with us on Grant and Danny. Speaking of Jaden Daniels, there's a quarterback playbook panel that I've been reading about where he's going to take part in this panel with Dan Marino and Joe Montana at the event you guys are having. It's like a Comic-Con for athletes and people who love sports, essentially, all coming together. But what's this like? I just love the idea of Daniels getting some FaceTime with, rubbing elbows with some of the great quarterbacks ever.
Well, first, let me just tell you a little bit about Fanatics, because it's a brand new concept that we created last year. We did it for the first time ever last August. And really, what we realized, there was really not a festival for sports fans. And I've been to so many music festivals, and I've been to Comic-Con, I've been to different trading card shows, and it's kind of like sports fans deserve, a first-rate, incredible festival. And I think there was nobody other than the Fanatics that could bring it all together. So certainly we work with, so many of the different big sports properties, the NFL, the NBA, baseball, hockey, UFC, WWE, FIFA, Premier League, all these different sports organizations. So we basically looked at Comic-Con and we said, would it be amazing if we had this in sports? So we did it last year for the first time. We had 70,000 people show up for the first time last year.
Oh my God.
We take over JAB, which is the biggest convention center in New York. And we had so many big stars come last year. Yeah. We had, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards right off the Olympics, Tom Brady. We had Jay-Z, Travis Scott, There were just hundreds, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, so many of the biggest athletes, celebrities, artists, the world came together. But then we said we want to move it because we want to have current NFL athletes be able to participate. So we moved it to June. And the big difference by moving it to June is you could get all of the current NFL players that would have been kind of in preseason now participate. So this year in football, you've got guys like Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, CJ Stroud, Michael Parsons, CD Lamb, Devontae Adams, Jamar Chase, Brady, all these guys that are going to be participating this year. There's about 300 athletes, celebrities, artists, all coming to this 3-day convention at the Javits Center in New York City. So Fanatics Fest, it's pretty incredible. Nothing really phases me anymore. I mean, anyone who wasn't there last year had huge FOMO. This year we've got Kevin Hart coming, Jay-Z and Travis Scott coming back. This year, Victor Wembanyama, LeBron James is coming, James Harden, KD. So you've just got so many different big athletes across all the different sports. And there's so much content you can consume. You talked about the panel that Jaden Daniels is on, but we have so many incredible panels. I think we've got 6 different stages where people just watch, their favorite athletes, celebrities, artists talk about different things that are important to them. And, Jaden, as I said, he's such a special guy. When I watched, I got to meet him before he was drafted, and we were actually doing a Cactus Jack launch in college, and he came, we started at LSU, and he came from LSU to Texas, then USC, and I just saw a perfect combination of confidence and humility. I remember telling Josh Harris before the draft, man, if you get this kid, he's going to be so special. And I think he's in the first year. I don't think he could have had much better first year than he had.
He was unbelievable. CEO of Fanatics, Michael Rubin, one of the most influential business people, sports industry at this point, is named by just about every outlet over the last few years. Joining us here on Grant and Danny. You can check out the Fanatics Fest that he was just referencing up in New York City coming up this month. I'm curious, you guys now don't just have your hand in everything, you're shaping everything in so many ways, whether it's the deals for creating the jerseys for teams and sports and everything from the event that you're talking about, and sports cards are exploding again. I don't know when this happened, but it's like my childhood all over again. What do you think's next, or what's the thing right now that's hottest that you think is just scratching the surface in terms of sports fandom and business?
Well, for me, we're in 3 primary businesses today. We've got the business we started in, which is really our fan gear business. We operate the flagship Fanatics site, but we also operate, the NBA store, the NFL shop, NHL store, MLB store. We have about almost 1,000 team and college sites that we run globally. And, that's kind of our first business. That business, it's grown, it's grown a fair amount over the last decade, but we still feel like we're just getting going. We also own Lids, the headwear retailer. And I think it's really about innovation from a product perspective. How do you keep satisfying the fan better? We do make, as you mentioned, a lot of the jerseys. We make the jerseys in the NFL, Major League Baseball, hockey, some of the basketball jerseys. And I think there's just so much more innovation to come. Yesterday I was flying home from England. I was looking at some of the new jersey designs that were coming. They were just blowing my mind away. There's just so many exciting products coming. Then we launched the Fanatics Sportsbook about 20 months ago, and that's probably the fastest growing sports book in the country now. People actually told us we had no shot, which when people tell me I have no shot, I love that more than anything. And, we're growing like crazy in that business. And it's because we got a better value proposition. We bet with Fanatics. You get, you earn fan cash, which you can use to bet or buy merchandise or buy trading cards or get tickets from Ticketmaster or go to Tops or Lids. And so every time you bet, you earn fan cash, which you can, use in our kind of ecosystem. And that's been really popular. Then we do something called fair play, which is if your player gets hurt in the first quarter, we actually take that player out of your prop. So I think we had like hundreds of thousands of bets last year where people would have lost and they won because of kind of our, kind of insurance that we give as part of betting with us. And then we have our collectibles business. In fact, Fanatics Collectibles, Fanatics Live, we own Tops, the trading card company. And to your point, that's growing like crazy. That's really just because of product innovation and marketing. It's still much smaller than when we were kids, but it's definitely growing pretty fast. So for us, we have so much to do in those 3 businesses. We're kind of like, we're locked in, man. We're not trying to do anything outside of those 3 businesses. I think we got to innovate and do those 3 businesses better. And so every day we wake up, we have about 22,000 people at the company, and we're just figuring out, how can we kind of enhance the experience for sports fans? And there's so much for us to do. And, I think I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I get to work around the best athletes, the best owners, the best fans, and we got more than 100 million customers at Fanatics, and we appreciate every one of them one by one.
Well, congrats on the success. I will say one snafu that you need to clean up here. Last year, the all-white party that you guys had with all the celebrities and the athletes that we saw pictures of, the invites for me and Danny, they didn't make it here. And so I don't know.
I don't know what happened because we definitely sent that to you guys. We were waiting for you guys to come, and they
someone
told me
should be fired over that.
They told me everybody showed up but the two of you guys, and I was like, what's going on here, man? Like, I don't understand. Like,
yeah, it was ridiculous.
Respecting you guys, and I gotta be honest with you. Like, I remember when Brady and all the guys that were there, and I remember Drake's when he's like, where are these guys? Like, I don't get it. Like, they're just. Yeah.
So I will just say you have no shot of paying us millions to show up as an appearance fee. You see what I'm saying?
You have no chance.
That's a challenge. No chance.
No chance to get us there.
No chance you do it.
You just think we can't afford it. I get it. Like, look, it's tough. We got to invest in the fan. Like, we can't afford to get you guys there. I get it. I mean, you could. It sounds like you could be the only paid guys there, but whatever it takes. We want you guys.
Well, let's just hope the invites get here this year, and we'll call it even. But in the meantime, keep kicking butt. Thanks for the time.
Congrats, man. Thank you.
Hey, great talking to you guys.
You got it. Michael Rubin, who is the CEO of Fanatics on Grant and Danny.
People sleep on what it takes from going from out in the wilderness, like barely a brand, to intrinsic to all of the sports and sportsbook and everything else. I mean, like all the things, everything from LA gear and Reebok that was like, it used to be part of the culture and it's out. Fanatics is everywhere and everything. And it wasn't before that. It's amazing.
Jaden Daniels is front and center too.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't just saying all of those things because he's on in DC.
I'd get on board on that.
The number 2 selling jersey and merch player in the National Football League, the biggest sport in America last year. And then Ovi broke all their hockey records when he scored 895. The points leader for NASCAR's Cup Series, William Byron, joins us in studio next. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. You get Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan as they try and keep the good times rolling after taking 4 out of 6 on their West Coast road trip. Tonight, they begin a 6-game homestand, starting with the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs. Trevor Williams on the bump for D.C. It's Cade Horton getting his 4th start for the Chicago Cubs. It is a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up beginning at 6:15 with Nats on deck. Football news, Detroit Lions center Frank Ragnow calling it a career after 7 seasons in the National Football League. Ragnow, one of the game's best centers, earned 4 Pro Bowl nods throughout the course of his career. College baseball news, Wake Forest and baseball coach Tom Walter apologized Tuesday afternoon for what appeared to be an anti-gay slur caught by television cameras during an NCAA regional game against Tennessee. The coach said, quote, "I am very sorry for my outburst and frustration last night, and I recognize the hurt and disappointment it has caused." The coach said that in the statement issued by Wake Forest. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. We are live in our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard, just a few blocks from Nationals Park, where tonight the first pitch will be thrown out by the gentleman who is leading the Cup Series for NASCAR in points. Their point standings right now, one of the Final 4 racers in the playoffs last year, who drives the number 24 car, the Chevy for Hendrick Motorsports. William Byron is in studio with us right now. Thank you for stopping through. We appreciate you making us part of the media tour today. I know you're getting ready to throw out the first pitch. What's your level of nerves for that assignment going in over there?
Well, I think I'm doing the what do they call it? The play ball.
Yeah,
I guess
okay,
I'm doing that. So
shouting the play ball.
Yeah, so I'm a little nervous for it, but I don't know. I think it's gonna be fine.
That's easy.
It's easy
If
thing to
that's
do.
your obligation,
Okay.
you literally say 3 words.
Okay,
like
good.
you are a winner.
Okay.
Here it is. Ready? Nationals fans, it's time to play ball. It's over.
That's it.
That's
You
your
can do
night.
that one.
Are people
Now-
actually listening? They
Not
Ish,
really.
yeah.
Not really.
So it never goes well is when someone tries to do a joke or a play on
Yeah.
something. So, for example, like, obviously, as a racer, start your engines, Nats fans. Like, they won't understand that.
Yeah, they'll
you
be
just
like,
got to stick to the
crickets.
play ball. Yeah.
Crickets. Yeah.
So just from chatting for a couple minutes before we went on with you in studio, it's pretty clear you're a pretty big sports fan.
Mhm.
I knew, unfortunately, you're a big Canes fan.
So
Yeah.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah, good for you guys.
Glad for you.
We don't have any animus toward them at all here in Washington, D.C.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
you were surprised to see, you were like staring at the TV that Thibodeau got fired. You're asking
Yeah.
us about Ovechkin. Give us an idea of your sports fandom out of the car.
Yeah, I mean, I watch all types of sports, but I feel like I'm probably most into football and hockey. I mean, I played football until I stopped growing, and then it's kind of like, okay, probably should race. But yeah, I think I like a lot of different sports, and yeah, I enjoy watching everything. Probably not as much basketball, but obviously with the finals coming up, I'll definitely watch some of that.
Are you a Panthers
Oh, yeah, I
fan?
was going to Panthers
I'm
guy.
a Panthers guy. Yeah, they're not as good as the Commanders this year, but
No,
the
they're
Commanders
not.
were pretty good.
I
but-
thought Dave Canales was a good hire and has him.
Yeah.
Bryce Young
He has
looked a
good
lot better
energy.
last year.
Yeah, they
Are you,
look good.
you willing to give him a little more time and see where it's at?
Oh, for sure. I think they're maybe overhyped this year a bit, but I think they could have 9-10 wins would be awesome.
I also feel like there's no urgency in that division. You know what I mean? Like, you could take your time with Bryce Young and company, and like you could mess around, get 8 wins, and probably win that NFC South at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we had Cam, it was like, we had some dominant years, and then we had some years where we only won 8 or 9 games and made the playoffs. So yeah, I think you can kind of stay in the battle.
We always like to put our cards on the table at the beginning of interviews with race car drivers.
Right.
Okay. Like yourself. I try to get as many of them on the show as possible because I'm now big into NASCAR. During the pandemic, I was telling you the backstory, but you guys were the only show in town that there weren't sports on.
Yeah.
And I just got all in. And I still watch and follow pretty closely. Danny watches the Netflix documentaries. That's the
And
extent.
I'm also in the room.
Right. But that having been said, there are a lot of things we'll ask you, but I will just let you know that if you were talking to Larry McReynolds, it'll be a very different interview. Okay. Like he's
Yeah.
going to ask you about what's under the hood and what are we doing? We don't have that, but we have some things that we're interested in that we want to cover with a 2-time Daytona 500 winner and a former Rookie of the Year. But I want to start with the Netflix series that just dropped. Season 2 came out. If you guys haven't watched it, you absolutely should. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
But you're one of the main drivers, obviously chronicled because you made the playoffs. And I thought that your ability to be outspoken and talk about the sports psychologist that you go to that has helped you in your career was awesome, because players don't talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
And it also seemed to me, and I don't want to put this in your mouth, you tell me, but like, it seemed to me like that was something you had to break through for yourself to even be willing to do that and then talk about it.
Yeah.
But how has that helped you, and how prevalent is that in your sport and in sports in general?
Yeah, I mean, guys probably don't talk about it too much, but I kind of learned from somebody else. I watched Kirk Cousins on the quarterback show, and he was working with one, and I was like, man, that's a great idea. And I think that was kind of right around the same time. So, yeah, I think it's super helpful. You know, obviously everyone has their different ways that they prepare and get ready to compete, but I feel like the mental side is obviously a big part of it. So, just figuring out what works for me, my routine, and sort of the thoughts that go through my head when I'm going through situations, I think is really critical.
What's that line between, you want to obviously be relaxed, but you also want to use that adrenaline, use that intensity to kind of, in a sport that demands such incredible focus for such an extended time.
Yeah.
It's not like you build up to one act. You're building up for, minutes and hours even of consistent, concentrated effort. What's that line like?
Yeah, I mean, the nerves are highest before the race, and then kind of the beginning of the race. But once you settle into the race, I feel like the nerves go away, and you're just thinking about the strategy of what you need to do. So I feel like that's probably for any athlete, like as you're continuing throughout the event, especially if you're playing continuously, it's just, you're in the flow of it. So it just becomes about executing, and there's plenty of emotion that comes with competing for a win or anything like that. So just managing those emotions is probably the big thing.
Another thing that I thought they did a really good job with on that documentary is discussing the teamwork on a team like Hendrick, where you're competing for yourselves, but you also inevitably at times you have to put, in your case, Chase or Alex Bowman or Kyle Larson, or whoever it's been along the way, like their priorities ahead of your own. What is that like? Because we watch sports where your team is all the guys in the same jersey, but you're in an individual sport where your sponsors care if you win or not. And yet Hendrick talks to you guys all together the day after the race, and his goals are different than yours. How does that work?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's, like you're all competing for the championship, if you're still in it. So like coming down to Martinsville last year, we were all competing against each other, and you just race hard, but try to race fair, I guess, is the big thing. So, it's,
but how about the egos, or even like you'll
Right.
see beefing within teammates sometimes, or, and every team does this over the years, but like there's always an alpha, it feels like, and the guys are competing for that. Like, is that something that fans put on you guys, or is that real?
I don't think it's really real. I mean, I feel like we just try to do the best job that we can. And I feel like that's not like just coaches speak. I feel like it's actually, honestly, you try to lean on your teammates as much as you can to get to the ultimate goal, and then you race it out from there. So it's just like, obviously those competitive juices are flowing when you're competing, but outside of that, I think it's just kind of business as usual.
But do you get anything if your teammate wins the championship?
No, but it's better that way than somebody else. It definitely is. And
But there's no
we've been
value in
there.
it for like,
You get like a nice watch
for
at the end
William
of the year.
Byron
No.
Enterprises.
Not per se, but I think that helps everybody be more competitive. So that's just the mindset, right? Like, it's competitive when you're racing against each other, but you'd rather see them do well, because then that you have that opportunity as well. So I'd rather see one of my teammates win than another organization.
William Byron in studio with us here on Grant and Danny. Your start is awesome. Like the story of you getting into the sport, I think, is incredible. The analogy, and I want you to tell the story, but imagine like you played like a really good, I don't know, like a flight simulator, and became like the world's greatest dogfighter. Like it's to that level of how you got your beginning. Tell the story.
Yeah, I started on iRacing, which is a computer sim. Anybody can get on there and race. It's a pretty advanced sim. So it's a lot of fun. I feel like it's really taken off, and that's how I got my start. I was a huge fan of NASCAR growing up, so I think it just kind of made sense to run iRacing, and I didn't expect to get to where I am now, but it's just kind of that I feel like the ability was there and the work ethic to go with it.
You were 6 years old when you started iRacing, right?
Yeah, like 13 actually. But I was 6 when I went to my first race. Yeah.
Oh, so that's where your fandom started.
Yeah.
So the
exactly.
iRacing was as a teenager then.
Yeah.
Okay, so then is that, I guess it's different levels maybe, but do you have I've seen it with like the seat and the steering wheel and there's a bunch of equipment. You're not just doing that with a controller, right? Or does it matter?
Yeah, you have like a pedal, wheels and pedals. So yeah, that's how most people race on there, and that's how I got started.
But how unlikely is it for you to have, from that background, I read that your first race in a car was when you were about 15.
Yeah.
And that's just, people say, oh, well, he wasn't 16 yet. That's so late for these guys that you're competing with every Sunday. They've been doing this for years before that. How unlikely is that? Does anybody else have a story like yours?
No, I mean, I think it's just, I never thought I was going to be a NASCAR driver at 15. I thought, man, it'd be awesome to race. And I had a local track near me. So I'm like, man, if I can get involved and start racing there, maybe it'll lead to something. So I think it was just one step after another. And then when I had success at different levels, it was like, okay, this just is continuing to progress and is going to be something potentially there. So I don't think until probably 18, when I got a phone call to drive for Hendrick, I don't think that was when it set in, but I don't think up until that point I was thinking that.
And he just got a big extension to stay with Hendrick now. Is
too bad.
One of the top racers on the circuit, leading in points in NASCAR as we sit here talking today. William Byron's our guest. They're coming to Richmond, by the way, August 14th, back under the lights in Richmond. We'll ask you about that coming up in just a few, because I know a lot of our listeners will be at that race to watch you and watch the rest of the guys you're competing with. When you get your start that way, was there any animus toward you that you could feel, or were there guys like maybe just dismissive where they go, this dude played video games? He's not real.
Right. I think it was like a lot of sort of, I guess, some disrespect of like, hey, like, is he really going to be that good, or is he going to like make these mistakes, and he's so green? And so, yeah, I don't think I really heard that stuff that much, but I'm sure that's what people were thinking or whatever. And yeah, you just kind of keep your head down and just focus on, proving what your ability is. So I feel like that probably motivated me to kind of have a chip on my shoulder of this is, I'm doing it in a different way.
They may have thought one thing and then had to think something different when you passed them.
Yeah,
they're looking at the back of your car, right?
I mean, 14 races so far this year.
Yeah,
top 6 10 times.
Not too shabby.
That's how you get to number one in the point standings.
What's Richmond like?
Richmond, Richmond's a tough place. It's like sort of a place where experience really matters, it seems like, and I think it's typically where the veteran guys do really well. So
why is that?
I think it's just understand the tire and kind of like the feel of slipping it and sort of just the rhythm, I guess, and not overdriving, because I think a lot of people overdrive that track, and that's easy to do. I've been guilty of that a lot. So I think it's just a place that you have to kind of stay within the limits of the car, and like any sport, right? It looks effortless when the guys are good. So I think that's kind of Richmond.
Do you have a preference? They're back under the lights now at night in Richmond for this race. Night, like you guys just had in Nashville, the cars, to me, the high definition,
it looks so cool.
It's just badass. Like to me, that's the aesthetics that I love. But do you have a preference, racing 3 in the afternoon versus nighttime?
I think night races. I think as a sport we could do a lot more night races, because we, like you said, the product just looks better on the track. I think the racing is better at night at times. There's more aggression, I think. So
is that because of a track thing or like a mentality thing?
I think it's mentality. Some like
really?
Nighttime it's cooler out, so the drivers are more relaxed and probably could be more aggressive, I guess. But I don't know. It's just I'm not sure why, but I think under the lights, there's just more energy, I feel like. So I think we should do kind of half and half. I think right now we only have like maybe a 10th of our schedule is at night. So we could do a lot more night races.
William Byron with us on Grant and Danny. What's the temperature in the car when it gets really hot?
It's like 130. So
for hours on end.
If it's 80 degrees outside, it's usually 30 to 40 degrees warmer inside the car.
So if you guys are racing on a 95-degree day, it's 130 something.
Yeah, it's usually like 130 in there.
Just for hours, with all the gear and the jacket and the helmet.
Yeah, I mean your body acclimates. The biggest thing is just your breathing and just kind of, yeah, you just have to spend time in saunas and just
Do you
heat
train that
training.
way in
You
the
do.
sauna?
Yeah, you heat train, especially if it's a hot one for sure. But yeah.
What about, I mean, that you've been asked this a billion times, but you really got to go to the bathroom. What are we doing here?
I mean, so that's another thing with the heat, right? You sweat
You're sweating it
most
out.
of it out. So yeah, I mean, you don't really have to typically unless you're really not sweating and and you think about it. But yeah, it's not most of the time it's not an issue.
That's a funny thing that over 6
I
hours
know.
may not ever be a problem.
Seriously. The sound. So I've been to a couple NASCAR races, right? And that's the thing I would tell people who've never been is you feel the sound, right? As you're like watching the car, it's going fast, but maybe not that fast. And then of course it comes around that turn and zips past you and it like knocks you back when you're not ready for it.
Yeah.
What does it sound like in the car? I mean, obviously you've got your communications going, but you can feel that sound too, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, you have ear molds that you wear that
Mhm.
cancel a lot of the noise. But yeah, I mean, a lot of us, I mean, after the race, it's like it takes a while for your mind to kind of calm down after all the noise and everything happening inside the car. So yeah, it's just but we love it, and I love the feeling of racing and just the adrenaline that comes with competing and trying to be better. And I think that's what sticks with you.
William Byron and NASCAR are going to be in Richmond coming up under the lights again. You can go check out the race and see the 24 car glistening in one of those night races that he likes. You're a big Legos guy, I remember seeing.
Yeah.
Do you do that in season, or is that more of an off-season hobby?
It's kind of therapeutic. I mean, I do it some in season, but more of off season, I would say.
And are you like just buying the things in small boxes and building them, or are you like got huge projects?
It's all
I get,
sets
like,
now, right?
Yeah, they're all sets. So I get like the bigger ones that they come out with, and just kind of I wait until they come out with something that I'm really excited about, and I build that. But it's some of the architecture is great. Like built the Titanic was a fun project.
What's your biggest one?
Biggest one's probably that.
Titanic.
But I had some other ones. I guess like the Dark Knight Batmobile and just different ones. So it's fun. It's I heard Nelly Corda was talking about it, that she does it as well. So that was kind of cool to see that.
What are your like from a TV movie? Like, what are your proclivities? You binging shows, or what kind of things do you watch?
Man, I was into the Osama bin Laden documentary.
Dude.
Oh, we love it.
You got
We
good
loved it.
company. I
That's
only
pretty
spent
good.
about 45 minutes talking about that last week.
They're just looking for someone to talk to
Yeah.
about it. Like, did
God.
you see that? Like, yeah.
The final episode of that documentary.
It escalated.
It could have been 15 hours long.
The first one was a little slow, and then the third episode, I was like, man, this is really good. I mean, I watched Zero Dark 30 was a great. Honestly, it was cool to see. Like, I watched that movie, and then hearing them talk about it, like they did depict a lot of things really well.
Totally.
I wonder who the lady was who was blacked out.
This was my question. I think that's
like the Maya
Chastain.
character. Yeah.
What's that?
I think that was Chastain, the redhead from the movie.
Whose character whose name was Maya in the movie. Yeah.
Or sometimes like that character that they have is three people. You know what I mean? Like they just combine. So it could have been 3 or 4 of those women, and they use all those anecdotes.
wow.
Who knows? But I definitely thought that was part of it. All right, last thing then. I got one final one. Danny, you can ask one final one. But for me, I guess I'm just curious, like goals rest of the season, number 1 in points. Does that change how you race at all? You've already got your win. You don't really have to worry about trying to force your way in.
Yes and no. I feel like we need to win more races in the regular season because the playoff points we're okay in them, but we're not, first in those. We're kind of like in the middle of the road. So I think we need to get some more points and kind of playoff points, I should say. So like winning a race or winning a stage. So we need to try to get some of those.
Do you like the playoff format as it is now, or would you tinker with it?
I mean, it's very competitive. It leaves a little bit to chance, I guess, at the end of the year. If you have a parts failure or something, you could, be eliminated. So it definitely leaves a little bit kind of on the table of just like the mechanical side of the car if you have an issue. So maybe if you did like 10 races or something, you would have like more sample size to get the right champion. But I don't know. It's tough given the way car racing is, to have just one race settle it all because maybe your car's a little bit off or, maybe it's not the best track. But I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say you need those moments to have somebody elevate their game and take it. So that's cool. But at the same time, you want there to be enough sample size to get the right champion.
That's playoffs, like in almost every sport, though, right? Like in
Yeah.
baseball, you're great for 7 months, and it's like,
Exactly.
oops, I didn't have a great weekend. You're
Hey,
home.
You're starting
So, yeah.
pitcher in a playing game that
I
gives
agree.
up 4 in the first, and you're screwed.
Yeah, and so maybe that's what we need, to keep doing the way it's been, and I'm fine with it. I try to just be good at the format that we have.
William Byron just became the 5th driver to go back-to-back at Daytona 500 this year, leading in points, having a heck of a season. Thanks for coming in studio, and I think you've got this play ball thing.
Thanks,
down.
guys.
You got it.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be easy
Just
for you.
believe in yourself.
Right.
Grant
Exactly.
and Danny with you until 6:30 tonight on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. William Byron was outstanding in studio. If you missed Michael Rubin of Fanatics or Byron this hour, we've been busy. Podcast, thefandc.com when we are done. Danny, you made it. You did it. I think
did it.
You crushed it. Overall, I would say we did what needed to be done. That was a win.
Only mildly embarrassing, I think, for me. I mean, he was very gracious.
I don't think there was any embarrassing moments at all. After the interview, he said, you guys did really well. You said something along the lines of, I hope we didn't come off like idiots. And he was like, no, that was awesome. You guys did a great job.
He was looking at you when he said that. But yeah, but the point I think is fine. It was fine. It's fine.
Were there any questions that you asked that you want back?
Yeah.
Which one?
What's it like driving to Richmond?
Well, I think what you actually said, I thought it was a good question, but you said, and I quote, what's Richmond like? That's a great question. Probing?
I'm trying not to.
Open-ended?
I mean, I don't mean
Keep
the
him
city.
talking?
I don't think he's like basically going to say like, oh, they're like the restaurants. But obviously, we're talking about the race.
What if he
course
started
that's
telling you
coming
about
up.
Gus's, the bar that we go to, where we walked in when everyone
And
was...
there's an Arsenal bar for some reason, and on a college football Saturday, and everyone's yelling the fight songs. No, he's like what's the one? Not the Gaslight District. The short pump or something like you can go.
Short pump is near Richmond.
Maybe
It's
that.
5
I
minutes
don't know.
out.
He wasn't going to go into that. But yeah, I don't know. That wasn't my favorite.
I think
but
me
it was
and
fine.
you, RIR, August, under the lights. Let's do this thing together.
What date is it?
August 14th.
I'll be somewhere else that day.
I'm sized. William Byron came in. Danny sleeps. Team don't sleep. Leading the Cup Series.
That
in
is pretty
points.
cool, by the way.
It is. By the way, he is taller than I would have thought. It would have been a weird question to ask him. Not that this is why I did.
I thought you were tiny.
I just didn't think about it. No, I was going to say, you've got to be one of the taller guys because he's 5'9". There's a couple of them that are taller than that. Like Kevin Harvick is randomly super tall for some reason that doesn't make any sense. But a lot of these guys are wee little guys. You ever seen Tyler Reddick?
No.
That was a rhetorical question.
No.
I know that you haven't. Tyler Reddick looks like he's 5'2". I mean, he is a...
Is that a thing, by the way,
wee little guy.
that the NASCAR gentlemen are not the tallest?
I mean, think about the quarters with which they're operating.
Right.
They're getting in and out of their car.
I remember Tony Stewart's
in a window.
a bigger
Again,
fella.
he's one of the bigger guys, I would say. But yeah, a lot of them, it's on a scale of like jockeys to NBA players. I'm not saying they're jockeys, but they're a lot closer to that end of the spectrum. I would say in general, we're looking at, a lot of 5'5" to 5'8".
Why am I blanking on her name? The
Danica Patrick?
Yeah, thank you. Like, is that? I'm not even joking. Is that why she was able to do it? Just because she's on the smaller side, and that makes that practical sense.
I think the skills are way not involved with the size. I'm just saying the size. If you're a big person getting in and out of the car and dealing with,
So it's like almost like self-eliminating right there. If you're 6'2", 230, you're not a NASCAR driver. Basically, is what you're saying.
Very possible.
Yeah,
but I'm sure there's one or two out there that it's just not the norm. Real quick, it is time for a double play. Danny the Snack Wrap is back. Be remiss if we didn't bring this up. Ryan's been walking around high-fiving people all day.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a holiday for you? Do you care about this?
Never had one, no interest. He's a young person, and for me, his exasperation that I've never had one is how I've been feeling for decades because you and your generation, everyone before, has never had a Big Mac. So the Big Mac is the OG. It's like you never had a piece of a chicken tender wrapped in a tortilla? Nope.
Ryan, I will have a snack wrap with you. Me and you in the drive-thru together whenever you want. I don't love how it sounds. I'll be honest. It sounds very pedestrian, but I'll have one.
It's just a great food item from McDonald's. In my opinion, top tier, Mount Rushmore worthy of McDonald's items. And I'm just happy it's back because that was my childhood and now it's coming back.
You're my guy, so I'm happy you're happy. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle ahead of the Blitz next on The Fan.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Nats return home this evening after 6 straight on the road. They begin a 6-game homestand tonight versus the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs. Trevor Williams on the hill for D.C. looking for win number 4 on the season. It's a 6:45 first pitch pregame coverage. Just rolling at 6:15 right here on the Fan with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. Other baseball news, the Yankees dealt some tough injury news this morning as it was announced that closer Luke Weaver will be out 4 to 6 weeks with a hamstring injury. College football news, Heisman Trophy winners Mark Ingram, Cam Newton, and Robert Griffin III, as well as former AP National Player of the Year, Ndamukong Suh, all on the ballot for the 2026 College Football Hall of Fame class. The National Football Foundation released the ballot Monday for the class that will be announced in January. It includes 79 players and 9 coaches from the Football Bowl subdivision and 100 players and 35 coaches from lower levels. In just 16 weeks, the Team Builders Academy can jumpstart your career in construction, energy, or utilities. Train for high-demand jobs and start building your success today. Visit us at pgcc.edu and enroll today. From the Crop Medcat 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations, you're winning a 4-pack of tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle June 21st and 22nd on Pennsylvania Avenue. Enjoy 2 days of barbecue and family fun with DC's best bands. It's going to be a great event. Pepsi Lay's Art to Go-Go and summer grilling stages. Metro and shared ride accessible. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Got the Nats playing the Cubs. Huge series tonight. Excited about that. We're live in our Half Street studios just a few blocks from Nats Park. I'll be going over to the game tonight at the post game when it's all said and done. I wish it was not a Trevor Williams game. I'd like to kick off the series with Mackenzie Gore on the hill.
Be nice.
But alas, the calendar's the calendar. He doesn't pitch till tomorrow. The Beltway Blitz. Let's get things started. We start off on the gridiron with our pal, Slasherini. Chris Russell, what the heck are you doing in the neighborhood, bud?
It's a beautiful day. Good baseball game coming up. So I came on down to celebrate the Nationals' biggest series since the World Series. And I figured I'd stop by and say hello to my friends.
I've noticed a little something lately. There is a Rini Nats Twitter thing happening here of late that is very new that I like a lot. Are you in on this?
What do you mean?
I wouldn't say very new.
Is it not?
I've been positive about the Nats.
No, I don't mean positive, but that.
Oh, just
positive
very into the Nats?
You are, like, the last week, you're live tweeting at bats and games. And,
they're finally relevant again.
But, I mean, I didn't know you were in on the Nats.
I love the Nationals.
I mean, as much as you love the Mets, or no?
What do you love more?
Well, I just love the Nats.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm here in the Navy Yard.
You are.
It's true.
One of those two teams can win the World Series this year. Who are you picking?
It's not the Nats.
You would want it to be the Mets.
I didn't say I would want it to be.
That's what I'm asking.
I said realistically, it's the Nats. It's the Mets.
The standings would tell you that.
Yeah.
Who would you rather win?
The Nationals, of course.
Really?
Yeah.
Why'd your voice go up? I don't know. Is that true?
Yeah, it's good for business.
Well, that's true.
Any hoodles. Commanders is why you're here to talk on our Beltway Blitz. Fortuitous that you just happen to be walking by the studio today.
Me and Bilal.
What are your Commander storylines that you care about right now?
Besides obviously staying healthy and avoiding all injury, I was thinking about this. The Terry McLaurin thing I am not worried about, but the question for me, guys, comes, is this just a 3-year extension? Is this a 4-year extension? Does Terry want $34 million a year and the team only wants to pay him $30 million a year? So where are we at in terms of the numbers? Because if you think about it, right, the last contract extension he got was what, for 3 years, if I remember correctly, and about $71 million?
Yeah.
Right? That was when he was what, 27? Now he's 30. And the extension doesn't really kick in until 31. So if Terry wants a 4-year extension, and if he wants $35 million a year, is that a number that the Commanders are going to easily give into? I don't think they easily give in to that, but I think they eventually get it done.
By the way, guys, he got $68 million over 3 years, which was 22 per, in change, I guess it was. But I bring this up only to say that he was not coming off of the career year last time.
No, and he is now. And
this is a way worse time to negotiate with him in terms of the team.
Well, that's why I was kind of thinking about this, right? Because if you're Terry and his agent, aren't you asking for the last big bag of cash that you're likely going to get? And I mean, significantly,
totally.
Last
You'd
big
say so,
bag of
right?
cash. So is it going to be as easy as it was ultimately? Remember, they got that deal done like right around July 4th, somewhere in that range, July 2nd.
After other guys signed too, and I
Yeah.
thought they were kind of dropping the ball, but they were fine.
But doesn't it feel like there's never been a more likely extension,
of course,
than this guy who does everything right,
of course,
and seems to not? I mean, not that being about the money is anything other than that's part of professionalism. It's your value. I'm not making it's not a pejorative that you want money, but him and then the Commanders who are like commander tag, commander way. He's a commander. I mean, you can't say that every time you draft a guy and then not pay Terry McLaurin. Who's more a commander than that guy?
I agree.
So it just got to work itself out.
I agree. And I think it will. I want to be clear. I'm just a little concerned. I was not concerned at all last time, even though the Rivera Marty Party thing, I was not concerned at all last time. I am a little bit concerned this time.
Interesting. I was concerned last time. So maybe that, the fact that even those guys pulled it off made me feel like this is more secure this time. Take it however you want it. What's the gap between Philadelphia and Washington?
I don't think the gap is as big as it seems that others think it is. I made this point on Twitter yesterday, and a lot of people seem to agree. They were down 11 driving at midfield when Austin Eckler fumbles, and that's their third turnover of a 4-turnover throw-up fest in the NFC Championship. If they score there, maybe it's a field goal and they're down 8, but 1 score. Maybe it's a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, they're down 3. Maybe it's just a regular touchdown and they're down 4. At the turn of the fourth quarter, that to me doesn't suggest NFC Championship game on the road that the gap is like Philadelphia up here and Washington way down here. Philadelphia is clearly better. There's nobody denying that. But I just don't think the gap is as big as everybody or as some people want to make it out to be.
All right, last
Based
one.
on the final score of the NFC Championship.
Commanders kicking off the Beltway Blitz. Chris Russell with us here in studio. I want to revisit Trey Hendrickson. He's still angry. He's saying he'll hold out and miss half the season if he needs to. He is mad.
Mm-hmm.
Why shouldn't they pick up the phone again?
They should absolutely pick up the phone. But I would say this, considering that they've already traded their, second and fourth round picks next year, I would personally at this point not be willing to pay a first round pick for Trey Hendrickson because I know it's a lost cause in Cincinnati, or at least I strongly feel it is. I would have to say, listen, we're going to do this deal. We're going to do it more on my terms than your terms. You've already proven that you don't want to pay him what he thinks he's worth. Here's my fear. I know you guys have talked about this. I've talked about this. My fear is because of what Myles Garrett got, about $40 million per year, that Trey Hendrickson feels his value is now $37-38 million, as opposed to what I thought it was when this all started, which was about $30 million. That's my fear.
It was probably going to be a little over 30, but you're right. I mean, it's only gone up with the new extension.
But I think it's probably significantly gone up.
I think you're probably right. It's closer to in the 35 range, maybe.
Yeah, fair.
But all right, here would be the question. And I'll ask both of you this. Would you be willing to trade this coming draft's third round pick, so that's 91 overall, and then the following year's second, let's say, to kind of keep doing the thing where you're always trading next year's
the future
pick?
because you don't have a second or a fourth that's
Right.
going to Houston.
So I'm still keeping my 27th overall pick, my first rounder, and then I don't pick again until the 5th round next year, and I've got 4 picks. So it's a pretty light draft for the time being. But it's a third this year, a second the year after, and then I'm paying Hendrickson a ton of money. You in on that?
I'm doing that, yeah.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
I would reluctantly do it, especially again if the number is closer to 40 per year.
Let's talk some hockey on the Beltway Blitz. Wanted to get Sammy Silber on, our buddy who covers the Capitals, for the hockey news because there's been some weird Alex Ovechkin stuff going on, Sammy. We had the marketing snafu. Come see Ovi, his final season. Wait, never mind. That's not true. And then his wife did some interview, I believe it was in Russian, where she said 1 more year in the States, and then we're going back to Russia. where are we with Ovechkin, and why does it seem that they're so hesitant to say this is his last year, which common sense tells us this is going to be his last year?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the situation, you look at the off season and you look at certain publications, news cycle is slow and every little thing is picked apart and dissected for headlines, right? So I think that's really what got the ball rolling there. And I think like when it comes down to it, and yeah, like there's an interview in Russian, but like, we don't speak Russian. Like the people at certain blogs, citing this interview don't speak fluent Russian. So it's not a matter of like, oh, she said this for sure. Things are taken out of context all the time. And I think, you can sit there and say, well, like common sense tells us, that it'll be like when that news, will come from Ovi and will come from the organization when it's time. My sources have told me that there's no decision yet. Ovi made that perfectly clear when he did his exit interview with us, that he hasn't really thought about it yet. And I think he's got to, has given already like over 20 years to this organization. And, the thing that guy deserves is the right to say when he's done, when he feels he's done. So that's where we stand with that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if anybody's on the very few guys get to decide when it's time. Usually the team tells you no thank you, or the sport does or whatever, but he's certainly earned that right. So what do you think ultimately happens here, Sammy? Because you said it does stand to reason. The circumstances sort of point to this would be the last year for Ovechkin and company. But what do you think?
Honestly, I mean, it depends on how he feels, right? I mean, I think if he comes back next year and he has a great season, the Caps are in good shape as contenders, and he's content with where his role is, and he feels he can still play, I mean, he'll play. He's said before, he loves the game. He loves being around the guys, and as long as he loves doing that, he'll stick around for as long as, his body allows him to. So I think, we'll see where he lands and get that decision, later on, not, in a marketing email at the start of the summer. That's just not the way it's going to be announced.
Sammy, real quick one here, but I want to sneak this in. I could not believe that PLD didn't get more attention for the Selke. I think he had 2 top 5 place votes out of the dozens of votes that there were. Am I just being a homer, or was that crazy?
No, I expected a little bit more attention. I think. I can say like I vote on the awards, and I have to be objective as a reporter and pay attention to the whole league. And on my ballot, I had to pick one, and I picked Alexei Protas because I thought, with his role in the penalty kill and what he was able to do as a two-way player this season was huge. And it's no discredit to what PLD has done. He's been an absolute force, going up against other teams' top lines. And I think, he flies under the radar a little bit there because, a lot of what he does doesn't necessarily show up on paper. And because of that, maybe the attention's not all the way there, but he's absolutely, a guy who deserves that Selke consideration. I mean, the way he's able to control the play, calm the tempo, and play sound defensively against, the McDavids and Suzuki's of the world is a sight to behold. So, it was cool to see, 3 Caps end up in the top 36. So pretty solid, but I expect he gets more votes going forward.
Sammy, thank you as always. Have a good week.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
We'll see you soon. Hit that Nat Sounder dares. My God, that's our pal Bobby Blanco from the Bronx, Mass and Sports. Bobby, big series this week with the Cubbies coming to town. They're good. What does it all mean?
Guys, it's June. Let's go. I mean, Memorial Day's over. We're getting the heart of the baseball season. One of the best teams in the majors are coming into town for 3-game set. The Nats are on a heater as well. Let's see what this squad has. I think there's no shame if the Nats drop 2 of 3 here against the Cubs because, like I said, they are one of the better teams in the majors. But, if they hang tough, maybe take 2 of 3. It would be incredible. But, this is a good litmus test to see how far this young Nationals team has come. Like I said, we're in June now. The cold weather is gone. We're going to get into summer real soon. So we're in the meat of this thing. Let's see how the Nationals stand. I'm looking forward to seeing how the energy is from the guys tonight and from the fans. Hopefully Nats Park is kind of rocking over this next couple of nights.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun with maybe the best lineup in the NL in town. You just got a Dylan Cruz update from Davey Martinez minutes ago. What did he say?
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, it's nothing bad. It's just he hasn't been able to do much. He's still trying to work out the strength in his side. He hasn't been able to swing a bat. He's not doing any baseball activity. Was looking for him in the clubhouse before the game earlier this afternoon. He wasn't around. That doesn't say too much. Maybe he was getting treatment or anything, but we couldn't get a direct update from Dylan. But Davey said, yeah, he hasn't really been doing too much, still building up strength in his side. So it does seem like we're a ways away from seeing Dylan Cruz back up in this lineup, which means, we're going to see a lot more Robert Haskell and Dalen Lyle, which is, not necessarily a bad thing, but you still would like to see Dylan get back sooner rather than later.
What's been different with Josh Bell lately?
I think he's getting his swing back, obviously. Like, he just looks more like, if you think back to 2021 when he was or I guess early 2022 when he was swinging the bat really, really well for this club and got included in that Juan Soto trade. The power's coming. I think the loft is just coming more naturally. David Martinez mentioned that they worked on a couple of things with him recently, trying to get him more upright in his stance, and that's allowed him to get the ball higher in the air on a more natural trajectory. So that's been working well for him a lot. And like I said, David Martinez has been saying for a while, the weather's getting warmer. He always gets hot around this time of the year. Be patient with him. And the Nationals, to their credit, have been very patient with him, and they're starting to pay some dividends off of that patience. And hopefully Josh keeps it going because, if he does produce like he has been in the past couple of days, this lineup is very completely different and can be a lot bigger threat, especially in the long ball range, and add more slugs. So that's been a good sign.
Bobby, C.J. Abrams for a couple of months was fantastic, maybe the best shortstop in the National League, and on his way to an all-star game. But he's doing the thing from last year again where he goes into one of these elongated ruts. Over his last 15 games, he's hitting 197. This isn't quite 2024 where he had the 2 months where he was like a bottom 5 player, but why is he so streaky and what's going on right now?
Yeah, Davey mentioned that today is unlike, every player kind of goes through this, and for CJ specifically, it's really trying to shrink that time frame where he does get streaky. Because like you said, last year, at the end of last year, like those 2 months of where he was not hitting the ball well. And Davey mentioned, he's got to wait for his pitches. He can't swing at everything, draw his walks, and stay up the middle of the field and go the other way. When CJ is going the other way and up the middle of the field, that's how he's seeing the ball well and swinging a good bat, because his natural swing, he's easily going to pull the ball no matter what. But if he can't go the opposite way or stay up the middle, that's how he's maybe chasing a little too much and not being as patient as he should be up at the plate. So look for that over the next couple of days. See if he can draw some more walks. See if he can hit the ball the other way. And then hopefully CJ will kind of break out of this funk, and this thing won't last as long as it has previously.
Bobby, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Yeah, boys. Thanks so much.
See you, brother.
That's Bobby Blanco's music, massinsports.com. And that there is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We are taking you up to 6:15 because the Nats have pregame and then first pitch against the Cubs at 6:45. We'll get into a series preview. It's a huge series for Washington. You just heard Bobby say, real chance to prove that they're turning a corner. We'll talk to Barry Sverluga of the Washington Post about that coming up at 6. But you heard the question we posed to Chris Russell on the Blitz a couple of minutes ago. Should Washington be revisiting the Trey Hendrickson trade opportunity with him still at odds with Cincinnati right now? Let's get into that next on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant for my friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They're the official, unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan because they've moved almost all of us at some point. Me a couple of times, Drabby, JP from the Junks, probably the other JP from B. Mitch and Finley as well, CK, you name a person that works here, they have moved us, and probably our parents, or in my case, my in-laws. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is recognized as an industry insider and a leader preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents all over the DMV. This is why I talk about them on air. They did an amazing job for me. It's just an impressive operation. They get to your house. They're putting 10 boxes on their back somehow with like one rope, and they go back to the truck and they load everything up, and they don't leave anything on the floor. It's amazing. Metropolitan Moving and Storage will help stage your home, pack your boxes, build a custom crate. This is the way to go. They're your number one pick. Take it from me. You got to call Justin over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage to get them to your home. 301-279-0090. 301-279-0090. DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
We're brought to you by PVI Offers Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. You're getting Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan as they try and keep the good times rolling after taking 4 out of 6 on their West Coast road trip tonight. They begin a 6-game homestand starting with the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs. Trevor Williams on the hill for D.C., and it's Cade Horton getting his 4th career start for the Cubs. It is a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up beginning at 6:15. with Nats on deck. NFL News Texans coach D'Amico Ryans said Tuesday he has, quote, no concerns about quarterback C.J. Stroud's limited throwing during the spring practices due to, quote, general soreness in his throwing shoulder. Houston opened up their OTAs on May the 28th, and Stroud hasn't thrown a passes during any of the media's watching periods. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you. Design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress. Just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture. When you call today to score 15% off your purchase, get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
In 30 minutes at 5 o'clock, I don't know if this will be a new game on the show or not. Might be a one-time deal, but I want to play Who's Worse. I was smack dab in the middle of a public interaction between two people, and I think both are jackasses. But I'm going to give you...
Wasn't Ryan and I during the commercial a couple
No,
of
it
breaks
definitely
ago?
was not.
Okay, because I don't want you bringing that one on air.
I would never say anything
Thank
about
very
you
much.
guys.
Thank you.
And certainly not what we were talking about on air. That would not happen.
That's right. That's where I thought he was going. I'm like, that's...
Who's worse, though?
Okay.
I'm going to give you both people, and you're going to tell me who the bad guy is.
All right, ready?
Well,
it's later.
That's at 5 o'clock.
I was all geared up.
Yeah. You gotta wait 30 minutes.
Slow my roll on that one.
It's time to talk Trey Hendrickson, Danny. The Commanders need to get back on the horn. Tell me why I'm wrong here. He is still angry. He still doesn't want to be a Cincinnati Bengal. He is saying things like, I won't play for you. Still, this moment, right now, as they're on the practice field this week for OTAs, he is saying he will sit out for as long as he can into the season and then probably come back and report so that he can still accrue the year. He's threatened to sit out the entire year. He wants nothing to do with playing for the Bengals. It's gotten personal. He has name-checked the head coach, saying that he was lied to by members of the staff. He hates the Bengals organization. Now, it might be that you could say, well, money's going to heal this. See Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett put out the big statement, I want to be traded. I don't want to be here anymore. But that was never personal. I don't think he disliked members of the staff or even the front office. He was not at odds with the Browns as much as he wanted to be paid. They hadn't paid him yet. He put out a statement. I thought that was leverage. And as soon as they were willing to pay him, funny, he no longer is prioritizing winning a Super Bowl.
My mind got changed.
This feels different than that.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like a guy in an organization that screws up player negotiations all the time, screws up relationships with players all the time. Constantly, we have guys, whether it was Jamar Chase last year or T. Higgins, and understandably, those guys have been paid. But because of that, it's less likely that Hendrickson on the other side of the ball will, because Joe Burrow makes a lot of money. I think this is a lame duck season. I think he's going into a year where he knows it and they know it. They're not going to get a deal done. It's over at the end of this year, and he doesn't want to do that. So there's an actual possibility where you could trade for him, and Washington should be the team that is making the most phone calls, showing the most desperation right now.
So remember, you're dealing with an irrational actor in Cincinnati. But that shouldn't change Washington's end of it. And here's what I mean. They're not going to do the predictable thing, like conventional wisdom back in the day when you were, for example, here in Washington, when Bruce Allen and Dan Snyder were in charge and you had a fight with Trent Williams, whether you thought you were right or not, you should probably fix it with Trent Williams. You know what I mean? Like, what's the upside? What's the incentive of getting into a contest with him and then trading him away for next to nothing and have him be an all-pro somewhere else? There was no upside there. Cincinnati operates in a similar way, less malicious up at the top, but it's more buffoonery. It's more, they're not going to do the right thing. It's more, this is how we run things, while the player is out there going, I hate your guts. I don't want to be here. You guys have screwed this up. Let me move on. They may not do the right thing here. They may just refuse. They may just play hardball. Who knows? That shouldn't change Washington's end of it, though, or any team, frankly. Detroit should be calling. Philly should be calling. Anybody that's got a need that this dude could fill, that's got a Super Bowl window, 100% they should be in bothering Cincinnati about Trey Hendrickson.
17 and a half sacks last season led the NFL. The year before that, 17 and a half sacks again.
Is there consistency there at all?
He has had 13 and a half or more in 4 of 5 years. That is high-end Ryan Kerrigan production. Like, Kerrigan's best year ever is the floor for what Trey Hendrickson has done in 4 of the last 5 years. And I bring up Kerrigan not only because it's a fun little comp. I mean, they're similar type players.
We're
in
the
a
same
lot of
jersey
ways.
number.
Wearing one number 91. High motor guys, I would say, coming off the edge. Just
Gym rats.
Toby. Right, exactly. But no, I mean, you have not had a pass rusher better than Kerrigan over the last 10 or 12 years, 15 years, whatever it is. Hasn't happened. He's the best you've had. His ceiling in terms of sack totals, pressures, hits on the quarterback is Trey Hendrickson's floor. Kerrigan was really good. Kerrigan was never elite. Kerrigan was never a DPOY. He had a 24 hit on the quarterback season one time, and otherwise never had 20 hits on the quarterback. And I'm not trying to knock Ryan Kerrigan, but 24 has been the floor of hits on the quarterback for Trey Hendrickson over the last 5 seasons in a row. This guy would be your best pass rusher in decades. It is very, very rare that you can get an elite football player. I'm not talking about a good one like Terry McLaurin. We've had some of those guys coming through DC. But I want Terry to catch shrapnel here. He's a really good player. I'm talking about an all-pro last year. I'm talking about a runner-up for player of the year on the defensive side, the equivalent of MVP. You got one on offense in Jaden Daniels now, it looks like. Go get one on defense. Having good players is a great thing. You've got some in Frankie Louvu in your linebacking core, Bobby Wagner in your linebacking core. When it's 72 and sunny, Deron Payne, but an 11.5 sack season as a D tackle. Hasn't done anything near that in the 2 years since. If it works out with Marshawn Lattimore and Adam Peters is right, he's a really good player. You got a bunch of those guys. Hopefully Sandra still is going to become that type of player. It looks like he's on that trajectory. There's no DPOY type on this team defensively. There isn't. There hasn't been in years. They haven't had a player, forget defensive player of the year, be an all-pro defensively since Darrell Green in the early 90s when your boy was, chasing my dad around the kitchen and asking him to put on Power Rangers. Go get one. He's right there for the taking. He doesn't want to be in Cincinnati. They're willing to deal him. It's going to happen inevitably. Be the team harassing them on the phone. Every single time, whichever member of the Brown family is looking at their phone, because everyone's last name is the same. It's a big family operation, and it's embarrassing, and they do a terrible job. And they have for a long time. I guess that's the Bengals, right? That's Trey Hendrickson.
That's them, yeah.
And that's who's paying
That's what we're
him.
dealing with here.
It's the Browns. Those people, every time they answer their phones, Danny, I need them to go, oh, my God.
Another notification.
Adam Peters again. Are you kidding me?
This one's from Lance Newmark.
They need to be tired of seeing 703 on their cell phone. I want Adam Peters' name on the cell phone of Katie, whatever the daughter's
what's
name
her
is.
name? Katie, is it not Katie Brown?
I've seen her on
Married
Hard
name?
Knocks a bunch, like 3 different seasons. I need her to have don't answer as Adam Peters' name in her cell phone because she's so annoyed by him. Make it happen.
So I'm going to do my best to come up with arguments against. Okay.
Because before you do that, are you suggesting you agree with me?
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, there is a walkaway point. There's a point because Cincinnati might, again, they're irrational. They might ask for too much. They might be ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't give them 2 1s or 1
something
and a 2
crazy,
or
right?
Yeah.
And there may be a contract demand that's too much. So the arguments against are this is a 30-year-old player who's, entering, you would think, the downslide of his career. Argument 2 is at some point you have to stop mortgaging the future. Now, I don't think you're at that point yet, but just bear with me. At some point, you've got to stop getting rid of future picks. You owe Houston for next year. You've paid it down. 2nd-round pick and a 4th-round pick in the 2026 draft for your new left tackle. I'll make that trade every time, by the way, please and thank you. But at some point, you've got to have more of your own homegrown. You're going to need all of the cap money to pay Jaden Daniels, and you need to start building the way Philadelphia, Kansas City, these elite programs do, where you have your own talent that's coming up through the ranks to take the place. The guy turns from an okay player to a good player to a stalwart for you, maybe even a star. So right now, you don't have much in that regard. Your second-round pick from last year, Ben Standig, is now behind on the depth chart to a guy that was almost out of football in Zach Ertz a couple of seasons ago. So at some point, you need to have reinforcements happen. You've got to keep investing and find your own draft picks for cost-effective talent buttress to make this thing work for more than just one flare-up. So at some point, you have to do that. So here's my counter to those counters. I don't think you're there yet. There's going to be a year, probably 2 years from now.
Are you arguing with yourself right now?
Yeah, I'm basically saying, I'm talking about the counter arguments. There's going to be a time eventually where you go, you know what? We can no longer trade away draft picks. We have to start harvesting them. We have to start getting rid of some guys, making tough decisions too early, and adding picks because we have to supplement because our quarterback makes $80 million a year.
So
you're not there now.
Twofold on that. Other than that, you're not there now, which I agree with. Number one, I would just say that you got to take advantage of the Jaden Daniels not making money window that is right here and right now. This is the time you're able to pay guys like Hendrickson $35 million a year. Because when he makes the money, it gets really hard. Kiss a $35 million edge rusher goodbye at that point in time. That's number one. And number two, I want to go back to your first point. He's 30 years old thing. Yes, he is. So is TJ Watt. Do you think TJ Watt's about to slow down all of a sudden? I don't. I mean, look at pass rushers. Pass rushers don't age badly. That is a position where you produce deep into your 30s. You know how many 10-plus sack? I'm just using 10 because it's the round number, double digits, whatever. Respectable. But there were many seasons a lot better than 10. But do you know how many 10-sack seasons Bruce Smith had after he turned 30 years old?
I don't.
6. Actually, in his case, it was 7. You know how many Reggie White had after he turned 30 years old? 6. You go, oh, those guys are old, different era. Okay, fine. How many 10-sack seasons did Julius Peppers have after he turned 30 years old? 5. He had 11, 11 and a half, 10 and a half. He had an 11-sack season at 37 years old, just like Reggie White, just like Bruce Smith. This is not a position where all of a sudden at 34 you can't do it anymore because there's some smarts to it. There's some acumen to it. You're setting guys up play by play. Do you lose a little twitch, a little wiggle, a little juice, maybe some speed, some bend? Sure, that's not really his game. He's strength, he's moves, he's there's some twitch, I'm sure, with him, but it's more Kerrigan than it is Junior Gillette, to use Washington parlance, over the years. So I don't worry about his age as a detriment. There's 4 or 5 years of runway out in front of him where he's still going to be really good. Is he going to have 17 and a half sacks and 27 hits on the quarterback next year? Maybe not. But he's going to have 14. He's going to have the best pressure rate on your defense. You go from a very average defense on paper that has a chance to be not very good to a legitimate defense like that. That's what one superstar does at that position. One elite defensive pass rusher is a ripple effect position. It helps everyone else on the D-line because you're taking attention away from them. It helps every player in your secondary because there's less obligation to cover because I'm getting home quicker. You can make the case other than quarterback. There's not a single position where you affect more things around you. So the question I have for you guys is, why shouldn't they be on the phone right now trying to make fetch happen with Trey Hendrickson? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Guys, it's Grant. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals starting this week. Also, Dinger Tuesday. Dinger Tuesday's tonight in Major League Baseball. You bet on a player to hit a home run. You bet $5, right? Guess what? You're going to get $5 for every home run hit in the game if you hit on a player for Dinger Tuesday. NBA Finals, I'll be playing live bets on that as well. If you're new to FanDuel, first $5 bet wins on the NBA Finals. You're going to get $200 in bonus bets. Tuesday's a good day over on FanDuel. Thursday's going to be pretty good, too, with Game 1. FanDuel.com/GP to join today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP on this Dinger Tuesday. Or ask Darius about it. Darius is a big fan. But he doesn't like Dinger Tuesday. He loves Dinger Tuesday. It's one of his favorites. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. Trey Hendrickson is still unhappy with his lack of a contract in Cincinnati, and he is threatening to hold out for the duration of the year if that's what it takes. He wants out of the Bengals operation. I want the Commanders to be on the phone today and every day until he's with Washington, and I'm willing to give up draft picks to make it happen. They don't have a whole lot for this coming season. That's the rub, isn't it, Danny?
Yeah, they're missing their second and their fourth. That's going to Houston and the Laramie Tunsil do.
Which means when you give up a 3 this year, hypothetically, in a trade for Trey Hendrickson, now you have a first-round pick and then a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. You're missing your 2, your 3, and your 4, and you got a 4-pick haul for the 2025 season. But what's our philosophy around here? Bleep them picks, right? Print out the shirts.
For now, it is. Yeah,
Adam Peters.
That's what it's been.
He can say what he wants. He's a bleep them picks guy.
Yeah.
We know that about him.
Adam Snead over there.
Exactly. Adam McVeigh.
Yeah, Les Peters.
So let's give up a 3 this year and a 2 last year. Say it with me, Danny. Bleep them picks.
Bleep them.
Trey Hendrickson, $35 million. Come on down.
Again, at some point, that has to stop. But I don't think you're there. Right? I mean, I'm trying to think because I see the mentions. I see the people go, they can't handle this idea. I, for now, am in the, oh my God, we've got one. This is why I shouldn't be an executive. But we have the thing that I have coveted and wanted for my entire life. Since Joe Theismann broke his leg, I've been searching for this one thing. He's here. We have it. I don't have a sound plan anymore. Let's take our time and be judicious. Nope. All in right now. Go big. The point is the parade.
It has to stop when you pay Jaden Daniels and now the draft picks all of a sudden mean a lot more because money gets a little bit tighter and you need a lot of guys on lesser contracts to win. Let's go to Zeke, who's in Southeast D.C. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys? Another show.
Hey, buddy.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, yeah, if it was me, man, I would give up any pick they asked for. First of all, we've had 20 first-round picks over the last 20 years. How many of them are all pros?
Well, in fairness, Adam Peters didn't make those picks, and hopefully this is a better front office. But
not many.
Your point is that it's a crapshoot. So I get it.
Yeah, it's a crapshoot. Well, why go with a crapshoot? You remember the saying, a bird in the hand is worth what? More than 2 in the bush? I would give up my first next year and the second or third the following year. This guy is all pro material. He's going to solidify our defense where we'll be one of the top defenses and make everybody on defense better. So I don't know. It's a no-brainer to me.
Hey,
Let's
Zeke.
go get this guy.
Hey, Zeke.
Yes.
Say it with me. Bleep them picks.
Bleep them picks.
There you go.
He's good at it. That was good.
He was
I believed
good at
him.
He's probably wearing the Bleep them picks
He
t-shirt.
didn't want those picks at all.
I got a buddy whose wife is interested in a house.
Oh,
okay.
Yep.
And so they go over and they look at this house this weekend,
mm-hmm.
right? And they go over there and it's their dream house. They used to, when their kid was very small, they used to walk their kid in a stroller around this pond. And this house backs right up to this pond. And it doesn't really feel like it's a house in Northern Virginia.
Okay.
It feels like it's in the country. And they would always walk by with a very small baby, their first child. It's now about 6 years old or something like that. And they would walk by this house in a stroller.
Uh-huh.
And the baby's in the stroller, and they would say, that's the dream house. That's the one right there. And then for the first time in 6 years, this guy and his wife, they went to this pond to look for turtles with their now little boy, who's younger than this baby in the stroller was. And long story here, but the point is, Danny, that house was for sale. It was the first day that it was on the market. The last time they went to this pond this weekend, and the wife was like, this could be serendipitous. We've got to do some due diligence here, right? And as it turned out, they go and they look, and interest rates are about 7%, roughly, trying to buy a house right now. And so
it's a very specific example.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, this is a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Speaking. Okay. Yeah.
And so the point is, the guy kept saying that his wife, my buddy, we can't afford this house.
We can't.
We just can't do it. And they're like, well, what if interest rates were a little less? What if you put more down on the house? And they just, they kept kind of going through all the rigors, and it just became very obvious that they're nowhere near being able to afford this house.
Okay.
And so they're not going to get the house.
Okay.
So you're wondering, what does that have to do with the Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, I was going to say, well, tie me back here.
Yeah. So here's what's happening.
Yeah.
They're sitting there, and the way my buddy told me, I wasn't there, but the details were something.
Sure, yeah. This is secondhand.
Right. The wife said
very
something
specifically
like,
secondhand.
I can't believe it costs, that a mortgage would be $6,400 for this house. And I'm going, but the house, I mean, the guy.
The guy.
The buddy of mine.
This guy said.
Yeah, he said, sorry. The buddy said, yeah, but the house is everything. It's everything you'd ever want. If you want it, you got to pay a lot of money for it.
Yep.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
I want a superstar defensive player, but you don't want to pay him $35 million a year. I want a guy who gets to the quarterback 15 times, but you don't want to give up a third and second round pick to do it. Go get a great football player. Do you like great football players?
Yes.
It costs money.
Yes.
It costs money. I want the best seat at Nats Park tonight. I want to have a great view of the Nats and the Cubs from the Terra Club.
Does it cost?
It costs money.
Mm-hmm.
John's in the greatest county that's ever existed, King George County, home of the Foxes.
Hey, John.
What's up, John?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I would say no on the Hendrickson, right? I would. I mean, you
who
look
wants
at
that,
the
right?
Legion of Boom.
Who wants
You look
17
at the Legion of
sacks?
Boom, man, and how he built it out there in Seattle. It was, from the back end.
Yeah.
I mean, who was their top pass rusher in Seattle back then? What was it? Bennett, maybe?
Michael Bennett? That was probably post-boom.
I'm trying to actually don't remember.
Chris Clement or Nick Clemens. No, Chris Clemens had like double-digit sacks.
Right. Well,
one
I
of those
mean,
years.
but that's my point. I mean, nobody that didn't really stand out with that defense. It was built in the back end. They had the solid stop the run. You had the linebackers. I mean, Hendrickson, I've known his name for maybe 2 or 3 seasons. Before that, you don't know who the guy is.
Well,
I mean, there's new guys
respectfully,
every year
sir, that
come
sounds
up.
like a you issue. Trey Hendrickson didn't just show up 2 years ago. I mean, he's been a pretty good football player.
13 and a half, 14. Yes, there was a dip where he had 8. Then 2 straight years at 17 and a half.
He's had a 5-year run as one of the top 3 pass rushers in the sport. 5 years. That's a pretty good runway there.
And it's not just one of those spikes in quarterback sacks where the rest of the numbers don't fit. It fits. You look at quarterback hits, you look at pressures, you look at tackles for loss. AK, they're asking him, get up the football field and cause havoc. He does that. He does that as good as anybody.
I actually think his argument, which was when Dan Quinn built the Legion of Boom as the D coordinator in Seattle, they didn't have great pass rushers, is reasonable enough if you want to have an elite secondary. You're just not going to be able to replicate that ever again. Those corners committed penalties on every single play, every single yard all the way down the field. Brandon Browner and Richard Sherman. Remember that group?
Of course,
they would just tug on jerseys and beat people up and tackle them.
Yeah,
It was
Maxwell, Browner, and Thomas at
just
safety.
a different time. I mean, it was just a different era, kind of. You can't touch anyone now. But also, if they're trying to build it up through the secondary, they got a kind of funny way of showing it so far. Right?
Right.
I don't.
They have new people, but do they have stars?
It doesn't really seem like the philosophy, I wouldn't say, at this point. But if Lattimore's really good, it would certainly help. Barry's for Luga in hour and 5 minutes from now on the Nats and the Cubs before their big first game of a 3-game series at Nats Park tonight. Next, 2 people, public setting. I watched an interaction. They both stunk. I want to know who Danny thinks is worse. This is The Fan.
This sports update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. We've got baseball in the district tonight as the Nats return home from their trip out west. They finished the month of May with a record of 15-12, marking their first winning month since August of 2023. We'll see what the month of June has in store as they gear up for a 3-game series against the Chicago Cubs beginning this evening. Trevor Williams on the hill for D.C., and it's Cade Horton for the Cubs getting the ball for his 4th career start. It is a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up beginning at 6:15 with Nats on deck. NFL news, the Steelers are not expected to trade for Dolphins tight end Jonnu Smith after engaging in talks with Miami last week. The team will now host free agent wide receiver Gabe Davis on a visit later this week in their search for receiving help. That, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Elsewhere in the NFL, Detroit Lions center Frank Ragnow calling it a career after 7 seasons. Ragnow, one of the game's best centers, earned 4 Pro Bowl nods throughout his career. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori & Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, and you'll get a discount. KMLawyers.com. Paradise City?
I was going to say a little nugget about this song, and you're right, by the way. You know the band. You do.
Guns N' Roses.
That's right. Last night, old Rainy Douye and his boys ran on our sport court. Perfect night, right? Gorgeous night. Nobody had any sports. Just hanging out, doing it. What I dreamed of, right? The whole point of being in the suburbs with the space, etc. Right? So we're playing around, hanging out. And my oldest goes inside. My 7-year-old dribbling a basketball. And he's about to put up a shot. Out of nowhere. He's the guy that gave us such hits as, "My feet is up," right? With nothing on, there's no music, there's no sound, takes a dribble and goes in this voice, "Won't you please take me home? Yeah, yeah." And then shoots.
It's a wacky bit.
Funniest thing I've ever heard. Like that song, obviously, in his head, why is Paradise City in a 7-year-old's head for any reason?
It's incredible.
Yeah.
No music at the house earlier in the day.
Nothing.
Are you guys a music at the house family?
So this is a topic. The wife loves it.
My wife does too.
I can't hear when anyone sang.
I hate it so
the
much.
house creaks. Everyone walks away from me with their head down, and they're like, "You're deaf." Fine, then let's deal with it accordingly. I can't hear when anyone sang.
If an alien, for some reason, they like the light came down, and then they start sucking me up to the space. I hope it's a very heavy sensor or something.
It's a powerful light.
To get me up there is going to take a lot, I'll tell you. But if they decide that this is the fact we want on our ship to poke and prod at, and they do that move, okay? There I go. Look at that. That's a sight for sore eyes.
There it goes.
All right. So, like, we're heading up.
Mm-hmm.
Make the noise again.
Which one? The up one?
Yeah.
Going up like that?
And they're like, what is the difference between the boy and the girl people down there?
Mm-hmm.
I would say the wives want music on in the house at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And the husbands can't stand it. They solely on you and I and this little experiment that we're working here. My wife, she's like, I grew up in a home where music was on all the time. That's awesome.
Cool.
I hate everything about this. If you want to put Charlie and Dave on in the background quietly, do that. We can compromise. Music, there's too many noises. There's like the other thing, the fan after cooking. That one kills me.
Oh, you got to have the fan on.
The fan on post cooking. No, there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
But you can't leave it on for an hour. Just like that. Hate that. But you've
It's
got
loud.
that. You've got the fan overhead. You've got the clanking of children off in the distance. You've got all this stuff. And then there's a little bit of music. Just, by the way, so quiet that you don't even really know what's being said. Get rid of that forever. I hate music in the house.
Yeah.
Hate it.
So if I get alien sucked up, they're like, "What is the difference?" And they're poking and prodding me.
Yeah.
Like, all right, music, and the other ones are always cold. Even when it's not cold, they're cold. And there's going to be
the females are always cold.
Yeah, the ladies are cold. And yet, the hottest thing in the universe, the center of the sun is 1A is their leg at nighttime. A nuclear fusion reaction takes place where that leg is 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin and it melts flesh and
just
burns. It burns. And yet they're so cold all the time. They store heat and it releases there post sundown.
I think they know everything you need to know.
That's it. Put me back down.
What else is there? Okay, so here's my question for you. And you guys can weigh in on this as well if you would like, by the way, team. So this weekend, had a little bit of time, ran into a bar, got myself a Diet Coke. I'm sitting at the bar for no less than 2 minutes at this popular local sports bar chain, I'll say, okay? Hanging out. They got a bunch of sports on TV. I'm in my element. I'm feeling good. It's pretty dead in this place.
Okay.
After lunch rush, before dinner rush. There's a guy directly across from me. It's one of those like rectangular square-shaped bars. So he's across the way. Bartender's working between us, 8 or 10 feet away. And then catty cornered to my right is another guy at the bar. It's basically us. May have been one or two other people. I didn't notice them if that was the case. Okay, so you tracking so far?
With you so far, yeah.
Dude catty cornered to me probably 4 or 5 feet away, just around the bend of the corner of the bar.
So beyond arm's length, but not far.
Yeah, I'm going to say the same distance you are from me right now. So for people listening, maybe 3 arms length.
Yeah, it's about an Alex Sarr between us.
Yeah, less than a car length away from me. He is sitting at the bar, and he has his phone out on the bar, and something's playing on his phone, audibly. Maybe he's scrolling Reels, TikTok, Instagram, whatever it is. Maybe he's watching a video or a clip or listening to a podcast. I'm not sure. But I hadn't heard it, and now I do. And it's not that loud, but it's kind of what I'm talking about with the music in the house, where it's actually annoying, maybe more annoying, if you could just faintly hear it and you don't know what exactly is on. Does that make sense? But he's watching something on his phone at the bar with the audio coming out of his phone. Within, I would say, maximum of 5 to 10 seconds, the guy across from me, a little further away from both me and this other guy at the bar, so there's only 3 of us, says to him in this tone, "Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Hey, bud." And he's not paying any attention. Like someone else, like, the person's like, "Hey, man." And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "That guy wants you." And he looks across and he goes, "You got headphones? You got earbuds?" And the guy's like, "What?" He's like, "Do you have earbuds?" And he's like, "Yeah." Or "I know," or whatever. And he's like, "Put them in, man. We don't want to hear what you're watching." And the guy's like, "Oh, sorry about that." And he was like, so apologetic. Now, I would never in a million years do what the other guy did for fear that I'll get shot or stabbed,
right?
Or, whatever happens because everyone's terrible. But this guy just completely was reasonable and
didn't
was like,
care, yeah.
"Oh, my bad. I didn't even think that I was watching it and the audio was annoying to someone. I'll just not do that anymore." And I 5 minutes later noticed that he had earbuds in, whether they were somebody else's or his, can't tell you. But here's the question.
Okay.
Both of these people did a thing that I think is fairly egregious. Who's worse? Who's the bigger jerk in this situation? Is it the guy who selfishly at the bar has audio coming out of his phone and no earbuds, basically inconveniencing the other people around him, even very minimally, but to the point where if you let it annoy you, it's going to annoy you.
Right.
Or the guy.
Or the "Hey, bud" guy.
Who goes, "Hey, bud. Hey, bud," 4 times. And then goes, "You got earbuds? You got headphones? We don't want to hear that." Because I think I've got a little bit of a hot take here.
Yeah.
I've bounced this off of 4 or 5 people. It wasn't like originally something I was going to bring up on the air. And I realized every person's disagreed with me that I've brought this up to so far. Who do you think I think is the worst person?
You think the "Hey, bud" guy's worse by far.
1,000%. The "Hey, bud" guy sucks so bad. The guy doing the thing. I don't think this is like me saying that. It's not like me blaming the criminal. I don't think, if that makes sense. Because if somebody's robbing something from a store and then we're like, "Yeah, but the guy shouldn't have tackled him. That wasn't very nice." It's like, the dude that just took 7 shirts and 4 things of,
robber,
but behind the counter, like that's a thing now. It's like, you shouldn't have tackled him. It's like, this guy breaks into a house and gets his nose broken by the person, and people are upset that he hit him so hard. And it's like, you're burying the lead. The guy broke into someone's house. S happens, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're the bad guy here. I don't think I'm doing that when I say the Hey Bud guy's the bad guy. And my reasoning here is, on a 1 to 10 scale, it's like a 4, 5 to be the guy that has the audio coming out of your phone. It's an 8 or a 9 jackassery to be the tough guy elevating this. Like, what happens if that guy goes back at you? Are we fighting in the bar now? Who does this? Who are the people that are just so comfortable to scream at someone? That's worse to me than the original issue.
Yeah, I figured you'd say as much. What's that guard's name who plays for the Miami Heat? Went to Kentucky, white guy, flat top, Tyler
Hero.
That's who Hey Bud guy is. Thank God for him.
Oh, get out!
I wouldn't have the chutzpah to do that, but I'd be sitting there quietly pumping my fist, celebrating the fact that someone does.
Oh, give me
Sometimes you need the guy on that wall. There's a reason I'm not Batman, but I'll sit there. Batman's conducting business, taking out the trash. You're damn right. We need to stop the initial offense. The initial offense leads to all of it. The initial offense is deal with my thing, selfish person. Think about others. Think about them immediately. Never impact other people. Stop it. That's the villain here. The response is worse, quote unquote, than the initial villainry. But it needs to happen.
I don't think it does.
We need to end the selfishness. That's the guy that reclines his seat too much on the airplane. That's the guy that when he's in
okay, so this is a good example.
That's the guy that when he's sitting in the restroom during a commercial break playing the loudest possible video, which is weird. Like, you need to not be the person that inconveniences others.
No, this is actually really, really important. And you could call in on this if you'd like. Who is worse in this hypothetical? The guy that had the audio coming out of his phone, or the Hey Bud guy?
Hey Bud,
who decided to act like he had just kicked his child.
Mm-hmm.
The person who confronts and screams at the person who put their chair back is the worst person than the person who put their chair back.
Right. But you cross the order up. It's the selfish person who takes away the space of the people behind him.
No,
that's the worst person.
That, while I wouldn't do it,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't sit there at a bar with loud noises playing out of my phone. I wouldn't put my seat back. Never do. I'm large. It's uncomfortable on an airplane. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
It would be slightly better if I put my seat back. I'm not going to do it.
Right.
I'm going to wear it because it's the wrong thing to do. And I'm acknowledging that the guy who was at the bar playing the crap out of his phone was the wrong thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But you stepped on someone's shoe. They don't get to slap you in the face. The big confrontation.
Right. You don't kill an ant with a bazooka, is your point.
It's the confrontation.
Yeah.
It's the possible fight that leads.
Right.
It's the shouting match I see on Twitter on the airplane every day now. Because some loser can't just deal. Just deal. You're right. It is a inconvenience to you.
Mm-hmm.
And it shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that big of a deal. Just cope, suck it up for a couple of minutes, be reasonable, and live to fight another day. It's the Hey Bud guy. We'd be a better society if everyone was a Hey Bud guy or everyone was a music from the phone guy. It would be such a better place to live if the Hey Bud guy wasn't the everybody.
Here's my retort to that, or not retort, but just I guess it's the point in your
It would be a very
column here.
noisy place if everybody was the phone guy.
Right. That's where we are now, by the way. It's me. It's worship me, look at me, pay attention to me. Here's my thing. But the best point you've got in favor of the Hey Bud guy being worse is, what if he calls you on it? Like, now what?
Where does this
go? It's why I wouldn't have, as I said, the Stones to be the one that does it myself. It's what I'm thinking. In my mind, I'm going, shut up, you selfish jerk. Turn that off, you unbelievable, callous, selfish loser. Turn it off, right? I would never say anything, because what if he's defensive? What if it comes back and he's had the wrong meal, or his wife left him that morning and this is the only thing that's given him peace? And next thing you know, we're in it. I'm not ready to escalate, but thank God somebody is.
Do you care at all that this phone wasn't blaring? I think that's an important factor. Do you care at all that it was seconds? The aggressiveness with which we're solving this issue. I mean, there was no, let's just see if he is plugging in his earbuds.
See if it work itself
slowly.
out. Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, it was with the quick.
So think about this. You're at the traffic light, turns green. You already see the behavior in the car in front of you. You can tell he's not focused.
Do you honk at people?
An instant honk.
See, I'm not a honk guy.
Honk immediately. Go. I've already been delayed too much. I don't have time for you.
Depending on the level of honk, the honk guy's worse than the guy sitting at the green light.
Yeah, to me, it's the tap. It's a, hey, man, you probably don't know.
Correct.
That's all I'm doing.
But if you
I'm not
tap,
doing
what if you accidentally, your tap sounds like a bleep you?
Then so be it. Go. You are delaying me and everyone else behind us. You have now impacted everybody.
So you've got to hang out with someone for the day. You'd rather hang out with the hey bud guy?
See that again? Not necessarily, because to have some of the personality traits to do that, I don't have them.
Abrasive.
That's tough.
Confrontational.
But my point is, we need that guy. Like we need that hero to step up in that moment to stop the selfishness. You see what I'm saying? Like sometimes you have, like Team America did this very well in the speech at the end. I can't use any of the words because it's all a violation. But sometimes you need that unit to step in there and stop it. You need that guy to step in.
I think if that guy didn't exist, it would be a better place in the sense of someone just goes, hey, man, do you have any headphones? Now, even that I would never say.
Right, I would never do that.
But you could easily just walk over and tap him and be like, hey, how you doing? What's going on, man? Everything good? Cool. Do you happen to have headphones? I can hear what you're listening to. Doesn't that accomplish the same thing?
Maybe not. Because that guy, he could so what you.
Now,
right?
To this guy's credit, I will say.
The hey bud guy?
The hey bud guy.
Yeah.
So hey bud guy is like, you got headphones, man? We don't want to hear that. Or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy at the bar is like, oh, sorry. And as I said, he may have had headphones because within a few minutes, he's got his earbuds in. Or somebody's earbuds in. But the hey bud guy, like when this guy's very apologetic and like sorry about it, like, no, hey. And like throws his palms up at him. Like
he palmed up him?
He's like, hey, you're fine. As if to say, like, I'm not about to beat your ass. It's cool. I just wanted you to put your headphones in.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of a meeting in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
But if that guy calls you and just, I'm not putting my headphones in and you suck, by the way. Now what are we doing?
Yeah, now where are we at?
Now I'm just sitting here having to watch two grown adults swing.
This is why I would never say it.
3:30 in the afternoon.
I'm not ready to fight over that. I'm not ready to fight over pretty much anything at this stage.
Edwin in Silver Spring. Who's worse? Hey bud guy or phone guy? Edwin, you're on the radio. Jake's in Fredericksburg. Jake, who's worse?
It's the guy with the phone, because there's nothing I hate worse. And I work in an environment where people will come in on their cell phone talking to someone with the volume at a 10 through a speakerphone. I have gone up to these people and politely tapped them and say, hey, give them the little, slashing of the throat motion, like turn that down a little bit. We're adults, act like it.
We're adults, act like it's a pretty good argument.
Yeah.
That one's tough to argue with. I will say there's very few things that annoy me more than when you are somewhere and someone is loudly talking on the phone on speaker.
Yep.
I was at actually another bar. Seems like a reoccurring
What's going
thing.
on with you here?
I don't even drink.
I was going to say, is there something that's going on?
Sit there and have Diet Coke. No, so this was a month ago before we did a Caps game over at Capital Arena.
Right.
I got there early, went to Clyde's, and we're doing our co-pair thing, so I'd eat well. So I went and got salmon and broccoli or something that, wasn't that tasty.
Right.
But that filled me up. And this woman was next to me on speaker.
Yeah.
Scream talking.
You could have used Hey Bud there, couldn't you?
For 4 minutes.
Yeah.
It was awful. Now, I didn't say a word.
Right.
There's not enough money in the world.
I'll never say anything.
I will never say anything. But God, was that terrible.
Would you have liked to have teleported Hey Bud in there?
Probably.
Yeah.
But I would still say he's worse than her. Because, she is just making your day. She's annoying you.
Yep.
He's essentially challenging you to a fight, as far as I see it. I view that level of confrontation as you're basically squaring off with someone at that point.
Because again, if they come back with that same energy, you have no choice but to escalate. Right? It's like in hockey. There's a check and somebody smacks me with their stick. I either skate away or we turn down and the gloves come off. I don't want that.
Jock and Woodbridge, who's worse? Hey bud guy or phone guy?
Great, man. I usually, I love both of you. But you're so wrong, bro. You're so wrong, bro.
Why?
It's like, you're like my wife, right? It's like, I tell her something and she's like, well, you could have said it differently. I'm like, okay, sure. I could have said it differently. You're absolutely right. Like you Like the way, I think you're mad at the way he did it, not what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Because what he did was absolutely right. Like let's change him out for a hot smoking girl. Right? She walks up to you, taps you on the shoulder. Hey, we can kind of hear your stuff. You may want to turn that down. Totally different, take, right? You're probably going to turn that down.
And I would say,
right?
I would turn it down, but weird thing about my phone, I have to have access to your Instagram account first, right?
It doesn't go down unless I can follow you.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Because it's not tactful, is your point. Hey Bud was not tactful.
Was it his tact? Mostly.
Yeah, because the delivery is very like, I'm so put out, you're being selfish, cut it out.
But I also
versus
think
asking
elevating
nicely.
to now dictating to this person what they can and can't do, I'm uncomfortable with a little bit. They should know better.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. You've lost.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You got to go to another place in the restaurant. You got to go to another place, and you don't get to pick a fight with them. That's not what we do. The whole "you're an adult, act like it." You know what adults don't do is scream at each other. You're not supposed to do that. Edwin, are you there this time?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
It's okay, buddy.
All right. So I think we have just a big problem in our society these days of people just doing what they want to do, satisfying themselves, and not caring at all about how it affects other people. And then it's like you have the ability to consider it, but people just choose not to, So the guy has somebody has to say something, or else people just go about doing what suits them.
They're unchecked
and just ignoring how it
Can
affects
I ask
everybody
you,
else.
Edwin, would you have said anything in that sense, in that situation?
This actually happened to me, something similar.
Really?
I play tennis, right? Yeah. And I was playing at Olney Recreational Park in Olney. And it's a huge park, tennis court by tennis court by tennis court. It's like maybe 15 courts at least, So everybody there's playing tennis. I'm playing with a friend of mine. We're playing singles. And then on the other side of the chain link fence, two other guys are playing singles, or they're hitting the ball around, that type of thing. And we were there before them. They started playing for some time. They were hitting for some time, 15, 20 minutes. Then suddenly I'm hearing music playing loud, over a speaker or something from their court. And it's throwing me off. I'm not playing well coincidentally as well. So I'm like, what is this? Like, why does anybody think it's okay to play tennis play music aloud while people are playing tennis? While this is, everybody's here playing tennis. And
Edwin goes and confronts him.
Exactly right. Again, I wouldn't do it, but thank God somebody would.
800-636-1067 is the question. Who's the bad guy? Or maybe there's not a bad guy. Who's worse in this situation? The question on Grant and Danny. Plus, I want to talk Alex Ovechkin because we've had news and non-news on Ovi. Is there any chance they actually might want to consider re-upping with him to actually keep him around after next season? This is the Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. That's baseball on tap tonight right here on The Fan as they begin a 6-game homestand starting with the Chicago Cubs. A real test for Washington, who has won 10 out of 14. The Cubs, meanwhile, enter tonight with the second-best run differential in all of Major League Baseball. So something's got to give. Trevor Williams on the hill for D.C. It's Cade Horton for the Cubs getting the ball for his fourth start of his career. It is a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up beginning at 6:15. With Nats on deck. Other baseball news, the Yankees dealt some tough injury news this morning. It was announced that closer Luke Weaver will be out 4 to 6 weeks with a hamstring injury. College baseball news, Wake Forest and baseball coach Tom Walter apologized Tuesday for what appeared to be an anti-gay slur caught by television cameras during an NCAA regional game against Tennessee. The coach said, quote, "I am very sorry for my outburst and frustration last night, and I recognize the hurt and disappointment it has caused." Walter said that in a statement issued by Wake Forest. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Yesterday on the show, we were talking to Alex Ovechkin, and we both made the point that it seems like a formality and a foregone conclusion that he's going to play his final season here and then go back to Russia. But I was thinking about this last night. What if he scores 40 goals next year and they're able to get into the second or third round in the Eastern Conference playoffs? Are we sure there wouldn't be interest mutually in one more year if he proves he's still got something left? We'll get into that in just a few, but let's wrap a bow on this discussion. So, Danny, I want to go around the horn here with votes. Who's worse in this situation? I'm at a bar. Dude's playing something audibly off his phone. It's not very loud, but it's annoying.
Not enough that people can hear, yeah.
Everyone can hear it at the bar. Dude across the bar starts yelling, "Hey, bud, hey, bud, hey, bud," a bunch, and then tells him if get some earbuds or turn off your phone. Like, that is very... I just don't like... To me, you're talking to me like you're a grown-up and I'm a child. And maybe the point he would make is you're acting like a child and doing something a grown-up wouldn't do. And that might be true. I just don't like grown-ups talking to grown-ups like that. That, to me, is way more uncomfortable than someone playing something off their phone loudly and annoying. So I'm team, the worst person in this situation is Hey Bud guy. I know you've taken the opposite route.
Right. I mean, again, the instrument or the tool that Hey Bud guy uses may not be the best, but thank God for him. We need more. We need more people to correct the selfishness.
Darius, who's worse, Hey Bud or phone guy?
Well, phone guy does stink, and you should never do that in public establishments that way. Unfortunately, Hey Bud guy, you just can't approach it that way. You gotta be a little bit more polite when asking it.
My guy, Darius. We're in lockstep once more. Look at us. Ryan.
While I 100% agree with Darius on this, I think the Hey Bud guy should have been more polite. In this situation, I do think the Hey Bud guy is correct, though. Like, you should not be listening to something so loud that it's distracting others in an establishment. So in this scenario, like, yes, he was not polite, but the Hey Bud guy is in the right.
2-2. Strober.
There's a difference between annoying and offensive. If this guy on his phone was playing something that was offensive and harmful to the people around, then it makes sense to intervene. But people do annoying stuff all the time, and sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and deal with it. The phone guy is right.
Strobe.
The phone guy is right.
So that's a really good point he just made. People do annoying things all the time. If it was acceptable to just elevate because of that into challenging them, basically, what happens? No one knows. Maybe we just scream at each other, or maybe we fight or something. I don't know. Right? Like, annoying things can't be the threshold for now I'm going to escalate this. 3-2. Let's hit the phones here. Anthony in DC.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love you. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate you,
long time listener, long time caller. Hey, Grant. Sir. You is the type of guy that will let the Uber driver drive in circles and you know exactly where you're going because you want to let the guy do his job. Like, come on.
That's actually
Grant.
probably true.
Yeah. You're just hoping that you'll stop. Like, it's over there. Oh, okay.
Hey, in this case, the Hey Bud guy was right. And because, first of all, when you're in someone else's space and you're doing things that make the other individual uncomfortable in a public area, then you're the one that's in the wrong. The phone guy was in the wrong. The hey bud guy was in the right. And also, I want to tell you guys, I heard Linnell during the break. I don't know if he is actually in studio, but yeah, tell Linnell I still got that bed for him at the Bob's Discount Furniture in Sterling.
We'll let him know.
Pass that on.
I don't know what that means.
I'll say, hey, bud.
Hey, bud. He's got a bed for you. Well, I'll text him right now. Finn in Virginia, what's going on? How are you?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, buddy?
I can't believe this is even a question. It's got to be, hey, bud. He's absolutely right in this situation. Want to know what the problem with this, with our world right now? Want to know what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're interested.
We're too soft.
There it is.
We are too soft.
That's
when
the
you see
problem
someone
with the
coming
world.
to a bar, when we see someone coming to a bar by himself and turn on some television or something by himself with no headphones, like, what are you doing? You need to put headphones in. Everyone knows that, and it is so annoying.
Yeah.
It's
so,
true.
of course, I'm going to ask him to fight.
To fight? Oh, Finn's just going to elevate.
You ready to just go straight to fight, Finn?
Wow. Finn is a
He
fighter.
can just solve the problem by turning the volume down.
Finn's a tough guy. Let's go to Eric in Woodbridge. Hello, Eric.
Hello, Grant and Danny, long-time listener. This is a great topic.
Thank you.
Most of my family is Team Grant. However, I am Team Danny. The way you explained it, Grant, I really don't feel like he was being aggressive. He was got his attention. Hey, bud, turn that down. Put some earbuds in.
Let me say this. I think you're right, actually. I take any kind of elevation that I wouldn't do as probably being more problematic. This guy probably walks around just like he is the guy. Here's another example. I'm waiting to get into the Caps game like a month ago during the playoffs, and these three guys were skipping line, a few people up. We're 50 people in front of us. I saw it. I'm not going to confront them because, again, I don't want to get shot or stabbed or killed. I got kids I got to get home to.
Absolutely.
This dude right in front of me goes, hey, boys. Hey, boys. And these like three dudes turn around, and he's like, line's back there. Same kind of deal, right? We're like,
thank goodness for that guy.
I would never do that in a million years. And in that guy's mind, he wasn't trying to pick a fight. He's just like,
right. Come on, there's an injustice here. Like, I'm not telling the guy at the movie theater to shut up. I'm not telling the guy that's smoking and the no smoking test to stop, but thank God somebody does, is my point.
And the guy was not like when the apologetic person was like, oh, I'm so sorry, you know, whatever. The dude was like, hey, it's fine. Like, it wasn't as though he was challenging him to a fight. I'm just saying, when you do that,
you got to be ready for the next step.
You got to be ready to drop your gloves.
The next step is key there.
When you whack at someone's legs with your stick and you go, you want to go?
Are you ready for the next
and
phase?
If they drop their gloves, you got to drop your gloves. That's because that's what you've just done. Ed in Fairfax, what's up?
Hey, guys. Great show. Great segment. Grant, I got to go with you. Totally go with you on this whole thing because the bottom line is I'm going to do something someday. I probably did it 5 minutes ago to upset somebody. And if we're always going after the guy that made a mistake or changed lanes without his blinker or had his phone on or whatever, we're never going to get anywhere.
Yep.
And I got to get the grace. I got to have somebody cut me some slack like they have. And if I'm going around trying to teach everybody a lesson, I'm just going to get my head beat in. So, Grant, got to go with the phone guy, and I got to live with it and move on.
So, appreciate the call. Guy said the problem with the country, there's a couple of them, but he said that we're too soft. That might be somewhere on the list. I mean, in different capacities. I don't know how relatable that content that is to this specific. Like, I would say the takeaway for this is, to your point, people are way too selfish and don't think about people enough.
Nobody's ever cognizant of others, right? How will my behavior affect other people? And nobody ever cares.
Terrible.
Right.
But I would say a lesson that I would take out of this as well is people are not respectful and conscientious enough to, this is going to sound cheesy, to their neighbor, you know, where it's like, all right, this guy's annoying me with his phone. I got two options. I just drink my beer and watch my TV and not care. Because who knows? Maybe he doesn't have earbuds and he's in the middle of a show that, is saving him from the worst day of his life. And Who knows what's happening? Yes, he's a donk. But it's okay to have a little bit of grace, too. It's okay to let him, like, if he was punching your wife in the face, maybe we should say something.
A little bit less grace there.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, lower the grace.
Exactly. He's playing a little bit.
My graceometer goes down.
There's a little bit of noise coming from his phone.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different, man. Let's go to Rick in Germantown. How are you?
Yes, gentlemen, thank you very much. What I would have done is I would have called the bartender over and given him an extra $5 and say, could you be kind enough to ask the gentleman to put some hearing device on?
Ooh.
And if that didn't happen, then I'm with my 6'3", 240-pound son. I would have asked him to ask the guy to turn it down.
Hey, son, stand up real quick and ask. Yeah, and then sit back down.
If that man over there in the corner is Seabass. For Boilermakers. Dan in Warrenton.
Danny. No, I'm definitely Team Danny on this one. You guys got to remember here. Listen, Hey Bud does not exist without cell phone guy.
There it is.
I completely agree. Common courtesy has gone out the window. This country is soft. We need to take a stand. I'm sorry.
Okay, but if a guy reclines his seat into your, 3 inches closer to your knees on an airplane, are you making a scene about it?
No, but that's a little bit different. I mean, you're not, we all are in the same compact space and something like that. And yes, in that situation, absolutely, I agree with having some grace. But when you're poisoning the pool for everybody that's around you orally, just step outside and finish your phone call, bro. Come on, man. We're all trying to have a good time. Like I said, it just boils back down to common courtesy, which this country lacks severely.
You're not going to get a disagreement.
Yeah,
from
well
me
put there.
I mean, morals, courtesy, a lot of that stuff's going by the wayside.
Yeah, I'm not ready to make a scene on the airplane. I will extend both arms and put my legs up against it to make it more difficult. So maybe the guy thinks his seat's broken and won't go back. I'll hold that position for as long as I can.
What were we thinking making our poll of the day about the Commanders and the Eagles? Like, who cares about that?
Who's worse, Hey Bud or Phone Guy?
Hey Bud guy or Phone Guy should have been the poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance residential commercial. Next, is there a chance the Caps and Alex Ovechkin do another deal at the end of this coming season, his final of the 5-year deal? We're Grant and Danny. Huge Nats series gets started tonight at Nats Park. 6:15 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. Nationals, Cubs. Nats have won 10 of 14. And it seems like they're starting to get national attention as a club to keep an eye on with all their young talent in the National League. People feel like maybe they're finally turning a corner after 4+ years rebuilding. But this series is going to go a long way to determining whether or not they just got hot out west for a series against Seattle and then beaten up on a cold Diamondbacks team, or are they actually ready to contend against the elites of the National League, like Chicago Cubs, who are in town for 3? So we'll talk to Barry's Faluga about that coming up in 10 minutes. Danny, do you think if Ovi scores 40+ this year and shows some interest to the Caps in wanting to come back for one more year, I think it would take, again, him having a really good individual season in terms of goal scoring, and then let's say they make it to the Eastern Conference Final. It's not crazy. Last year they got round 1. This year they got round 2. Now you break through and you get to the Eastern Conference Final. And so you feel like if you come back one more year, maybe you could win a cup, and you've proven that you have something left. Do you think they'd be interested in bringing him back if it took another $9 million, $10 million to do that? Is that something they should want to do?
Well, they will. Like, if he wants to play more, they'll have him play more. Like, just because of what he's meant and how
like he gets to say
how iconic he is for, like, that's their, their I don't have a better phrase for it. I don't even know what phrase
meal
to use.
ticket?
Yeah, but like that, he transcends hockey builds. He transcends what may or may not be best for the team. Like, that's irrelevant now because you have the all-time goal scorer who's only worn your uniform. If he'd like to play more, you end up having him play more. Whether that's the right thing to do or not, well, it almost logic goes out the window for that guy.
So I agree with that. My question is, would you want them to want him? That's weird. Would you want them to be interested in paying him again? He makes over $9 million, and he has for now what is a 13-year contract, and this is the final of a 5-year contract on the back end of his career. It would mean an extension of like another 1 in 10 or another 1 in 8.5 or whatever, or a 2-year deal, let's say. I don't think that would happen, but we keep saying it's a formality. It's obvious. This is his last season, and I really do believe that. But in a hypothetical where he comes to them and says, I just scored 40 goals. We just got to the conference final. We can help each other here. Would they be interested? You're saying definitely yes. I think you're probably right. Should they be?
That's harder for me.
Because the goal scoring is still very much there. The rest of it is, you need engagement. You need him to feel spry. There's going to be plenty of nights where he just can't give you a ton on the defensive end or other areas of the game.
Right. And are you better off team-wise without a 40-year-old and then 41 and then 42, which is where this deal would go, this hypothetical one, where it has to be a certain kind of way that he's scoring. Right now, it's still valuable to have someone that can put the puck in the back of the net, but it's only on these kind of circumstances. So this power play, or we don't have any odd man rushes anymore. Well, he's not really going to be able to do it unless we get this kind of puck possession. It sort of dictates what you're doing for that kind of money. Like, my superstar, I need him to be able to do all the things. And this is in a normal environment, and he's not that way anymore. But there's nothing normal about this relationship with him and the city and hockey and here.
But my thing is, if he scores 40 or 45 goals again next year, there's an immense value in that. That costs money. It's like hitting home runs. It's like a DH almost, who people can critique if they want to. Well, but how much defense do you play, and how good is your base running or whatever? You missed the point where I hit 42 home runs last year. I think of goals as a home run. There's just an unbelievable amount of value in that. When you look at the goal scoring leaders in the National Hockey League and the regular season this year, I mean, if you score 40+ goals, you're right near the top of the NHL. If not for obviously the injury, Ovi would have won the Rocket Richard. But there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys who scored 40 goals in the NHL. There's no reason to believe he won't next year. He was on pace for 55 if he didn't get hurt, maybe 60. So if he scores 42 next year and he finishes 4th in the league in scoring, you can't just add a 40-goal scorer. Everybody's trying to do that.
Right. I mean, the thing, someone smarter about hockey than me would have to tell me, what's more likely to win me a Stanley Cup? Is it Ovechkin at 41, or I'm making this up, 2 Anthony Bevilliers at $4.5 million each? like to play a buzzing third and fourth line style, forechecking, turnover stuff. Nowhere near as sexy as a 40 goal scorer in the regular season, but can help you in a series like playing against Carolina or playing against Florida or playing against some of these really elite teams. Because to me, I don't know the answer.
Well, I would say teams will tell you the answer because one of them makes $9 million and the other one was available for a mid-round draft pick this year at the deadline.
Forget Pavilion. Find me a $4.5 million player, and I want two of them instead of the one guy.
That's probably just a great philosophical question of like one great option or two good ones.
Mm-hmm.
What's better and adding some of that depth. It's a fair question. I mean, I don't know that there probably isn't an answer.
Yeah. So what I think and what would make the decision for them is Alex Ovechkin, man. If he wants to keep playing, he's going to keep playing. But in terms of team building, I don't know that it's the best thing to get me another cup. I know it's the best thing for 82 games where he's going to score those 40 goals and get you north of 100. The team will get north of 100 points with him again. I've just seen it. I know exactly what it looks like.
He's Danny. Check him out on Twitter at Funny Danny. I'm Grant. You can find me at Grant H. Paulson. Barry's for Luga. Nats Cubs preview next.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. You're getting Nats baseball on tap tonight here on The Fan as they try to keep the good times rolling after taking 4 out of 6 on their West Coast road trip tonight. They begin a 6-game homestand starting with the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs. Trevor Williams on the bump for D.C. It's Cade Horton getting his 4th career start for the Cubs. It is a 6:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up beginning at 6:15. With Nats on deck. NBA news, the Timberwolves, they held their end-of-season presser this afternoon after getting bounced in the Western Conference Finals. The main topic, what's next for Minnesota? Julius Randle and Naz Reid both have player options for next season, but GM Tim Connolly said, quote, he is very optimistic that they will both be back. NFL news, Texans coach D'Amico Ryan said Tuesday he has, quote, no concerns about quarterback C.J. Stroud's limited throwing during the spring practices due to general soreness in his throwing shoulder. The Texans opened up their offseason program, including the OTAs on May the 28th. Stroud hasn't thrown a pass in any of the open sessions available to the media. Elsewhere in the NFL, Detroit Lions center Frank Ragnow calling it a career after 7 seasons at the helm. Ragnow, one of the game's best centers. He earned 4 Pro Bowl nods throughout his NFL career. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
The Nats are hosting the Cubs tonight. Charlie and Dave pregame at 6:15, and then Slows and Jagler on the call right here on The Fan at 6:45. Grant and Danny brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll take care of all your important needs, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, whatever you got. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. I want to go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning product in the DMV. We find our pal Barry Svrluga, a gentleman of baseball knowledge with the Washington Post. Barry's over at Nats Park. Barry, this feels pretty big. The Nats have won 10 of 14. There is a feeling around town that they're starting finally after years of rebuilding to turn a corner here. They're playing over 500 baseball. They're a game out of the wild card basically since 1 week into the season. And here are the Cubs, arguably the best team in the National League, coming to town. Feels like a pretty good opportunity to see where they're at.
Yeah, great test, I think. And of all aspects, I mean, the Cubs they run all over the place. They've got a dynamic offense. Kyle Tucker, who's probably an MVP candidate, who they traded for with Houston in the offseason, is not in the lineup tonight because he's got a banged up finger, not on the IL, but not in the lineup. That's a good break for the Nats. And, they need to carry the momentum they created on a 4-2 road trip to Seattle and Arizona into a homestand, which provides, as I said, a good test against the Cubs, but then kind of a vulnerable Rangers team over the weekend. Backing up a 4-2 road trip with a 4-2 homestand would be the right way to go, and that would get them right up against that 500 mark. And just asking Davey Martinez about, he's Mr. Go 1-0 today, but he also understands that getting from 28 and 31 to 31 and 31 or 32 and 32 at some point, like a lot seems possible if you got to that crest. They were approaching it on Sunday when they lost that game against the Diamondbacks. Would be interesting to see if they could climb back up there over the course of the homestand.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker can take his sweet time as far as I'm concerned, coming back from that finger. But looking at this group here, Barry, we talked about this a little bit in spring training and then shortly afterwards. Were you surprised at kind of that internal dialogue they had that then would spill out to us in the media where they weren't talking about a rebuild anymore? They were talking about competing and winning right now. And it sort of felt premature maybe to me. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but look back on that now, kind of given what they're doing.
Well, I can see both sides of it, Danny. I mean, Rizzo, to me and to others, I'm sure at spring training, was like, look, we're tired of the rebuilding talk. We've been doing that for a long time. Now, that doesn't mean you can speak a contender into existence. Mm-hmm. And their bullpen showed early on, like, they couldn't speak anything into existence. I think what you're seeing now is pretty consistent starting pitching from the guys that matter. Mackenzie Gore might be an all-star. Jake Irvin is 5-1 or whatever he is. Mitchell Parker, if he could get out of the first inning, would be in a great shape. And then again, like we talk all along about the guys that matter. Like James Wood matters. Like he matters not just for the Nationals. He matters for baseball. He is a dynamic force that is appointment television for 4 or 5 times every night. And I mean, I'm here writing about C.J. Abrams because I feel like, he was an all-star until about 2 weeks ago when he fell off the planet and has gone 4 for 35 cents. Like those are the growing pains that if you can contain the inevitable little funks with some of these young guys to a week rather than 2 or 3, like that's when you're going to get development as a team. I'm not ready to crown them as anything at 20, 28 and 31. I do think they are labeled as interesting and dynamic and much more fun to watch and more competitive to watch than they have been in several years.
Yeah, Abrams in a bad rut, really 2.5 weeks or so now where he just hasn't hit. And yet he's still got the second highest OPS among shortstops in the National League. And to your point, may very well end up in Atlanta with James Wood based on his first half if he can get it going again here in short order. I mean, what's your state of the union then? Just kind of thinking out loud. Like, I grow increasingly frustrated every time I think about this offseason and the lack of financial commitment because we all kind of thought, well, they've got really good young talent. They're pretty close. If they could add an impact bat or an arm, whether that be somebody in the rotation that helps or a legitimate reliever, that maybe they could sneak up on, being over 500 and be in the mix until September. And it seems like that's exactly where they are. Like they're in the same spot they were in the last couple of years, with the exception being that they've got a superstar in Wood, and a lot of their young guys like Gore and Abrams are steadily kind of getting a little better, but they're still not doing the other part where you have to add the reinforcements financially.
Yeah, you're totally right. And I mean, I think we all kind of labeled it some sort of, malfeasance or malpractice in the offseason from ownership. And I would, that's going to be exacerbated going forward because this next offseason is going to be, and you hate to talk about it, and I don't dwell on it, but it's going to be another year toward Mackenzie Gore's free agency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're not there yet. We don't have to, spend tons of time talking about it. But at some point, if you're going to build around this core, you have to build around this core. And the building is the pieces you bring in from the outside that take some sort of financial commitment. I also know that there's been a lot of talk about the Ken Rosenthal story from The Athletic last week about their lack of development over the years. And while I think the consensus is that it was kind of strange timing, I do think that concentrating solely on the idea that the ownership of the Lerner family has not spent since the pandemic lets baseball ops off the hook a little bit in the fact that they really have not drafted and developed an offensive player of any consequence since Anthony Rendon. That doesn't mean that the players that they got in the Soto trade aren't good and that they didn't, sign Juan Soto as an amateur free agent for the Dominican and make him into one of the best hitters of his generation. But it is a major factor into why are they 28 and 31 when they haven't spent. They could be better if any of the, Elijah Green or some of these picks that they've whiffed on, and even not finding people lower in the draft. Like, I do think there's something to examine there that may not be the whole story, but it's part of the story.
So this is an impossible question. I'm going to jump in. Sorry, Danny.
That's okay.
But I'm curious about this. If there are 2 slices of pie, right? Percentage of like ownership not spending versus baseball ops swinging and missing draft and development. How do you divvy that up? I was asking someone about this the other day, and I'm like 80-20 ownership. Do you think that's too excessive?
Well, here's the thing, Grant. I would say I was going to go 70-30 or 75-25 ownership, but that's not just in spending on the major league roster. That's spending writ large. Like, what are you investing in, and why has your player development not been good, or your drafting not been good? Is it because it's not only because you've swung and missed on some guys? Seth Romero, who was a Mike Rizzo pick, who's out of the organization. That kind of thing. It's because people will tell you they don't have the investments in pick one, take all, personnel, talent, technology, all of it. And that's on ownership. So I think you can say existing baseball ops has missed on some things, but could that entire department be, kind of bulked up if ownership was really, I always say, not just financially invested, but emotionally invested in this. And it just feels like a lot of inertia at the moment.
Barry, always a little bit too brief here. Really appreciate the time. Enjoy this evening.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, Barry's for Luga over at Nats Park. Going to be a big series with the Chicago Cubs, who are the best offensive team and one of the top teams in the National League. Let's get you the leadoff ahead of Nats baseball this evening. The leadoff on Grant and Danny every single day before Nats baseball. Brought to you by Windowman. Since 1989, the Windowman's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Trevor Williams, leading off playing shortstop. Jake Abrams batting second and left field. That's James Wood. He's batting third. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fourth at second base, Luis Garcia Jr. Batting fifth, your DH, Josh Bell. Batting sixth in center field, Robert Hassel the third. Batting seventh, doing the catching, K-Bear Ruiz. Hitting eighth at third base, Jose Tena. And batting ninth in right field, that's Dalen Lyle.
Another chance to see James Wood play baseball at Nationals Park tonight. Let's do this thing together. I'm excited to get over to the ballpark this evening. The last time I was at Nats Park, I think was the series finale, actually, before they hit the road.
Because wasn't it rained out? I feel like that's when you go.
No, those are only when I do post-game shows.
Yes.
This time I took my little boy, True, and we watched James Wood hit home run together.
Oh, that's fun.
That was pretty cool. That's the cool thing as a dad, when you get to start going to games with your kids and you're like, I'm going to be able to say one day, you saw James Wood hit a home run in his first full season in the major leagues. When he's at that time, he's going to be like his A-Rod,
right?
Or, his, I don't know, Jeter, one of these superstars that's going to the Hall of Fame, hopefully. Like, that's what we're talking about. A really special, unique, amazing player. But for Wood, how about 19 runs batted in over his last 15 games while hitting .320 with an OPS of about 1080?
I guess that's, hold on, let me just check. That's really good. That seems really good. He's excellent.
That point Barry made is huge.
Yes.
We always talk about ownership from just is it that they don't spend enough at the big league level, or is it that they don't draft and develop well enough as a baseball staff? How much of their problems drafting and developing are based on, and I don't know.
It's impossible to know. Totally, yeah.
They might be willing to give you every penny you've ever wanted. Every time you go to them for something, you go, yeah, no problem. You want an L screen? Here's 3 L screens. You want to stay overnight as a scout so that you can see him twice? Why don't you stay one more night and see him 3 times? They might just give you all the money. I don't know. I'm not in the room. But is it a possibility that they don't do that? And that player development and the draft and all of those things don't get the money they need either? The part we see, which is the outside of the house, the shutters aren't being taken care of.
Right. What's going on inside the house?
What happens?
Does anybody know?
When you open the door and walk in. Let's have a series, though, huh?
Here we go.
Let's go beat the Cubs. For Darris, Strober, Clary, Grant, and Danny saying so long. Thanks for listening. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.